Okay, let's see if this is working. I'm trying to get the chat started here. I don't know if you guys can hear me yet. I'm trying to get this going. Hopefully somebody can hear me out there. This chat has been disabled. Okay. See if this is working. I'm trying to get the chat. Let me get this. Hold on, guys. For some reason, I can't enable the chat. Just hold tight. This is not going smoothly so far. Just bear with me while I get this all set up. Little bit of some issues I have going here. Okay, I think I got it going here. Okay, we got it going. Now, first things I want to address from my last podcast is someone mentioned Celebrate Truth and stated he was a supporter of Alex Jones and Donald Trump. And actually, I spoke with Celebrate Truth, and he told me this is absolutely false, not correct. So I apologize for someone telling me that, this was his stance, and it wasn't. So, again, my apologies to Celebrate Truth. The question of pot. A lot of people have been getting pretty upset with my statements on pot. Let me clarify, and I'll say it again, because people love to twist what I said. I stated God made marijuana for a reason. Okay, it's just not here just to be here. It's used for, medical people with medical conditions. But the problem is many people abuse pot. And that's the problem. It's just like anything else in this world. Food, water. If you drink too much water, if you drink 2 gallons of water at one time, you'll die. Pot in moderation, I don't have an issue with. So I just want to make that clear. So let's not get that confused. And what else here? Steve Quayle. I was asked about Steve Quayle last time, and some of his latest videos. The guys, just like a lot of these fake truth speakers, will speak a lot of truth, but just watching one of his latest podcast or YouTube videos, he's wearing like an orange jacket. He has a glow behind him, and he's a Mason. There's no doubt about it. Now let's take a look here. I'm starting to see the comments after I got that out of the way. Thank you, everybody. Patrick, the Aussie Drama, everybody else. ODD Reality, thanks so much, pal. I appreciate all the support. Everybody else as well. I can't name everybody off. It's just, there's so many people. Thanks so much. Thanks again for everybody for joining in and all the support. And the reason I'm doing these podcasts, I'm going to say it right now before people start asking me questions. It's very important to say. Let me first off take a little, unfortunately, there's people that, again, want to interrupt. And let me see here. I got to ban people right away. It's just ridiculous. These people, again, with no lives. Again, what was I just saying? Yeah, the whole point I want to get on about my channel. I have 2 channels. Actually, more than 2. But my main 2 channels, one has approximately 50,000 subs. The other has nearly 70,000. As my channel grows, it's getting harder and harder to respond to everybody in the comment section below the videos. So this is why I'm starting to do the live streams. So, it makes it a little bit easier. Instead of me typing to everybody, I'm constantly asked the same questions every day. For example, the numerology calculator, I'm asked that about 20, 30 times a day. Where's the link? And I've made many videos. Actually not many. I made several videos on the numerology calculator. So again, I'm getting the same question over and over, and it's very time consuming to answer all the same questions. So let's get to some of the questions here. And let me see here. Steve Quayle told me flat earth is a deception. No, Steve Quayle is a deception. He's a Mason, like I said, wearing the orange jacket and the glow behind him. It's just a big joke. How bottom line is this. there are few real truth speakers on YouTube making videos, and that's the unfortunate truth. It's very time consuming to make videos. And you have to be very dedicated. A lot of these people out there are unfortunately hired help. And again, the concept of mixing truth with lies, just like Steve Quayle, will give you a good amount of truth. I won't deny that. And hello, Truth Finder there in Australia. Hi, Toei in the UK. And again, everybody else. Okay, I'm looking for some questions here in the chat. Hi, Brandon. How's it going? Pure Matrix. Everybody else here. Okay, Rockefeller. I just made a video on David Rockefeller. Why would I believe they're telling us the truth about David Rockefeller supposedly passing away on that date, March 20th, of course, 2017, this year, when everything else they tell us is a lie? He probably, who knows, he might have already passed away, or he could still be alive. Who knows? With all the lies, there's no truth in these people. That's all they feed us, is nothing more than lies. That's how they operate. And during my research on David Rockefeller, I looked at Nelson Rockefeller, and a little bit of close-up as my last video I just posted, showing he was married to 2 men. Unbelievable. You got to check it out if you haven't seen the video yet. It's also at the very end of my longer video, the David Rockefeller and Nelson Rockefeller and the New World Order deception. Okay, let's get to some of the questions here. Yeah, alcohol is fine, but Toey's asked me, wine, Jesus turned water into wine, so that tells you right there. It's just, just like pot, just like, alcohol, in moderation, it's fine. Actually, they talk about how red wine is good for your heart, but again, moderation, anything abused. I mean, eat too much food, drink too much water, like I said earlier, it's going to kill you. It's going to put you in the grave, Where something like, for example, cigarettes, there's no benefit whatsoever. There's zero benefit to cigarettes, where at least with marijuana there are some benefits. So, did I hack Hubbard? No, Hubbard hacked himself. He's just playing games. Hubbard is just an egomaniac. Look at the video. Every time I think about Zach Hubbard, I think of the 80s commercial for Legos. It's called Zach the Lego Maniac. He's an egomaniac. That's all he is. Anything for attention. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, one thing I didn't mention, someone mentioned, Zach Hawkins mentioned cannibalism. And I made a video in the past about the Milwaukee hoax with Jeffrey Dahmer. Complete fabrication, just a boogeyman. Take a look at my video on Jeffrey Dahmer. It's a complete joke. The courtroom, it's hilarious. It's like an SNL skit. It's just a complete joke. All right there, Rocksteady from Germany. Let's see here. Trying to look through this. Yeah, the 101, 101 years old, just like the towers. I mean, his David Rockefeller, getting back to his name in numerology, standard it's 110. In numerology, the 0 means nothing. So you have your 11, just like 101 is 11. Pizzagate. I mentioned Pizzagate in my last live stream. And basically, it's just like I mentioned in my other podcast. It's like Corey Feldman coming out talking about, the pedophilia in Hollywood. We know the media's control. It's just a way to show how the media, they're trying to demonstrate how the media is supposedly legit. And that's why they're putting it out there. And anything involving, again, Julian Assange and his whole group, don't buy it whatsoever with WikiLeaks. They're just controlled opposition. Okay, let's look at some other questions here. Okay, I'm just scrolling through. Okay, let's see here. 1 second here. I got to check something here. Hold on. I want to see something here. Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. Hey, Roger Flat. Okay, let's yeah, beer's okay. Unite and conquer. Yeah, beer's okay. in moderation. Anything, it's not an abuse. It's not going to do it. Beer's not going to do anything if you drink a can of beer. It's not going to do absolutely nothing to you. So I have no problem with that. Okay. Yeah, tobacco. Yeah, I never smoked a cigarette in my life. Never. Okay. Yeah, Jesus saves. That means you talk bad about me. This is the thing here. This guy Jesus saves, or I don't know if it's a guy or girl, saying, why do I block him? Because I'm not stupid. I go to other channels that talk bad about me. Okay, and I see you posting stuff about me. That's why you're blocked from here as well. Okay, people don't understand. I look around YouTube as well. I just don't make videos. One thing I want to mention as well, when I make videos, sometimes I make a few mistakes with pronunciation, or there might be like a little loop in the audio. For example, the last video I put up with the David Rockefeller, I had a little audio from Supertramp mixed in by accident. The video is so long, I don't just sit there and watch the video again. So there might be some minor errors here and there, because it's just too time consuming to review the whole video, and little minor mistakes here and there. I'm not gonna redo the whole video, or take it down over. If it's something major, yeah, I'll take a video down. But if it's some minor things, I'm not gonna pull down a video. Okay, let's see here with more questions. Alex Jones apologizing for Pizzagate. I know nothing about that. I can't answer that. I have not seen that. What's up, T2? Okay, here. Alex Jones show. Yes, of course. Oh, yeah. There's the one. Oh, my goodness. Someone mentioned here the $2.99 about someone claiming that Hubbard played the Boston bomber. This guy, this is what I'm talking about. Complete disinfo. Anybody believes that, get your head checked. And people still follow people like that. Yeah, Glenn Hubbard. I'm sorry, Zach Hubbard being the Boston bomber. Give me a break. Okay, let me see. And the biblical flood. Okay, someone's asking about the biblical flood, where the Bible states it won't happen again. That's why they're pushing the whole idea of global warming, where the supposed ice caps are going to melt. Of course, there's only the so-called North Pole, and it's just going against the Bible. That's how they do it. Zodiac Killer, another psyop. They want to create boogeyman. Just like Ted Bundy, they love to scare us. With their fabricated stories. All these fabrications. They put out. They don't look for stories. They create stories. And David Seaman, yeah, this guy David Seaman came out of nowhere and starts making videos about Pizzagate, and the name Seaman. It's a play on names. It's a complete joke how they love to mock. They think we're a bunch of idiots. And the funny thing is as truth speakers, we're telling people the truth, and people laugh at us because they don't understand they've been deceived. Not just about, the little things, about big things, about everything. Now the question, I answered this before about Jesus Christ. Was he black or white? I answered that in the last video. And again, I'm going to say this. It's not a thing to really debate. It's because people want to, if you're black or if you're white, you want to claim, being the same color. It's very superficial, and people that make a big deal of it, they're just and really onto it too much. I think it's a big mistake, because say, for example, if you are a so-called black Hebrew and you're pushing it, you're going on the streets pushing it, and you're cursing at people, saying you're gonna make them slaves, and you're gonna whip them, and you curse them, and you call them crackers, and you think you're gonna go to heaven, and you're gonna see Christ, and you're gonna do fist bumps with him, and talk and Christ, and you're gonna talk about how they're crackers in the world. It's just hate. It's just another form of divide and conquer. And I think the black Hebrews came up. It's been really pushed lately. It's just another form of divide and conquer. And I've seen a lot of, not a lot, but I've seen some videos where some of these black Hebrews claim there's no hell, and just their doctrine is just, it's just way off. And And I have to repeat this. I have so-called Black Hebrews that are on my channel. They're really nice and friendly. I know some myself, and that's their belief. And if someone believes that, I don't really have a problem with it. It's just that, when you just focus on that, and you just push that, and that's your main focus, so if you're wrong, you're going to look bad. If Christ is white, you're going to look bad. And if he is black, you're going to look bad too, because if that's all you're focused on, because I'm going to be real about this. A lot of people jumped on the bandwagon with the Black Hebrews only because they supposedly found out Christ is black. So all of a sudden, okay, I'll be a Black Hebrew now because of this. This is why a lot of, blacks were, were into Islam, because of people like Louis Farrakhan, who speaks, and when he speaks, there's the 666 embedded in his design within his church. It's just another form of mockery. He's nothing but a Mason, part of the divide and conquer. Okay, more questions here. Yeah. As far as Jesus, the name I mentioned last podcast, Yeshua. There's no J. Jesus Christ is just a title, and basically the translation from Yeshua to English is Joshua. And I find it interesting that the band YouTube has I'm sorry, not YouTube. I said YouTube. U2 with Bono has an album called The Joshua Tree. And I find that very interesting, because some believe that Christ was hung from a tree, not a cross. And so they have an album titled Joshua Tree. So they don't pull up these concepts out of thin air, for the millions and millions of people out there when they make these record albums or CDs. So, okay, let's move on here to, is it true I block comments from your channel? No, I approve comments due to too many trolls. Unfortunately, I used to leave my comments open, but, a lot of trolls just want to start arguments. Oh, I mentioned it. Someone asked me about Rob Skiba, and I said it many times in my last podcast. Rob Skiba is the best when it comes to the flat earth, in my opinion. I think he's the most biblical out there. People like Eric Dubay. I'll be honest, I'm going to say it flat out, like just like flat earth. I love Eric Dubay's flat earth videos. I'm not going to say a bad word about them. It's just his, anti-Jesus again, and promoting Hitler like he was a hero when the world's nothing but a stage. So I'm not falling for him and his half-truths. But if anybody shares his work, I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. None whatsoever. I actually like his flat earth videos. They're very well done. So, I want to put this out there straight. I do not dislike Eric Dubay, but I just don't like what he puts out. That's how I will say it. Okay, let's look at some more of these questions here. Yeah, Jody Harris, it's another hoax. Listen, destroy their matrix. Whenever they spotlight any of these so-called trials, like the O.J. Simpson case, and all these trials you see, the Mendez brothers, they're just made up stories. They don't look for news stories. They create them. They create the news. Okay, they don't hunt for news stories. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Bob 73333 says Jesus was olive skinned. Well, in the climate, I believe, in that region of the world, you're not gonna be. Well, it states in the Bible how people did have, skin like milk. So that's clear as well. But after time, with the sun beating on you after years, for example, a quick analogy. I was watching this documentary on the Afghan war where there was Russian soldiers, Soviet soldiers, that deserted and went to the Afghan side, to the Mujahideen. And you look at them today. They stayed there for all these years, since the 80s. And they grew out their beards, and their skin is dark. They're tan, and they look just like the Afghans they're associated with. You wouldn't know the difference whatsoever because of the sun. So, that's one thing I want to point out as well. If you stay in the sun long enough, you're definitely going to get tan skin. Okay. Yeah, I like Rob Skiba. The only thing I'll say is, like I mentioned in my last podcast, the only two things I don't like is his association with the Prophecy Club in the past. But that was in the past, And also, what was I going to say? In his debunking video, he's debunking himself when he's talking about the that one video or footage released by NASA from with a supposed photo from a million miles away of the supposed dark side of the moon looking at Earth. And that was, again, a supposed video. And he made a video talking about it, and he called it Rob Skiba debunks himself. And where I don't agree with that, he should just come out and say, this is all fake. It's all CGI. It's all animation. So it's not even something to try to replicate as a model, which he did in a hallway. So he just should flat out come out and say, I'm not even going to bother with this. It's all just CGI. So why even try to debunk himself on that? Okay, let's look at some of the questions here. Jonathan Clack, I already covered him. I made a video on him already. He's another deceiver. He believes we come from the fallen angels and just a bunch of, the guy's an occultist. That's simple as that. Yeah, and Rob Skiba, like I said in my last video, he's the best when it comes to flat Earth. See, the thing is this, one thing needs to be understood. I cover a lot of ground. There's guys that just cover flat Earth. There's people that just cover, just certain topics. I cover the hoaxes. I cover flat Earth. I cover the music industry, Hollywood. I mean, you name it, I cover it. I cover a lot of territory. So when someone like Rob Skiba just focuses basically on the flat Earth, he's going to get really, really, really good at it. And where I'm focusing on so many things, so many news stories, Rob Skiba, I'm not saying anything bad about Rob Skiba, but he's not going to make a video on the 322 London attack hoax. Okay, he's stuck on flat Earth, which is good. Everybody has to do their own thing. I'm just covering it all. And that's where I get a lot of my subs, because I cover a lot of territory. But, if you focus on one thing and only one thing, you're going to get really good at it. Okay, let's look at some of the questions here. How did I meet PK from Australia? To make a long story short, PK supported me on a video I made on the Taiwanese plane crash hoax. And on a podcast, he said he agreed with me on my view, and after that he started messaging me, or actually posting in the comment section of my video, and a mutual friend said he wanted to talk to me on Skype, and that's where we started talking. PK is a good guy. PK and I would say we're like both like alpha males, and we kind of butt heads behind the scenes about things, and we had some heated discussions, but PK's a great guy, and we keep it real with each other. If he doesn't agree with something I say, I don't agree with him, we'll have our own arguments and debates, but once we're done, and we'll continue to be friends, and that's just like real life. You're not going to, listen, anytime you agree with someone, if someone agrees with you on everything you say, you got to question them. I mean, like I said a million times, no two people will agree on everything. That's just a reality. But sometimes people don't want to start any controversy. Well, they're going to agree with everything you say and just go along with the program. Okay, let's take a look here at some more of these questions. G-Man, no. 33 man, I didn't block you. Okay, I didn't block you, no. Okay. Yeah, Bill was a Mason, no doubt. Listen, the Prophecy Club, they're nothing but a club of deceivers. I made a video about the Prophecy Club a couple years back, okay? Everything is fake. Listen, real things happen in this world. You walk outside your house, you see real things happen. Okay, when you watch TV, it's just a fantasy world. Okay, it's not reality. It's just the creation of the Matrix. So the only reason I have a TV is just to cover the hoaxes and psyops. Okay, the Aussie Dream. One day with cannabis. Okay, yeah, I already mentioned cannabis. Yeah, cannabis in moderation is fine. Let's see here. The real purpose of the internet. I remember back in the 80s, my brother had a Commodore 64, and we used to use basically these bulletin boards online, and it was basically the beginning of the internet. It's basically the same thing without Windows, of course. And the whole purpose of the internet, just to make things easier, to make things mainstream, and it's just technology. And of course, Facebook and it was definitely CIA, and they want to, basically spy on people. They want to spy on people, and of course, there's the good and the bad of the internet. Let's see here. Thanks, State of Grace. I appreciate that very much. One thing I want to mention too, just like I said many times, my parents are from Russia. My dad, specifically from Siberia, Russia. I didn't mention this. I should have mentioned it in my my flat Earth dome symbolism hidden in plain sight with the White House. One thing that I find it very interesting with languages and with the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, and how a lot of not a lot, but few of the letters are reversed from English. They're just reversed, like the R's, a Y, the Ya. And to make a long story short, the White House, when you say White House in Russian, it translates to Bieli Dom. Bieli meaning white, and dome for a house. So in Russian, dom means house. And, I find that very interesting, And they have the flat earth symbolism on the White House. In Russian, a house is called a dome. So that's one thing I find very interesting. Of course, Russia and Freemasonry. I made a video about it in the past. Russia, the whole world. They're all, it's all controlled by Masons. Okay, let's see here. You made a parody video about me. Yeah. I see you talk bad about me, so, listen, there's a lot of fakes. This is the problem. I'm going to say this real quick. Sorry for that. There's so many comments coming in live chat. This is the problem. Of course, nobody on YouTube on my, or very little, I should say, know me personally. So there's very little actual loyalty. I've seen so many people come out and tell me how much they love me. And all my videos, oh, you're the greatest. Then I go to their videos, like they're talking garbage about me. They're talking complete garbage. I'm like, what kind of people are this? Just backstabbers. And there's no loyalty. I take the time. This is what really ticks me off. I take the time to respond to these people. And they call me brother. I love you. Hey, brother, I love you. And then they turn around, you go to their channel, they're talking bad about me. Unbelievable. And this is why it's, I'm getting really tired of it. And that's why it's like, how can I trust a lot of my subs? I don't want to say a lot of great people. This is 95% of people are great and awesome, and they're not going to stab me in the back. But the 5% that do, it really ticks me off. And, I just block them. That's simple. Like someone just came on one of my videos. Oh, great video. Awesome video. And just three days ago, I saw them comment talking the worst stuff about me possible. But 3 days later, oh, that's a great video. They're laughing. You're awesome. I'm like, how fake can someone be? Yeah, with Dave Chappelle, Jay-Z's asking about Dave Chappelle and the clone. I'm not buying it. Same with Eminem and Dre. If anything, they just have doubles. They're not like, there's no, God made this world where we all have to come to this world through a birth, through a woman. Okay? They want to, listen, these so-called elite want to make us believe they have this technology that they can create, humans in some kind of clone factory. That's science fiction. Okay? People get too deep with this, and they want you to believe they have this type of power when they don't. Okay? It's like Madonna. She said this during an interview. She talked about her security and this and that, and if she's worried about, any harm coming to her, she goes, I have 3 doubles that look just like me out there. So just take that as a hint that if you look like any of the celebrities very, very close, they can use you. So if Dave Chappelle has been replaced, it would be not by a so-called clone out of a factory. Okay, it would be by a lookalike, if it even is happening. Same with Eminem and Dre and these people. So just wanted to answer that. Okay. Yeah, thanks above productions. I appreciate that. Rockefeller, yeah, bang a dude. Okay, ha ha ha. Okay, good. Destroy them. Their matrix. Thank you. Doing very well. Okay, let's see here. Get into some more of the questions. Thank you. I don't know how to say your name. Super Tramp. Track on point. Thank you. And I believe talking about Bill Clinton, how does he fit in all the big picture, with the bloodline? I believe he's a Rockefeller. He's one of them. That's what it all comes down to. That's how he got into the mix. Just like Obama in the bloodline as well. How long does it take? T2 asked me, how long does it take to make a video? It depends. Some of my videos are only a few seconds, some are much longer. It just varies greatly. Some can take 2-3 hours to make. Some are just, listen, sometimes I make videos. I'm in the process of making a video and I'm into it for like 45 minutes and then I put it on the shelf because a news story comes up and I never get back to it. And it's sitting there waiting to be completed. Like I was gonna upload a video on Michael Landon, and then a news story came up and it's scrapped. I did it about a month and a half ago. It's still sitting there to be completed. So I have a not a photo editor, a video editor, where there's videos sitting there waiting to be completed and processed and uploaded. So that's one of the Michael Landon, and it's not a hot topic. I don't want to when there's a big news story out. I don't want to spend precious time working on a story like Michael Landon when there's more need for other topics, like when a celebrity comes out talking about the flat Earth. I should focus on that. And Michael Landon, it's not a hot topic, so I put that on the shelf when I see a hot story come out. So that happens often, where there's videos sitting on the shelf, and some I never get to. Some are just sitting there for a long time, and I don't get to. So many subjects to cover, so it gets to be difficult. Okay, yeah. Ringside Movies. I already mentioned Eric Dubay. And this is, I'm going to say this right now. A lot of people are joining in late, so they're not going to hear, of course, what I said earlier. So I'm going to have to repeat some of the same, very specifically, the very popular questions. I'm going to have to answer them again and again because it's important. I just can't skip over them. Eric Dubay, real quickly, like I mentioned earlier, he does amazing flat Earth videos, but I don't like the fact that he denies Christ and he promotes Hitler as some type of hero in the world stage. Hitler was a Mason, okay? The Iron Cross is nothing more than a 2D pyramid. Just look at the Arco logo. Type in Arco logo in the Google images, the Arco gas station, all you're looking at is a top view of a pyramid, just like Reebok. And that's what Hitler was wearing, the so-called Iron Cross, just like the Pope. They're all a band of deceivers. Julia, thank you so much. Julia with the G, thank you. You've been a supporter for a long time. Okay, let's see here. One thing I want to mention, people are asking me about land beyond. What happened here? I think this live chat is not working. I don't see any comments in the live chat. Okay, came back. Oh no, I don't see any comments. Hold on a second, guys. The live chat has gone down. Let me do a test here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, unfortunately, it's gone down. I can't see anything. Thanks, Big Text. Now I see. Thank you very much. Grace by Faith, thank you very much. She helps me out a lot. Always good info. If I make a little error here and there, I'm not beyond correction. I make videos, and sometimes I don't watch them before I upload them. I just, I don't have a script. I don't have anything written down. I just put a bunch of images together and have a general idea of what I'm going to say, and I just roll with it. Sometimes I might mispronounce something, or make a little error here, or repeat something. It's just I have so much to do, and it's too tedious to go back and check. If there's a major error, again, I'll go back and I'll remove a video and re-upload it. But if it's something minor, I'm not gonna do that. Now, one thing I want to mention about the flat Earth, people are talking about the land beyond, supposedly the land beyond Antarctica, the ice wall. I don't think so. It's not biblical. You would need, of course, another sun and a moon for that to happen, And one thing that needs to be made perfectly clear: how can Admiral Byrd go beyond the so-called ice wall and there's tropical land? It doesn't make sense, because if there's another world beyond Antarctica, it would be cold for a very, very, very long time, until you get to the point where you're near near the next so-called equator of that second world for it to be tropical. So just beyond Antarctica, how is it possible that there's this tropical region? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. You need a very hot sun to do that. And just beyond, it doesn't make sense. It's just very common sense to me, where Admiral Byrd was, of course, a Mason. I'm not saying, again, everything he says is a lie. I find a lot of things he says interesting, but again, this is, they mix truth with lies. Okay, let's get back here to the, and again, I'm having issues with the live chat. I'm going to try to refresh my page. Hold on, everybody. I'm going to refresh my page because it is not working. There's just too many comments coming in. Okay, I think it's coming back on. Okay. Holocaust. I mentioned that Holocaust is 33. It's greatly exaggerated. Greatly exaggerated. Okay, see comments now. Sorry, I missed comments for a while. Yeah, I like Mark Sargent. I'm not going to say anything bad about him, but, no two people are going to agree on everything. Mark Sargent was probably the first guy I watched videos on about the flat Earth, so I'm not going to say anything bad about him. He subbed to me, and I'm not going to agree with him if he believes. So I've never heard him say that, recently or whatnot. But if he believes there's land beyond, I'm not going for that. So we're going to disagree on that. But I love what he puts out, and if he denies Christ too, PK and I were very good friends. He doesn't believe in Christ. He believes in John Lennon. He's substituting, Christ, God, with one of these puppets of this world, which I'm not going for. Everybody, again, has to make their own decision. And, that's all I can say about that. I have friends that are atheists. I have a friend that's a Buddhist, and everybody has to choose their own path in life. I don't dislike anybody for their beliefs. When they intentionally push something, though, I have an issue with that, though. That is, they're doing it on purpose. Let's see here. There's so many questions coming in, and my chat went down. And I'm so far behind with all these. I'm just trying. Let me get back to the very top with all the questions here. Yeah, Nunez, this guy Nunez, he talked bad about me on my Facebook, Russianvids Facebook, and now he wants to be buddy. No, pal, it doesn't work that way. You can't pretend like you're, 1 second you're my friend, the next second stab me in the back and try to be my friend again. So, you're gone. That's simple. WTC Nuke, why do I believe in God? And he puts God with a lowercase g. There's a creator, okay? There is a creator. Just like the chair you're sitting on, even though you didn't see the person, anybody, make that chair, it was created. It just didn't come out of nowhere. Now, something so simple as this chair that you're sitting on, obviously just didn't happen. Now imagine this whole world around you and how complex the human body works with our eyes, how we can move our hands around, and just every part of how this world works, and our, how every human being, besides if you're identical twin, are different. Everybody's fingerprints are different. Retina in your eye, everything is different. This is by design. He wants to make us into individuals. How was it, again, that we came from monkeys and they're still monkeys? All monkeys look the same, but we don't look the same. So if someone wants to explain that. So, people want to believe they're really smart. And here's the thing. I want to say this. I understand why a lot of atheists are not believers, because they look at these goofballs like, say, Jimmy Swaggart, Jimmy Baker, Benny Hinn, Joel Osteen. These are all Freemasonic deceivers. Their purpose is to make believing in God look silly. That's the purpose of them. Okay? They're going to give you some truth. Then you're going to see Benny Hinn on stage act like he's drunk, falling over. Then you're going to see Jim Baker eating out of he has a whole series about where he does those survival kits, these buckets of food. And he has this big, huge container of rice. And he sticks his hand in there. He's eating the rice on a live TV show. It's just to make, believers look like they're stupid, So you got to have your own mind. And who wrote the Bible? Listen, I want to say this again, and Jay, you were my friend at one time, then you talked bad about me another time. Then you came back trying to be my friend again. So, I just can't go for that. You can't just flip flop, like that. So, you're going to be gone, but I'll answer that while you're gone. Bottom line is this: when it comes to the Bible, again, it was translated from, of course, Hebrew and Greek into English. It doesn't mean it was written by a Mason. It just means it could be potentially by King James, potentially translated. Because like I said in my other podcast, I hate to keep repeating these things, but it's good for the new listeners. The bottom line is this: it's too easy for these psychopaths just to change every single aspect of God's word and leave us no way out. I believe it's like the movie Mad Max, where Mad Max chained someone down, Johnny the Boy, before a car's about to explode with a timer. And Mad Max tells him, you can hack the chain or you can hack through your leg in a certain amount of time if you want to live. It's sort of that. These are like psychopaths, how they operate. They're giving us an out. It'd be too easy not to give us that out. So that's the narrow gate. People that can discern the Bible correctly. The Bible is amazing. If you look at the verses and the way it's all put together, and again, people want to believe King James was a Mason or wasn't a Mason. To me, the bottom line is this, and I said it in a past video. The English language is basically, I don't want to say this, but based on the occult itself, where God, how they work on opposites. I mentioned so many times in videos how God and dog is reversed. You get God, dog. So call him the creator, call him what you want, but understand when you say God, that's the reason, because they see things in opposites. They're calling our creator a dog. That's how they see it. So that needs to be understood, and that's the sad reality. There is a creator. There's a creator. So that needs to be understood. And one thing I want to mention as well, as I stated in the other video, the other podcast, if the churches preach directly out of the Bible, I'd be really, really concerned. They don't. If they don't give you the whole truth about, for example, the Christmas tree, as I mentioned, Jeremiah 10. I'm not going to go over all the details. People know about this. Jeremiah 10, where it says, do not cut the tree from the forest and line it with silver and gold. And the churches do that. So that's duality. That's the opposite. They're teaching you the opposite of what the Bible says. And of course, the flat earth, they teach us, not only in school, but in the churches, that we live in a ball. The churches won't tell you that Sandy Hook was a hoax. Okay, they're not going to tell you that. Will Joel Osteen tell you that? They're not going to tell you the Boston bombing was a hoax. Tell me one televangelist that says, hey, you know what? I'm not quite sure about that London event. It doesn't pass the smell test. They're not going to say it because they're all Masons. Okay, that's how it works. They control the churches. They control the media. They control it all. That's how they control the minds. That's how they control the matrix. Okay, let's... Oh, thanks, Nancy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like putting a little bit of music for people in there. You know, me being an 80s dude growing up in the 80s, you know, I slip in some music. I don't really listen to music at all pretty much, but I put in little clips I remember from the past. Are they trying to shut me down? They shut me down 6 times already. Yeah, they have. Okay, let's see here. There's so many things coming in. While I'm speaking, of course, I cannot read and speak at the same time. You know, all these questions coming in here. I'm a little bit behind because I had issues with live chat with a lot of the questions coming in. You think you flat out come together? You believe you found the edge of the dome? Yeah, make a video on it. You know, I like to see that. Okay. Thank you, Juliet, once again. Alpha, what happened to flight MH370? I believe it's going to reappear one of these days. You know, who knows? It's just mind games. You know, like I don't want to keep saying this. Like I made a video a day before 322 went down in London. You know, I don't want to keep beating that drum that I called it. But, you know, we just, you know, we can make predictions. We can predict things accurately. But this world's like watching a movie where we don't know. You know, we can make all these speculations and what they're going to do. But again, like a movie, try guessing the end of a movie. Unless you're psychic and you have a crystal ball, you can't. There's twists and turns. We're just playing a guessing game. Just like I said, a day before the elections on a podcast where I said initially, I believe Hillary Clinton would be elected. But I said in the podcast, I could be wrong. I don't have a crystal ball, and it could be basically a big swerve. And that's what happened. So anybody that tells you that pushes something like it's a fact, they don't know. You know, they don't know. And so one thing I want to make clear too, for all the people that are coming on the chat that I've seen you badmouth me before, I'll answer your questions, but after I answer it, you're gone. Because, you know, there's no, you know, once you talk bad about me on my channel, you can't just, you know, worm your way back and like, oh, we're all friends again. No. I don't mind if you disagree with me on something and we have a civil debate, but when you try to throw me under the bus and then try to come back and act like we're buddy-buddy, I don't go for that. So, unfortunately, you're gone there. And you know who I'm referring to? You know, again, some people play like, I don't know, when they speak with me on my channel, they don't know that what I know, that I see them. And I got people, you know, I busted people red-handed. They're like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. After they talk bad about me on other channels, you know, they have nothing to say, you know. So, you know, phonies, you know, two faces, you're not welcome on my channel. You know, real people, you're welcome, you know. If someone apologizes, I've had people come back to my channel and say, look, man, I talked bad about you and I apologize and this is, no problem. But when you just, you know, weasel your way back and act like, you know, oh, I'm back after, you know, calling me, you know, disinfo shill, this, and this, and you want to weasel your way back in my channel, no, this doesn't work that way. Okay, here. Let me read some more questions here. Let's see. No. Don't. Someone named Jesus says research Hitler, the greatest story never told. No. That's like none of that garbage here, please. You know, so you're gone. You've been gone, actually. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm getting so many questions on the live chat. It keeps freezing up. It just constantly freezes up. I got to refresh again. Okay, hold on. Hold tight. Let's see here. This live chat is not just like last time. Yes, Elton, I know I know a good amount of Russian. Yes, from my growing up in my again, my parents from being from Russia, but I grew up mainly speaking English. It's like this. Let me, you know, some people keep asking me if I speak Russian. Let me put it this way: my parents spoke to me in Russian. I spoke back in English. They want us to be Americanized. You know, they had a tough time learning the English language, and like when I was a child. And for example, my brothers and sisters would speak to me in English, my parents in Russian, so it'd be like half English, half Russian. And like, for example, I never knew what the word dustpan was until I was a little bit older, until I was in the school system. I knew it as a savok. So I would say in English, oh, I need the savok, or get the savok. And, and so I went over to someone's house when I was younger, and I said, where's the savok? Do you have a savok? And they're like, what's that? And I didn't know how to say dustpan, so something like that. And this person here, Jesus Saves, is cursing. It's funny. The person named Jesus Saves is cursing on my live chat. But not to get off topic, let's get back here to the questions. Yeah, Macedonian, Russian, a lot of these Slavic languages are very similar. I'll watch different news channels throughout the world, and like a lot of the Slavic languages, a lot of the words are very similar, and I can understand a lot of these different languages. Not all of it, but a good amount of these different languages. There are a lot of similarities with a lot of Slavic languages. Okay, Bill Cooper. I answered Bill Cooper before. Sorry, guys. There's so many questions coming in. I just can't keep up, so I apologize. Let's see here. Getting back to Bill Cooper. Okay, Bill Cooper, like I stated in the other podcast, and basically he was interviewed by CNN. He pushed the whole UFO agenda with the Olympics, like I mentioned in my first podcast, with the UFO over the LA Olympics. He was a Masonic youth with the Malay Society, so he can't be trusted. He just, basically, like I said in my other podcast, he just basically was replaced by Alex Jones. As Bill Cooper was making his way out, Alex Jones was the man to replace him. That's what it all comes down to. Alex Jones is scum, yes. Okay. Let's see here. This person has made like 5 screen names. See, this is the problem. These, Yeah, Jesus Saves says Hitler was right. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, boy. Sorry about this, guys. It's not going as smooth as I want to with these with this live chat with the flashing constantly. If you guys see my side, it's constantly flashing and just a lot of questions coming in. And let's see here. Thanks, Elton. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see here. Sorry for the delay. People that say Hitler was right, you can have your opinion about that. That's fine. I'm not going to, block you on that. You want to say Hitler was right, that's fine. But the world's a stage, Okay. One thing people mentioned about Alex Jones, they said, oh, I saw pictures of Alex Jones online when he was younger. Yeah, they're all photoshopped. Okay? It's just unbelievable. Here's the thing is, there's so much disinfo with this person looks like this person looks like that person. But with Alex Jones' case being, Alex Jones and Bill Hicks being one of the same, that's one of the rare cases where it's actually true. Okay, chemtrails, I mentioned it in a video. There's multiple reasons for it. Okay, hold on. This person here, Mr. Hitler, you're gone. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, good night there, Plain Joe. Okay, hold on. There's so many trolls here, and this screen is flashing. You guys have to be patient while I get rid of the trolls. Yeah, like I said, chemtrails, it's a weather control, weather modification, could be for blue beam. There could be different type of chemtrail, compounds components spread over different areas. Now I can see it fine. Everything's coming in. People are telling me to restart the live stream. It's the live chat's coming in fine now. It's now I said it, now it flashes. What is a troll? A troll is just someone that's just stirring the pot. That's simple as that. And I get questions about people I'm not even quite sure about, so I'm not going to, answer those questions. Okay, let's see here with the questions. Now I see everybody's asking me to reboot. I see everything fine now. Why do I do videos on Dinky? Dinky is my turtle. I put him on there once in a while. That's simple. Hey, Jeff Coleman, thanks. Thanks for reporting in. What is ISS? ISS is nothing more than an exception, just like ISIS. It's funny. ISIS is a lie, so is ISS. Same thing. One thing I want to point out, like I stated in many videos where people talk about, they see the curvature. Like for example, Lake Michigan, they say, oh, you see the water, you see the buildings going underneath. That proves that we live on a ball. But the buildings are still straight up. If the buildings, the skyline is beyond, is going beyond where you see the water level and you see it below, the building should curve. You never see buildings curve anywhere. You never see buildings curve at any point, anywhere. They're always pointing straight up, And the reason it looks like they're getting lower is because perspective. Okay? Call for uprising. That's you, pal? You're on here? This is difficult. Sorry, guys. This is just so many questions coming in. And the screen's flashing constantly with so many comments. Okay, here. Thanks, destroyed their matrix about Dinky. I appreciate that. One thing I want to mention too is I watched early in the morning. I watched Total Recall, and I watched movies, looking for symbolism. And there's so much. Like they're, at one point they're looking at this one screen that flashes 3 times. You see the all-seeing eye. You see pyramids everywhere. You see the orange symbolism everywhere. They say don't. One of the characters, one of the bad guys says, "Don't shoot. You'll crack the dome." He's talking about someone shooting a gun within the Mars environment. Don't shoot. You'll crack the dome. So it's a lot of interesting things with movies. They're all Masons, like I say. They're all in the know. That's how that happens. People can't connect those dots simply. Like how does like The Simpsons and all these 9/11 references are in movies, because they're all Masons at the top. All the writers, producers, and directors are all Masons at the very top. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Eric Dubé, like I said, he speaks. He does great work on the. I want to say this as far as flat Earth video makers. I really like what ODD puts out. Like I said, Rob Skiba. Call for Uprising. I love his work. He's hilarious with his with Bartley. His latest videos on Bartley and Zach. That's just hilarious stuff. So definitely take a look at a Call for Uprising's channel. He's a funny guy. We chatted on many times on Skype. Hazel asked me, do you consider yourself a teacher or a student? I am both. I try to teach and I'm trying to learn, because when you think you know it all, that's when you stop learning. And hi, Pamela. How are you doing? Pamela Shelton, thanks always for your support. You're always so nice, so generous with your compliments. And Shaq, I call him Shaq a crap, because the guy's just playing games, and he's told to do that. Comes up first, says, he thinks the Earth is flat. Then he says he's joking, and then he says, "Well, I've never seen a real image or photo of the Earth. So, he's just, he's going back and forth. He's just, playing up to it. Let's see here. See, Hazel, I answered you, so don't complain. Okay. Let's see here. Pokemon, give me a break. You're on the wrong. These people made like 8 channels. So when I block them, they keep coming back saying the same thing. And I should be focusing on questions and not having to block people. Yeah, good shield gives a lot of truth. That's the truth. And again, I'm human. I make mistakes. I'm not beyond correction. Sometimes, like I stated in some videos, I mispronounce things. I say things incorrectly. Not often, but rarely. It does happen. I'm human, and I don't have the time to go through my whole video, like an hour-long video or 3-hour-long video or an hour, whatever, and look at the whole thing before I re-upload it. Sometimes I just do a quick, shoot from the hip video, and then I just upload it. And then sometimes if I go through it and I say, oh, what about this? It's a mistake. And if it's a bad mistake, then I'll pull it down. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, this is the problem. Last time I didn't announce I was going to have a live stream. And now that I announced it, now the shills were ready to jump on this live stream. So they're gone. Yeah, flat earth peasant. Yeah, it's okay to disagree with people, It's perfectly fine to disagree with people. Just do it in the proper way. But the worst part is when people, they want to argue a point and they have no clue what they're talking about. They have no idea. Like people want to debate me about things and, they don't know the first thing about their belief. They believe we live on a ball, but they know absolutely nothing. There's no so-called facts about the ball, which is a lie. That's why they're deceived. They don't know the dimensions. They don't know the radius, the diameter, the circumference. They don't know anything. You ask them, what's the supposed curvature, say from San Francisco to LA, they can't answer it because it's never been taught because it doesn't exist. Flight simulators, there's there's no curvature on a flight simulator. Why is that? They should be teaching that. It's going to be, a flight sim. You're simulating reality. So why aren't they simulating the curve? It's very simple. And before anybody wants to debate you on flat earth, any of your family members or friends in real life, just ask them, show me a real photo of the ball earth. Before that, you don't have an argument. Tell me how a 100-ton container ship, one of these, with these multiple tractor trailers in the back with goods from China, because you can go on the side or the bottom of the ball earth. It's just nothing about the ball earth makes sense. Once you wake up to the flat earth, the ball earth is completely ridiculous. I knew the ball earth was ridiculous a long time ago, but again, like I mentioned before in a video, in several videos, where when you first heard about the flat earth, oh yeah, waterfall over the side. But once you add the ice walls, it just, makes perfect sense. Okay, here, let's get back to some of the questions here. Let's see here. Okay, here, let's see here. Yeah, one thing I want to mention too, like I had a video that ended up like at 2 minutes and 33 seconds. I have a lot of videos, like 600 on one channel, and like I believe it was 400, 500 on the other. And no, what is it? No, it's more like 400 on the other channel. Where at times when I upload a video, you're not going to know until it's processed, and then you see it like, oh, look, it's at 9:11 or 33 seconds. And what I do sometimes, I try to trim it down so people don't give me a hard time. It's not on purpose, okay, guys? I'm not a Mason, never going to be a Mason. I know what it's about, so why would I? Well, of course, I expose it. That's all I do is expose the Masons all the time. And people tell me, the Masons don't own this world, but they call me a Mason. Give me a break. Let's see here. Looking at the questions coming in. It seems like the live chat's working better now. Okay, here. John Jones, Illuminati. No. You know, like all these celebrities, someone asked me about, you know, Conor McGregor asked me if John Jones is Illuminati. They're just, you know, they're controlled puppets while they, you know, have fights. Majority of fights in the UFC are real. Some are rigged. Just like pro boxing, majority are real. Some are rigged. And just like, you know, actors in Hollywood and you know, musicians in the music industry, they're also used as form of for propaganda as well. And they'll use them as far as, you know, this flat earth versus baller stuff, 9/11. You know, they use many celebrities talking about 9/11. Now, let's see here, more questions. Let's see. See, people like this coming on my channel. You have a name like Jesus is Satan, you know, just, you know, I mean, don't you have something better to do? I mean, you have nothing better to do than troll someone's channel? Is your life that pathetic? Alvin, if I run for president, impossible. That would mean that I'm a Mason. So, and not in this controlled Masonic world, but in a different world. Yeah, hopefully. Okay, let's. Someone said Dinky's a Mason. Give me a break. Unbelievable. No worries, Connor. Sorry. You know, listen, if I don't answer your question to people, maybe ask again several times, because as I'm answering one question, there's like 20 questions flashing in front of me, and I can't remember them all. And while I'm speaking, a lot of these questions, this live chat just keeps flashing in front of me. If you guys saw my side of it, how I see it, it's just constantly flashing. So, and I have to refresh again just to try to look at this at the live chat. Jeranism contacted me through my Facebook page, and he's very friendly to me, you know. So, nothing bad to say about Jeranism, you know. You know, he's he's cool with me. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything bad about him. He actually did I believe a podcast talking about my video I made with my interview with Joe France, and I appreciate that spreading the word. So I'm not going to talk bad about someone that's, that's nice to me until they cross me the wrong way. There's of course a lot of backstabbers out there that are just trying to set me up. Oh yeah, they love me. You're the best, RV. Oh, you're amazing. You're the best channel. And then I go to another channel and they're talking bad about me. So yeah, people know that I'm going to mention this too, and I need to bring this up. I was mentioned on the, of course, on the Tosh.o, and that looks really bad. I'm gonna be very blunt. I never expected that, and that looks bad. It's like a good thing it gets out there, but but at the same time I don't like that, because it's like, oh, this guy Russianvids, he must be one of these controlled opposition. But they didn't mention me by my username. They didn't mention me, my channel whatsoever. They just played my audio. They call me, quote, a conspiracy theorist. Where the difference is, Joe Rogan will mention Eric Dubé by name. Same with Eddie Bravo in his interview, or his when he talked about Flat Earth on InfoWars. He mentioned, it's funny, Eddie Bravo mentioned Eric Dubé by name, said he's the best. And then the next day they do a podcast together. Give me a break. Okay, and I'm glad to see my pal, a call for uprising here. A lot of people think he's me. No, we're just twins separated by birth, maybe. That's about it. Let's see here. And kill Illuminati Vids. I appreciate your support, man. And best of luck with your channel too, pal. Stan Vault. Easter eggs. Yeah, Easter eggs is all about paganism too. The concept of them putting Easter eggs everywhere. Like Dallin H. Oaks. I mean, Dallin H. Oaks hoax. It's like Diane Reddy in front of Congress talking about Freemasons. Her name is Diane Reddy. Diane Reddy. Just like I mentioned before, like John Bobbitt had his penis bobbed off. You know, Anthony Weiner showed his wiener. It's just a joke, you know. Don Lemon selling lemons. They love a planet. Sally Khan, Sally Ride, the first woman in space, Sally Ride. I mean, how does that happen? Because it's all, they're just playing with us. Okay, let me read some of these. I got to pause and stop talking. If I keep talking, I'm not reading what people are saying here. I'm telling you, show. Glad I'm glad you are seeing this. Yeah, exactly. Eddie Bravo, give me a break. Okay. David Wilcox. Oh, these people. No, they're all, you know, they're all frauds. All of them. Listen, I'm going to say this outright. There's probably a handful of real truth speakers out there, and out of that, they're probably not even real truth speakers. There's very few. And I know a lot of people might not like this or like this, but to me, like him or not, Dave J to me is, you know, he's like the guy I look up to, you know, and even though we don't agree on everything, Dave J, like I said in my last podcast, you know, I look at him as a genius. You know, he's on another level, and I try to explain to people, and this is not meant as an insult, but when you discuss things, you have to start with the basics and foundations, and always repeat the foundations and basics in every video. Some people might say, oh, you repeat yourself a lot in your videos, the same stuff. It's necessary because I have a lot of new viewers. I get new subs in all the time. So if I skip over all the basics and move on to the second chapter, they're not going to get the foundation. They're not going to get the second chapter either. So all you people on my channel that say, oh, Russianvids, he keeps bringing the same thing up. He talks about the same flat earth model with the sun moving. New viewers need to see that. If they don't see that, it's not going to click for them. So people on my channel, you have to be patient. I'm going to be repetitive with a lot of stuff. And if that's not acceptable to you, then I'm sorry. I'm speaking for, I'm putting in new stuff, and I'm mixing in the foundation of a lot of this truth. Because again, if I just talk about flat earth in an advanced form where I skip over the basics, they're not going to get the foundation. So that needs to be understood. So Dave J, like I said, he's on another level. And I try to speak simple. You know, I don't try to, a lot of people try to, try to flex their brain, I would say, and try to, show how smart they are. And I believe in just keeping it simple. If you cannot explain it simply enough, you don't know it well enough. Richie from Boston. I mentioned it, that deal with the laptop. I thought that was kind of goofy, but I'm not going to say anything bad about him. I mean, he has his own style. He does his own thing. And I like, stuff he does. But again, not everybody's going to, mesh 100%. I like most of his stuff. Some of the stuff, he's kind of smug sometimes. He likes to do the, what do you call the duck face when he's in his car, when he's in his Jeep or car. And I don't go for that kind of stuff. But, he's he's kind of funny too. Richie's funny. So, I'm not going to say anything bad about him. Let me, 1 second here. Another goofball shows up on my, 1 second here, please. Gotta take the time because these losers, that's what they are, losers with no lives, have to interrupt, this live stream. I mean, how obsessed do you have to be to go on someone's live stream that, you don't like, you don't agree with his videos, and move on and spend time enjoying someone that you do like. You love watching their videos, spend time, dedicate your time to them. And say, oh, this guy, Russianvids, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to move on, then do that. That's simple. Hey, King James, thanks so much, pal, from down under. Thanks, brother. I appreciate all your comments. You comment a lot, and I appreciate the support. Okay. Are they getting paid? Yeah, I'm sure they're getting paid. Let's see here. Let me see here. Let me go through some. I'm going to scroll back up because a lot of people and World Exposed. Yeah, World Exposed. Richie from Boston has contributed a lot, and I appreciate his work on flat Earth specifically, with the moon. With his he's a little bit. He sounds sketchy when it comes to his belief, but then when he makes videos showing how the moon is very close with his P900 digital camera, the Nikon, it's appreciated that he's putting that out there. Richie's a redneck. What do you mean? He's in Boston. There's rednecks in Boston? Okay. Yeah, I blocked that goof. He's gone. Thanks, Third Eye. Yeah, I blocked him. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, sacred geometry. They all love their they love math. They love their numbers. Yeah, it's their form of communication here. Yeah, Jeranism. I already mentioned Jeranism. He's okay. Yeah, Jeranism is okay. But let's get back here to some more questions. Yeah, it's like this. I don't want to say this about Richie for Boston or Dave J or anybody else for that matter. Our personal lives might not mesh, but that's not important. What's important is the truth. If Richie for Boston, he puts in a lot of work. He puts the truth out there. That's appreciated. Let's see here. Yeah, the moon. See, I talk to people in my personal life that believe, the ball Earth, and what about the moon, this and that, and they don't even know that, that we only see one face of the moon. I told them that they never knew that. So a lot of people that believe in the globe, they don't even know the foundation of the globe. They don't even know what they believe in. They have no idea. They're arguing their beliefs when they don't know what their beliefs are. I find it completely ridiculous. It's like someone that says, "Oh, I'm a vegan. I believe in being a vegan. This, and they're eating honey," when they don't realize, eating honey is vegan is not part of the vegan diet. Eating honey and things like that. So now Max Malone and I, someone asked me about Max Malone. Max Malone and I, we had a falling out over the Taiwanese plane crash hoax. He called it a real, and I didn't agree. But since then, Max and I, I made a few videos on Max, calling him out. And then after the dust settled, he started making flat Earth videos, which were good. And I said, Max, all good, man. And actually came on one of the podcasts and hi to me, so all's good with Max. So let's see here. I think there's more. Hold on, man. This is the problem with this. I announced this podcast, this live stream, and the trolls came out in force. It's probably the same person under 20 different names. Because they're saying the same exact thing about Hitler. The same exact comment. Yeah, and like I said, the flat Earth. Ball Earth. Okay, the ball Earth is the foundation of this world. People say, why does it matter? Why do you care about flat Earth? Because that's the foundation of the world we live in. When you were told, if you're told, falsely that we live in a globe and we don't, why should you trust anything they say? So you say, okay, they lied to us that the Earth is a ball and we live in a flat Earth. So what? But then you're going to keep voting. Then you're going to keep falling for these other news stories. So once you understand the ball Earth is a lie, everything else they tell us is a lie as well. They just lied to us just to lie. So people that ask me on my channel, on my videos, well, it doesn't make any sense for them to lie about this. It doesn't make any sense for them to lie about that news story. There's no agenda. Their agenda is to lie about everything. That's their agenda. When all they give us is lies, good luck finding the truth. Okay, let's move on to some questions here. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. And do I think Donald Trump is, yeah, Conor McGregor, again, Donald Trump, I don't think he's going to last the full 4 years. I think he's not going to last, but I don't own a crystal ball. I can't say that for certainty, but I don't see it myself. I could be wrong. I'm like everybody else out there. I'm just looking for the truth. And I learned a long time ago, don't state anything as a fact because we don't know when it comes to future predictions. I'm not talking about past events. Past events, that's a different story where you could break them down after the fact. But to claim, some future event is going to happen on this date or that date, or this is going to happen, that's going to happen, we cannot say for certainty, like, for example, the missing plane is going to show up again. We don't, that's just, I believe it's going to show up again. But, we don't, I can't say that for a fact. Yeah, this Pokemon guy, hold on. This Pokemon, just keeps pushing the Holocaust and not the Holocaust, but he's pushing Hitler as a hero and all that stuff. Man, Trump will last. Well, we'll see. He might, but Trump is high up there. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I never mentioned this in a video. I look at Trump in his earlier days, his earlier videos. I saw a video. It was interesting. They mentioned his age of 33 years old during the interview. I think it was on ABC. I don't remember the channel, the station or the network. And they mentioned how Donald Trump, a 33-year-old millionaire, billionaire, and they and just looking at Donald Trump, he looks like I just look at him like someone that's involved with witchcraft, like some kind of vibe he gives off, like the things he does behind closed doors. They're just actors on TV. That's all they are. It's like when you watch Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, when behind the scenes, all like when you have the like Emperor Palpatine, all these people, before he became the Emperor, they're talking behind the scenes, but when they speak in front of the public, they're completely different. That's exactly how the politicians work. That's exactly how they work. Yeah. Why is he orange? Because orange is 33. That's why he has that orange makeup and the fake beef with REM. And of course, REM had the album Orange Crush. Okay. Let's see here. Who watched Phantom Menace? I watched it a long time ago. Back in 1999 when it came out. Because I know they put a lot of truth in movies. And they do. It's like watching the news, watching, TV shows, listen to music. You're going to get hints, of they put a lot of truth in there. Just pay attention to the details. Yeah, every politician is an actor. Ronald Reagan, Jesse Ventura, Clint Eastwood, what's his name? Al Franken. Yeah, freedom fighter. Yeah, these people love Hitler. Listen, these people that love Hitler, they don't believe in a God. They're looking for a hero in this world where there aren't any. That's it, And people ask me questions about my personal life. Listen, I like to just focus on what I do here. Everybody wants to dig. People want to say, how do you look like? How old are you? What school did you attend? All these questions, it's just the things I do. If you're going to be doing what I do and you get for example, I'm on the Daily Mail today or yesterday. Someone mentioned to me, they mentioned my channel talking about 322 being a hoax, mentioning Skull and Bones, and so I'm getting a lot of attention and I don't want to put my information out there, and things like this, so, the personal stuff, you gotta understand, if you're going to make a video talking about this stuff, you're putting yourself, and, you gotta be kind of brave to do it as well. A lot of people, they'll make videos, they'll say bad things about me, make videos talking bad about me, but they never made any videos on anything else. They never spent a second making a video exposing anything. They should make a video exposing themselves how they don't make videos on anything. That's what they should do. And maybe make a video why they're so miserable and how much they hate life. Yeah, Bird was like Grace by Faith said, Bird was a Mason. They're all Masons. Don't look for a single hero on TV. So don't ask me, is this televangelist, is he legit? Is this politician legit? Is this celebrity legit? They're all sellouts from all of them. That's simple. So like George Carlin, so many people love George Carlin. Well, you don't understand. George Carlin, maybe he's a good guy, but he's doing what he's told to do. Okay, he's not out there, making his own comedy acts. They're always going to put propaganda in and mockery in comedy. They love to, just like Eddie Griffin said, watch it on CNN. It must be true. I saw it on Fox. It's real. They're putting the truth where no one's going to believe. Oh, he's just a comedian. Who cares what he says? Oh, this Illuminati card game says flat earthers know something, but who cares? It's just a stupid card game. The same exact concept. The world of opposites. Yeah. Sai, talking about the 80s. Oh, yeah, 80s were great. I love the 80s, growing up in the 80s. Saturday morning cartoons, big bowl of cereal, watching Super Friends and, the CBS specials and all that stuff. 80s was a great time. I really miss the 80s myself. Okay, let's get back on subject here. Pamela, what are you saying here? It pains you to have teach my 8-year-old history, knowing that I know. Yeah, well, yeah, it's like this, Pamela. We have to go to the school system. It's like I mentioned in my last podcast. It's like downloading some software, and you always have the option to click or unclick if you want to download another browser to go along with it. So you gotta filter out the junk and don't take that. Leave it behind and take the good. Unfortunately, when it comes to history, there's nothing good in it when it comes to the school system. But we have to learn, of course, if you're in the United States, English and arithmetic. But everything else, watch out. Of course, just it's all a lie. Oh, Richard Gage and Architects for 9/11. Yeah, Richard Gage. Chris asked about that. Yeah, Richard Gage is just another controlled opposition guy, and they're a bunch of scammers asking for money. And what all the money they asked for, what has it gone for? They've been on Fox News, and what have they done? They just scam people. They're keeping people locked in a box. They only stick with Building 7. They don't talk about the Pentagon. They don't talk about the towers. It's spinning wheels with Richard Gage. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Nez Leader, thanks, man. And I appreciate all your support. I see your comments on my channel. And also, Maddie G, I appreciate the comments as well. Yes, reptilians are demons, no doubt. Let's see here. Oh, boy. Here's another one. I mean, hold on, everybody. I got to take the time to get rid of these people here. I mean, someone made at least 15 accounts. Every time I ban them, it's the same exact copy and paste post using different screen name. Okay, here, let's see. Yeah, public static. Yeah, he's blocked. Yeah, Zach is gone. Kaput. Give me a wrench. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, hold on. Truth Finder, you want a wrench? Let's see here. Yeah, I'll add you as a moderator. You can get rid of the trolls. Your duty is troll patrol. Let's see here. And Chris Panos, thanks so much. You comment a lot on my Facebook page, my Russianvids account. I appreciate your comments. And let's see here. One thing I want to mention, also, everybody that tries to private message me on my YouTube channel, I do not check private messages. I have enough comments I can't respond to on my videos. Then my inbox in YouTube is completely flooded. I mean, there's literally thousands upon thousands upon thousands of videos in spam. And also, too, if you're gonna post a link to anything, don't do it, by itself. Respond to my post. Then I can approve it because it's going to go in the spam box. I'm never going to see it. So don't just post a link by itself with a new comment. It's got to be under one of my comments, or else I'm never going to see it. It's going to go straight to the spam box, and there's so many messages in my spam box, I'm not going to see it. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Am I a Bruce Lee fan, Elton? I'll tell you right now, growing up, I love watching Bruce Lee movies. Bruce Lee was, awesome, but unfortunately, he was, just like everybody else that makes it top of this world, he was one of them. He was a sellout, and made a video about him marking the X on that the game of death on someone. He's doing the devil horn pose. He's told to. Unfortunately, he played that role. And one thing people need to understand too about Bruce Lee, people talk about Bruce Lee and him being, if he was in the UFC, he beat up everybody. Remember, he's just an actor. He was just an actor. Who did he really beat up in real life? I like his movies. He was talented. He can do a lot of stuff, but he was an actor. So we never seen him. Have we seen him participate in real competition? Movies, he beats up everybody. You could put me in there, I'll beat up everybody too. Does it mean I'll be a champion in the UFC? Absolutely not. Maybe I can be, but I don't think so. Yeah, my last video I mentioned being a vegan. And I'm being a vegan. I'm sorry. People are talking about being. Someone posted about being a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. I've been a vegetarian for a while now, and I really suggest people, really delve into that and slowly cut away from beef at first, then slowly break away from chicken and do it gradually, and you can get off. You can get off the whole meat and the killing of animals, and you can get protein other ways. Black beans are a really good source of protein. A lot of people, fruit is great. Make a giant fruit salad with, blueberries, red grapes, pineapple, melon, cantaloupe, watermelon. You could throw so much good stuff in there, and all that stuff is so easy to digest, packed with vitamins and minerals, and vitamin K. And listen, every time you look at a fruit, each color represents what it contains. For example, when you look at a carrot, carrots have that beta carotene. And I don't want to say this; it's the color orange, of course, but it's true. Just like cantaloupe has that orange color, that's the beta carotene, which is good for you. But when you get to watermelon, it's that reddish color, has that vitamin K. So each, mix all the colors of a fruit salad, and you get all your different nutrients and vitamins coming from all your different fruits. So, and it's so easy to digest. It fills you up. And Jay-Z thinks, yeah, all that fruit. There you go. And vegans, no, man, vegans are weak. No, the problem is this. And I'm going to be very blunt when it comes to vegetarians and vegans. A lot of them are very snobbish. They think they're better than everybody else. Let's not get an ego over these things. Let's do it, and let's not be a snob about, oh, I'm a vegan and this, or I'm a vegetarian. No, it's just, let's not, stay humble, please, and just pass it on. And I'm not saying, of course, all vegans are snobs or all vegetarians are snobs. I'm a vegetarian. I don't think I'm a snob, but whatever the case is, I don't like the idea of the slaughter of animals. 60 billion animals killed a year for consumption, and these poor animals are of course, they're all murdered and in a horrible way. If you watch the videos, nobody wants to watch the videos. It's what's funny is a lot of truthers. They complain about their friends not wanting to watch truth videos. But you don't want to watch videos with these animals being slaughtered. You don't want to see that truth. You don't want to see the videos where a cow's throat's being slashed. They're tricked into eating food, and then they put them, they lock them in this device, and they slice their throats, and they kill all these chickens. They throw them around like they're garbage. It's horrible. It's terrible. So yeah, save the animals. Don't eat turtle soup. Don't eat And by the way, there's many great alternatives. Like there's a Trader Joe's by where I live. They have this vegan or vegetarian type meat, and I made it like a soft taco out of it. It's delicious, and it's no animals killed for it. So, these vegetarian products cost less. Like I said in my last podcast. I don't mean to repeat myself, but for example, I go to this local taqueria. It's like $5 for a vegetarian burrito. It won't means $10. You save $5. No animals killed. It's easier to digest. It's better for you. It's a win-win situation, So, okay, I don't want to take too much time of that. I want to answer some of these questions here. Got the cow out back and chicken and chop them in the backyard. Give me a break. Come on, man. Don't talk like that. You just stop trolling me, man. I don't like that stuff, That joke, animals being murdered, Yeah, Flat Derb, you want to stick to chicken and beef? Listen, if people want to do that, I'm not going to say anything bad, but don't mock and talking about you're going to chop up animals in your backyard. I'm going to block people like that. I don't like that stuff, Yeah, Fukushima, the 311 hoax, just like Chernobyl is 33 in numerology. This is, nukes are a hoax, and all these events are fabrications. That's all they are. It's to scare people. I remember back in the 80s, the whole Cold War, and they have enough nukes to destroy the world multiple times over, 10 times over, whatever. And they said they have the Star Wars project and all these, these devices, satellites in space that can, deflect, these nuclear. There's nothing in space. There's none of these, so-called, satellites in space. None of these weapon systems in space. It's all just science fiction. I mentioned before, Bernie, dinosaurs, as we're told, is a hoax. There were large animals that lived in the past, but it's not as we're told. It just supports evolution. The further you go down the truth, the more you. It's like this. I said it so many times. When you first are awake to anything new, your mind gets an uncomfortable feeling when someone says dinosaurs are a hoax. And say, for example, you believe 9/11 was not what we're told. Sandy Hook is not what we're told. Boston. All these events are lies, are news lies. But you want to believe in dinosaurs as we're told, like T-Rex. At first, it's very uncomfortable. But like everything else, like food, it takes time to digest. Truth takes time to digest. It takes time. Just like when Dave J., and I thank Dave J. for this, he's the one that introduced me to the JFK hoax. I believed it was, perpetrated by the government at first. But Dave J. introduced me to it. At first, I rejected it. But I kept an open mind. I'm going to listen to Dave J. And that's why I have a lot of respect for Dave J. Because he woke me up to that. And I give him a lot of credit. And Dave J., I see his pain. He speaks a lot of truth. And he's too far advanced and people don't get him. They do not get him. And that's why he cannot handle a lot of comments. He's answered the same question over and over again. And his patience has worn thin. And he's still making videos. He's still doing. I talked to Dave J. He's, I told him. I said, Dave, you only have what 8,000 subs because people don't get you. You're just too. To them, you sound crazy. But the truth is crazy. This whole world, truth is stranger than fiction, and people don't get him. And I try to. I don't want to say this, but I try to keep things very simple in the way I do my presentations, so a 10-year-old can understand. Everybody can understand. I keep everything simple. And Dave J, yes, Dave J is a genius. Yeah, he is. Does it mean Dave J and I get along or agree on everything all the time? No two people will, and that's just reality. So it's not a knock on Dave J by saying that. It's just a reality. No two people agree on everything. That's simple. And one thing I give him a lot of respect. Dave J admitted that Trump and Joe Biden are not the same. He first was making videos on that, but he's man enough to say, you know what, I was wrong. And you see, it's about putting out the truth. It's not about being right. It's about finding the truth. Yeah, it is Grace by Faith is Dave Johnson. Just type in Dave J channel, and you'll see Dave Johnson. He has a bunch of trees and foliage on his cover. But that's the main guy I go to when he puts a video out. You know, here's the thing too. This is the honest, brutal truth about me and other truth speakers. There's people that are very intelligent. You know, they went to the school system. They're able to work with the numbers and the figures that the school system has presented them with. But the unfortunate thing is they don't know the figures are put together are all fabricated figures. So they constructed all these numbers and figures together. They're nothing more than lies. But they, in their own mind, they're very intelligent because according to the system, what they told them, they mastered the lie system. But they're not smart to figure out they've been lied to about everything. You know, and that's the problem. They put their trust in liars, you know. And that's the truth. And you know, I'm not, you know, some type of genius. I keep it very simple. I keep it very basic. And that's how we should keep it, you know, simple. And a lot of people try to sound articulate and very educated, and it's more their ego coming out. They want to flex their muscles. It's like someone standing in front of the mirror, you know, or someone that goes to the gym that wants to wear a tank top all the time to show his muscles. People have egos. They want to show how smart. I dedicated, you know, 4 years to this university. I want to flex my brains and show everybody how smart I am. You know, by not speaking simple, I want to sound really sophisticated and complex and use big words when it's not even necessary in so many cases. Again, it's just flexing their brain. Now, let's get back here to the questions. And a lot are going through as I'm speaking. Okay, here, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to the flat Earth conference. I've been asked that before. Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna. You know, it's nice that they're doing it. I support, you know, any type of, you know, it's like this though. And I mentioned before, don't be one of these people that stands in a bus depot, a train station, an airport, you know, in front of anybody and just say, you know, the Earth is flat or 9/11 is an inside job. It's not going to get you anywhere but looking like a crazy man or a crazy woman. You need to outreach slowly to people, and you don't want to present them with flat Earth right away because they're going to reject it. First, you got to explain to them, start from the basics, that, you know, politicians are nothing but frauds. They're nothing but actors and liars. And once they get that and they understand 9/11 is not what we're told, Sandy Hook, and all these other events, then flat Earth is advanced truth. It's not for someone that's new to truth. How can someone go to the polls and vote and believe Sandy Hook was real and 9/11 was done by Muslims, and then but they're going to believe the Earth is flat? No, it's, you know, I mean, there's a small percentage of people that can see the Earth is flat and not see through all the other lies, but it's a very, very small minority of people. Okay, let's get back here to some of the questions. Let's see here. Richard Bruce, honestly, I'm sorry. Richard Bruce, it doesn't ring a bell. I might have seen him. I'm really bad with names. I probably saw him before, but it doesn't ring a bell at this moment. Yes, Juan, about Behemoth. I mentioned this in videos about these large animals. Yeah, exactly. They were large animals as mentioned in the Bible, but I'm sure what we're told, and like, for example, you have someone like Ken Hovind doing his presentations wearing an orange shirt, and then you see the globe, and then you see all these dinosaurs as presented in museums. You know, he's a Mason with the orange 33 shirt, fake baller, fake dinosaurs. Okay, that's simple. You know, and it's subconscious programming by sticking that globe in front of you, by sticking the dinosaurs in front of you. Just like I mentioned in my other podcast, we didn't start the fire. The world, you know, the fire, you know, it's been burning since the world was turning. You know, it's a subliminal. Since the world was turning, you know, it's just, you know, they want to get into your subconscious at every angle that the world is turning when it doesn't. Once you figure out the world is static, doesn't move, as the Bible states, then you'll figure it out. You know, it's very simple. You know, it's when you're flying from SFO to Montreal, you're not trying to locate Montreal on a spinning ball. You know, yeah, I'm asked a lot of the same questions. Rob Skiba, yeah, he's the best. He's the best when it comes to making fly earth videos. His presentations, his latest ones, he just gets better and better. That's it. You know, he's yeah. And I mentioned mannequin and challenge being dual 33s. And listen, for example, let me explain this. It's very important when it comes to truth. You got to have what it takes to say what you see, and if you're really sure about it, say it. For example, when I talk about Hillary Clinton being a mannequin, it sounds absolutely ridiculous. I know that, but they make the truth ridiculous as possible, you know, and that's why people can't go there. Just like when what's his name, Simon Shack, said no plans on another. Everybody, you know, golf. They laughed at him, called him this, that, and everything. He's crazy, but now he smells like roses. And Shack, Simon Shack might not even like me. I really don't care. I care about the truth, you know. Yeah, I believe the giants built the pyramids. That's biblical. Where, you know, you look at you know, Mount Hermon and the location of the Bacchus temples in Lebanon, in the vicinity where those huge stones are laid, 100 tons, over 100 tons, and you know, they basically, these giants migrated to Egypt and they built the pyramids. Okay, let's see here with some more questions. And thanks, Benny. I appreciate all your support there, pal. Thanks very much. Let me scroll back up because while I'm talking, I'm not reading that many questions. Vaccinations. Yeah, do not vaccinate. Listen, it's very important that I mention this. The only time I never been in the hospital in my life since I was born. I was only had a vaccination once before I entered the 6th grade. It was a flu shot. And then 3 weeks later, I almost died from this shot. From the flu. I had the worst flu in the world after getting a flu shot. And I know for a fact it was from that vaccine. I was perfectly fine, never had any problems and ever since then, never had any type of shot, never been back to the hospital. You know, I drink, you know, apple cider vinegar, lemon juice, eat a ton of vegetables and fruit, eat things in their natural state as God intended. Don't process your food. You know, for example, you know, the only time you should, you know, maybe cook anything is like maybe rice. You know, eat everything in its natural state, you know, fruits, vegetables, you know, vegetables, try not to even cook them, you know, try to eat them raw. Or some vegetables are really tough to eat raw, like, of course, broccoli, but just steam them for a very short time, just so they're tender, just enough so you keep all the nutrients, you know. Just steam them instead of boiling them. Yeah, Agenda 20, ping pong about Agenda 21. Yeah, you know, I made a video about that a long time ago with those commercials, you know. It's very real. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, listen, God created dragon. Yes, I believe there was large animals like dragon, but not like these, not as presented in like T-Rex and things like that. No, it's more like Komodo dragon, but larger, that lived back then, but not as presented with all these with a lot of these dinosaurs. I believe there could be, you know, animals large as dinosaurs, but of course, you know, their depiction of what they put out, you know, you have all these skeletons in the museum. They're all basically not even real skeletons, of course. So thanks, James. I appreciate that. Okay, let's scroll up here. Yeah, Mr. E3000, I like his work, but he came out of nowhere and started making these really good videos. And but I'm not going to say anything bad about him because, you know, he's actually putting some truth out there. And yeah, it's unfortunate he goes by the Mr. E3000. It's coded, yeah, but I share his videos because they're so well done. They're so well done. Okay, let's see here with some of the questions. Yeah, Santos seems like an okay guy. I mentioned that before. He seems like a different. Maybe some might say a strange bird, but I like him. I like him. I like his stuff. He's different, but I have no problem with someone being different. He's his own individual. Don't follow the crowd. So that's a good thing, I think. Don't follow this world. Be your own person. Yeah, Hovind's sons are Masons. They're all Masons. They're a pack of liars, pack of deceivers. But they say the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Yeah, Behemoth. Yeah, in the Bible. Let's see here. Yeah, answer the vaccination. Slava Russia. I see that. Thank you, Vitaly. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I mentioned Mandela effect. Just forgotten memory. People hate me for that. Some guy that loved me to death got mad at me. He's posted on some other channel. Oh, he said Mandela. Well, it's a hoax. The reality is, they just it's just forgotten memory. It's like this. I tested myself with the song "We Are the Champions" by Queen. At the end, it doesn't say "of the world." You know where it's at? It's in the middle. We always remembered it. We thought at the end. But if you listen to the whole entire song, "We Are the Champions of the World" is in the middle of the song. And this is how they do it. When they do a lot of, for example, little commercials or advertisements, they'll use that song and they'll use the clip where it says "Champions of the World" and they'll end it there. But that's a clip of the song. But if you listen to the actual full version, Freddie Mercury doesn't say "of the world" at the end. So again, it's a little bit complex. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Stephen, I already answered about Eric Dubé. And again, I'm going to be answering the same question many times. And that's okay, people jumping in late. I'll answer it for them. Great Flat Earth videos. Share his Flat Earth videos. Don't share his Hitler videos. Don't share any of the other videos. I don't dislike Eric Dubé. I don't. I really enjoy his Flat Earth videos. I do. I'm not going to lie. But don't share his Hitler videos. So again, that's where I'll leave it at that. I don't dislike him. I don't. Share his videos. Share his Flat Earth videos on Facebook or Twitter, please. But don't share his other stuff. That there you go. Now here, I want to say this. Very important point when it comes to the deception. And I believe I mentioned this in my other podcast, but this is a very, very important point I want to make. Very important point I want to make. When it comes to fluoride. Very important. The CDC says fluoride is safe in our toothpaste. So all these dentists that go through the system, that study the literature says that fluoride is beneficial, this, and this. And all these dentists in the U.S. are pushing fluoride as something safe for your teeth. And if you go to a dentist and you tell him, no, it's not, he'll frown upon you, look down upon you. Because how dare you tell me that? I've researched this. I'm a dentist. I'm a certified dentist. But they don't realize they're certified liars that are feeding you lies that you're pushing unknowingly into your patients. So that's what they do. The government controls the dentistry industry and says what is safe and what is not safe. So dentists are deceived if they're pushing fluoridation. Okay? How can, the back of a tube of toothpaste say, do not ingest, call poison control if swallowed, but then you have fluoridated water for children, specifically for children. And where, for example, an 8-ounce glass of water is the same in relation is the same amount to a little basic drop in a tube of toothpaste. And they say it's dangerous to swallow that, called poison control, but then it's safe to drink fluoridated water. It, science never makes sense. It never adds up. It's like liars that can't get their lies straight. And that's the problem, that's the problem. Okay, here, let's see here. Okay. Moon landing hoax. Yeah, I mentioned in my my video with Joe France. The whole purpose of the moon landing was not to go to the moon. The whole purpose was to show the ball Earth from the moon. And they, of course, faked it all to prove that we live in a ball. That simple. Yeah, flat earth shills. Yeah, they try to, yeah. It's like this, very simple. Just like Alex Jones, they control both sides of each major debate that's out there. They want to control flat earth. They want to control 9/11. They want to control all this. And people like me, I'm not going to get spotlighted. You're never going to hear Joe Rogan mention me ever. You're never going to hear Eddie Bravo say, oh, yeah, Eric Dubé's good, but watch Russianvids flat earth videos as well. No. Because like I said earlier, it just so happens Eddie Bravo said, go look at Eric Dubé. He's the best. He's the best. And the next day, he does a podcast with Eric Dubé. What an amazing coincidence. Of course, all planned, all scripted. We're going to, Eddie Bravo, you're going to go on InfoWars. The next day, you're going to go on Eric Dubé and do a podcast with him. One thing I like, though, I'm going to be very blunt and honest. I like what Eddie Bravo said about people that claim they've seen satellites with their own eyes in space. Are these satellites that are supposedly illuminated, where they got lights in them? And he made the good analogy. I'm going to be blunt. A lot of his stuff he said was kind of really not that good of an argument. But because he kept calling Antarctica the South Pole when it's not. Okay, it's the ice wall. It's Antarctica. But one thing he did say that I liked, he said, when you look at a bus, a satellite is about the average size of a supposed satellite is the size of a school bus per se, or your ordinary bus. And an airplane's 5 times the size. But when you see an airplane in the sky at 30,000 feet, for example, you can barely see it. It's like a little light blinking in the sky. Now, these satellites are supposedly thousands upon thousands of miles in space, and they're much smaller. And how can you see them? And they got no lights on them. So people come on my channel all the time and say, oh, I see satellites with my own eyes. I see ISS. They are just, it's like that one astronomy live guy. That guy's a complete piece of garbage liar, on the payroll, basically, filming it's amazing. He's the one that filmed the only one besides SpaceX that filmed the supposed landing of the returning Falcon 9. The returning rocket that comes in for its vertical landing. But there's no CNN there. There's no Fox News. There's no MSNBC. There's no National Geographic. There's no Discovery Channel. But you got this schmuck, this line ball that just so happens to be Johnny in the spot that records this. And you can tell it's completely fake. So it's a complete insult. Okay, so again, Eddie Bravo, yeah, he's part of it. He sounds like, like he's really, his heart is into it and everything, but, he's part of the club, him and Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, the guy, I saw his video talking with Donald Cerrone, the UFC fighter, about flat earth, just really, trying to mock flat earthers. And Joe Rogan, he's just like the same page as Alex Jones. Just another slime ball. Okay. Let's see here. Let me refresh my page. While I was talking, obviously when I'm talking, I keep going on. I'm not reading the comments. Let me go back to reading the comments here. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I sacrifice a lot of my time for my videos. I mean, I try to enjoy life, and take time off for myself. But I spend countless hours at night, like late at night, staying up and not getting much sleep just to make these videos and stuff and to cover things. Sometimes, like for example, the video I made, I'm not going to lie, the video I made on when I was covered on Tosh O, and again, they didn't mention me by name. They just called me Mr. Conspiracy Theorist. Didn't mention my channel, didn't mention me by name. And, I made that video 4 a.m. I was so tired. And I couldn't even keep my eyes open. And I want to put that video up because I had something to do the next day, so I had to get it done. And by the time I finished completed the video. I believe I make so many videos. I believe I uploaded the next morning without checking anything. I just talked through the whole thing and did the best I could. And sometimes there's little mistakes, little errors, in pronunciation, or I might repeat something or whatever. Just like a video I made today, I didn't double check it, and there's a short audio clip from a song that plays for like 15 seconds during the play of the video, because I'm not going to watch after making the video. I didn't want to spend the time to watch it for an hour and 15 minutes or 45 minutes again and re-upload it. It's just very time consuming, but I try my best. Sometimes there's a little bit of glitches in my videos. If there's something major, I will pull it down and redo it. But if it's something minor, I'm just going to leave it. It's not that big of a deal. If I mispronounce a word or say something wrong, I'm not going to pull a whole video down just over a little thing that people want to make a big. People love to do that. People love to, for example, with my with the video I made on Tosh mentioning my video, people want to. They don't. It's funny. All these people, it has a ton of likes. Okay, if I say one little thing wrong, they don't attack anything I say about flat Earth. They'll say I said something wrong here, like I pronounced something a little bit off, and they'll make the biggest deal over that. But they don't. They can't debunk the flat Earth. That just goes to show, they're, that's a weak argument. Anyways, let's get back to the questions here. Let's see. And the theory about what's in the sky, people see things. Who knows? There can be some type of, balloons, hot air type of balloons that somehow they put up there. If somebody sees something, but I ask people that tell me, well, I see solids with my own eyes, whatever, this, and this. I see something in the sky. Well, how about videotaping it and producing it and uploading it to your channel? Just like the countless amount of people that claim they saw the SpaceX landing, the vertical landing. I said, where's your video of it? People record people fighting in the streets. People record people talking in the bus, but no one wants to record the landing except one guy or two. Besides SpaceX, one guy, that one goofball, Astronomy Live, is the only person that has any footage. Out of all the people that come to my channel say, "Oh, I seen the landing, the vertical landing myself with my own eyes." Well, why don't you tape it? This is a historic event. Why don't you have it on? With everybody having cell phones today, why don't you record it and produce a video? And they don't respond back. Okay. Let's see here. Fabric softeners, chemicals, serve Fev 2010. Yeah, just keep things natural. Everything in life. For example, a lot of women get breast cancer. People get cancers, different types of cancers. Keep your life simple. The least amount of chemicals you can use, the better. Like the toothpaste I use, it doesn't have any fluoride, of course. No additives, all natural. You can get it at a place like Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, or you can go to Amazon and you can make a purchase. And I'll be right back. Let me get the tubes of toothpaste. I have a couple, and I'll be right back, and I'll name them off so people can, purchase them. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just stepped away to get my my toothpaste and name them off here. Jason's brand, okay? It's one brand by Jason. I purchased this at Whole Foods. You can get it online as well. It's Jason. It's the anti-plaque whitening tartar control peppermint. Okay, there's nothing in here. There's no sodium lauryl, no sulfates, preservatives, artificial colors, sweeteners. There's no gluten. It's this is good stuff. Keep it all natural. And the other one is the Now Solutions, fluoride free, SLS free, gluten free, paraben free. This is all natural stuff. This is more expensive, but an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. If you get sick, it's going to cost you a considerable amount of pain, suffering, worry, stress by trying to be cheap and buying, $2, $3 tube of toothpaste. Little things like this. Spending a little bit more is going to save you a lot in the end. Like I said, I can't stress this enough. I've been doing this kind of stuff for years. I haven't drank a soda in like 12 years. I became a vegetarian. I drink a lot of water. I stay away from garbage. Try to stay away from fried foods. Instead of white rice, I eat brown rice, and it's delicious. I love Thai food. I'll go to a Thai restaurant, and I'll get tom yum soup, which is delicious with all vegetables, tofu. I'll get the brown rice. I like some, a little bit of peanut sauce for a little bit of fat, protein, some eggplant stir fry, vegetable stir fry, and it's all delicious. No animals killed. It's a lot cheaper, and it's much easier for your body to digest. So it's a win-win situation. Stay away from red meat. You love your hamburgers, fine. If you're not going to go vegetarian, that's fine. But really, that stuff is so bad for you. It's horrible. It's just terrible. Okay, let's get back here. I'll get back into health if anybody asks any more questions based on health. Let's see here. I got to refresh this page again. While I was talking, it froze up here. Okay, let's see here. Let me see. Sorry, guys. So many questions are coming. I can't keep up. If I miss people's question, I apologize. It's just very, very hard to talk into. While I'm talking, questions are coming in, and I don't see everything, and the screen's flashing. It's not easy doing this, but I'm doing the best I can, for everybody. Because again, the reason I'm doing this, I'm going to repeat myself, is because I can't respond to everybody under my videos. It's just too time consuming. So this is why I'm planning to do these live streams, is to answer a lot of questions. Maybe I didn't answer in a video. So if there's a question you have from one of my videos that I never responded to, ask here. If I see it, I'm gonna try to get to it. Okay. Let's see here. Nothing's reloading. I'm stuck on the same spot. Nothing's reloading at all. Let me try to do a test here. I might have to refresh my. Yeah, I got to refresh my page. Hold on. I have to refresh my page. Nothing's showing up. Okay, I see a question by Darren. How do satellite phones work? By ground towers. That's simple. It's all based on, technology that's, here on Earth. That's simple. Just by all these towers, connected throughout. It's like this. Understand this. Like, for example, the basics, cable TV. You're obviously not going to have cable TV if the cable's not running through your city or your town. So people, I talked to cable men back in the 80s. I remember talking to a man that used to work on installing cable throughout the grid in the U.S. He goes, this is the way it works. It has to extend through cable throughout. It takes, of course, longer for cable TV to arrive in smaller towns, and the way the system works, the way the grid works, and he was explaining it all, that literally has to go by a cable. So these satellites, as these towers are created throughout the world, that technology, this was planned years ago to have these phones, the cell phones, and there's towers throughout the world, and also in conjunction with fiber optic cables, under the ocean. They're all connected throughout the world. So it's an integrated system. It's all working together. And it's very important. I mentioned this. I mentioned my last podcast. This one person a couple years ago, when I first started talking about flat Earth back in 2015, he mentioned he worked for Rogers Communications up in Canada. And he told me how they don't have a single satellite in space, but they own these sports franchises. They have all the money to buy, I believe it was the Blue Jays, maybe the Toronto Raptors, and the Tampa Bay Lightning. Don't quote me on the exact teams they own, but they own all these sports franchises that cost all this money, but they don't have a single satellite in space. He told me this. Okay, so there you go. Okay, Tom's toothpaste. I'm sorry, you got to not use Tom's toothpaste. There's a component in there that is not exactly good. And I used to use Tom's years ago, but I stopped using that because there's one component that's bad. Let me try to Google it real quick. Tom's toothpaste. It doesn't have fluoride. Tom's makes fluoride and non-fluoride, but there's a component in their non-fluoride that's not good. And that's why I switched to these two brands. Again, Jason and Now Solutions. That's the toothpaste I use. They use a toxic substance in there. Glycerine. That's it. I forgot what it was. It was glycerine they add to Tom's toothpaste. So, unfortunately, you have to dump Tom's. Okay, let's yeah, let's see here. Okay, thanks. I want to thank Truth Finder for helping me out with the moderating this live chat because the trolls, I can't keep up. So if you can join me, Truth Finder, to moderate while I can talk, I don't have to stop and ban people. I appreciate your help. And if you can make it, I appreciate that very much. Yes, glycerine is no good. What's wrong with Tom's? The glycerine inside. You want to avoid that. Just Google it, the harmful effects of glycerine. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Nancy Kerrigan was a hoax. Wilma, I mentioned that. And Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Thank you. You're going to make your own toothpaste? That's a good idea. Okay. There you go. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Okay. You got it, pal. You're blocked now. Of course. I'll add you as a mod. There you go. Thanks, pal. I appreciate that. Is it okay to swallow toothpaste with fluoride? Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Let's see here. All right. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Thanks, pal. Let's see here. No worries. Destroy their matrix. No worries. There's so much stuff. Here's the thing, everybody. There's so many questions I can answer. Hopefully, I can answer for you. But everybody has the same questions. You know, that's the thing is I'm seeing the same questions, and I have two flat Earth proofs. Okay, James. Twinging. Yeah, if you have two flat Earth proofs, absolutely eye-opening. Please produce it. Yeah, upload it to your channel and send me a link to your channel, please. Yeah, Darren, use baking soda and peppermint oil for your, you can't go wrong. Coconut oil. The problem with coconut oil, as far as consumption, it solidifies. You know, that's a concern when it enters your system. So I think coconut oil, you know, in moderation is fine. But the fact that it solidifies is a concern. If it solidifies on your cabinet on a cold day, it's going to solidify in your body as well. So coconut oil, I'm not quite sure. I would like everything in moderation. Yeah, feminism, psyop. Yeah, you can say that. It's part of the divide and conquer, you know. Natural tree oil toothpaste. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, definitely switch brands. Get rid of Tom's toothpaste. Yeah. Oh, Nibiru. I'm going to make a video on Nibiru. Of course. I don't want to spoil it. I spoiled a lot of things last podcast. You're gonna have to wait and see on Nibiru. I found some interesting details on Nibiru and so-called planets. And I'm gonna make a video on that. No worries there, World Exposed. I appreciate all the comments, pal. Yeah, let's see here. You know, and listen, you know, follow what the Chinese people do. You know, they believe in the natural. You know, I'm not talking about the American Chinese food, but they love to, you know, eat natural food, you know, and I'm not talking about them eating stuff, but, you know, I talk to these, you know, these Chinese people. This one Chinese doctor, he goes, look, in mainstream science, you know, they bash what we do. What we do is not going to, you know, it's not going to cure you overnight, but it's going to work. It's going to take time, but it works. But people want instant results. And all modern medicine does, it just, you know, it disguises. It's like cloaks the issues, but the issues don't go away. Okay, here. Okay, I just saw your comment there. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. You'll be on Dark 30 Radio April 1st. Late night with Mark Sargent, taking calls from ballers. Yeah, April 1st, April Fools for the ballers. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Tom's got bought out too. Tom's toothpaste got bought out. Okay, let's see here. The same clown saying my father was a Mason. What the heck? I mean, give me a break. He's the one that warned me. My dad was the first one to warn me about Masons when I was very, very young. I said this in my last podcast. You know, my dad didn't speak very good English, you know, at all. His English, my mom spoke a little bit better. My dad's English was very bad. You know, he told me right next to a Russian church that we attended, next door was this Masonic lodge, a huge Masonic lodge next to our little church. And of course, the churches are controlled by Masons, you know, and this is the reality of it, you know. But what he told me was, I saw the Masonic lodge. I knew it was a creepy place. I mentioned this in my last podcast. I didn't even know what masonry was, but I looked at that place and I knew that place was creepy. Just creepy, like a haunted house creepy, worse than a haunted house. And he told me that's not a good place. So what is that? Because it's not a good place. So my dad being a Mason, no, absolutely not. Okay, I'm panning up. Fukawa, meat is my life. Well, if your life is eating meat, that's your life. I cannot tell you how to live your life. You know, I live my life my way. You choose your own path. I'm not here to tell you what to eat. You have to decide for yourself. I'm just telling you what I do, and you could pick your own path. Francisco Santos, thanks, pal. Jeffrey Coleman, bouncing out the firmament, very possible, yes. And what is this casino examiner? Give me a break. He said he had cable in 1968. Good for you. You're probably watching the. I'm not even going to say it. I'll just block them. Okay. What age did I wake up? Someone asked me, what age did I wake up? I mentioned this before. When I was a young child, I was watching the Reagan versus Jimmy Carter debates, and I knew they were just actors. I could see like Nancy Reagan was like, you know, like something wasn't right about Ronald Reagan. He was being fed lines, and that's it. You know, I just knew they were liars. I said it my whole life, even though, you know, when I was younger, I believe a lot of these so-called news stories, a lot of them, but I knew the politicians were liars. I just know how far the deception goes. And yeah, Wilma, as far as Nancy Kerrigan, I made a video on that. I should get back to that. The whole thing where Tanya Harding, you don't see her, you see the cameraman, you know, zoom in right after the supposed attack on Nancy Kerrigan, but right after Nancy Kerrigan went behind the curtains, the cameraman panned away real quick. And the next thing you see is Nancy Kerrigan getting attacked, but you don't see Tanya Harding anywhere. I'm going to say this, gun control. Am I strict on gun control? I own a gun. I'm a gun owner. You know, I hope I never have to use it, you know, on somebody. But if need be, you know, I don't want to. But I'm not going to be a sitting duck. No. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Let me see. I'm getting up to the comments here. Hold on, I got a question here on someone. I'm just gonna Google it real quick. I want to take a look at this question, and I'm not. Let me see here. 1 second. Yeah, I don't know too much about flamenco. I really don't, and I need to do more research before I give an answer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very transparent. If I know something, I'll say it. I'm not going to just pull it out there. Oh, yeah, I know everything about this guy. I haven't really done enough research on him. There's a lot of people out there, and here's something I want to mention too. I'm glad these questions are asked because it brings me to other topics. When it comes to Tesla, Nicholas Tesla, people look at him as some type of hero, but he's not. Okay, he was a Mason. Okay, why do you think they named Elon Musk named his company Tesla? It's for because it's paying tribute to a former Mason who supposedly died on the third floor in New York in that one apartment. So give me a break. Where people are always constantly looking for heroes where there are none. There's some more mainstream, of course. Tesla's not that, well, he's known, but not really pushed like someone like maybe, for example, Albert Einstein, who was, of course, pushed, these kind of people. Yeah, okay, harvest worker, the Masonic deception in churches, yes. Like I said earlier, the Russian church I attended was right next door, a little Russian church next door to a huge Masonic lodge. And how does that happen? They're built side by side. In San Francisco, there's a Grace Cathedral right next door is a Masonic lodge. It's on California Street. It's 1111, and there's next door. There's in the Grace Cathedral, the upper level, you look at, there's two towers in the middle of the Grace Cathedral. And you know what? Maybe I should do a share screen. Hold on. Because the problem with this live chat is there's no visuals. I need to maybe show some visuals here. So hold on. Let me go to. Hold tight, everybody, please. Let me go to Grace Cathedral in San Francisco, and I'll share the screen with everybody when I get to it. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's see here. And I should go to the Google Maps. Oh, I'll just show this. No, I'll just show this one. No, that's not very good. That's not very. Let me go to the maps here. Let me see if I get a street view. Then I'll start sharing once I get to it. Okay, let me go to. Let me see if I get a street view of this here. Sorry about this, everybody. Just want to get this going here, and I can hopefully get a street vantage point. If they give me that option. Sometimes they give you the option for some reason, sometimes they don't. Okay, let's see here. Hold on. Okay, I'll just share this. Hold on here. Sorry for the delay, everybody. And let's share this screen here. Where's the option to share? Okay, here we go. I'm new to this, so you guys got to give me a break. Hold on. It's only my second podcast, so let's share this screen here. Is it sharing it or what? Let me see. You guys see the screen or what? You guys see it? Okay. All right, that's right here. Okay. Now let me look at the comments. I want to make sure you guys are seeing this. Okay, let's scroll down here. You guys see this? You get let me see. I hear no. How about now? Okay, let me try this again. It says you are presenting to everyone. What's the deal here? Why isn't it sharing? Ugh. No, I hear. Okay, wait till someone's. I did that. I hit present, share to all. It says you are presenting to everyone. It says you are presenting to everybody, but it's not sharing. Okay, you know what? I give up. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna share. I'm gonna stop this. Sorry about this. It's not going as planned. I'm gonna share the link to this photo, and you can see the top of the Grace Cathedral. It's basically two towers with a pyramid on top, and across the street. Click the box. It has a white line around it. Okay. Let me try again. Hold on, guys. Okay. I found it. Okay, now? How about now? You see it now? Someone say yes. No? David, help me out here. I'm just wasting a lot of time with this. What the heck is going on here? I'm trying to get this going. It's not working. Okay, how about now? Yay, we got it. Right? Someone just said yes. Forget it. Oh, there it goes. It finally worked. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry for the long delay. And here's your Grace Cathedral, basically the twin towers, and there's your pyramid structure. And let me get this vantage point here. Let me zip this around here. And here's your Masonic Lodge, okay? This is your Masonic Lodge. Let's get a close up. And again, I apologize for all the long delay, but I can't even, what the heck? I can't even, let me do this here. Yeah, there we go. There's your Masonic Lodge. Okay, look here. And there's your tug of war. You know, this is the divide and conquer. They got the ball, or it could be a disc in the middle. And again, this is 111 California Street. Now, look again above Grace Cathedral, and your I should back up here. Let me back up. And there's basically, let me even go back even further. Let me go back here. It won't. Let me do this way. Sorry about this, guys. Again, the delay. Let me back up. I'm not very good at this, obviously. Okay, I'm gonna spin this around. Should be an easier way to do this, but get a better vantage point. I'm gonna turn this all the way around, and I'm gonna see if not much better, but anyways, you get the point. Didn't really help. Actually, this is probably worse. But on the very top, there's your pyramid, and basically your two towers on top there. Let's get this vantage point here, and again, there you go. So again, there's your how they do it. You know, built side by side. You know, all together. Go back to this one here, and I'm going to try to do this one last time. Get more of a zoom. I'm wasting a lot of time with this. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't be. Again, I want to show that Masonic Lodge and the tug of war. You know, divide and conquer. And the casino. That's enough. That's good enough. Okay, I'm gonna stop this sharing, and you guys get the drift. How they control both sides. Okay, now let's get back here to the visual. You know, that's the problem with this live stream. You know, the visuals really help. You know, like when I do video presentations, they really help. But this is more or less to, of course, you know, answer questions that I don't answer. A lot of people get mad at me. Oh, you don't answer, you don't respond to me. Well, you don't understand. You know, some days I get up to 250,000 views on my videos. I kid you not. So imagine how many comments I get. It's unbelievable. Sometimes the best way to catch me is right after I upload a video, I'll look at the comments right away. like the first 20 comments. I'll respond to those, and then I'm off to doing something else, you know. Okay, let's see here with the comments. Yeah, that demonstration. And if anybody wants to, maybe I didn't think about this, but maybe my next podcast, I'll just show. I'll stick on Google Images, and I'll just go through images as I speak, and we'll look at different things instead of me just looking at a screen. But then again, listen, when I'm looking at the cathedral and the Masonic Lodge, I'm not seeing any of this live chat. That's the problem too, So maybe Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole or anybody else that are experts on podcasts can explain to me how I can see the live chat and view another screen screen at the same time. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, it's only my second podcast, so I'm still trying to figure this thing out. Okay, let's get back to the questions. Thanks, Maddie. I try my best. I appreciate you, Maddie G. I read all your listen, just like you, Maddie G, and everybody else. I read all your comments. Everything that's approved has been read. Well, it's like this. People talk. Somebody asked me, "Do you do flat Earth experiments?" What experiments do bald earthers do on the bald Earth? They do none. They're just going by science. Okay, David, real quick, open another window with the chat running. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I can do a side-by-side type of thing. Right? Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, just have like my got it. How old am I? People ask me. I'm in my 40s. People listen, guys. A lot of people want to ask me personal questions. I'll answer some, but let's stick to the topic here. Yeah. Thanks again. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. We came from monkeys. What? Oh, come on, man. Give me a break. Thanks, El Despotar. I appreciate it very much. You with the mic. Thanks so much. I appreciate all your comments and your very nice comments here. Okay, here. Is Angelina Jolie a transgender? I gotta look a little bit closer. A lot of people talk about Justin Bieber being a female. In this crazy world, I'm not gonna I keep an open mind, but it's a tough one to say. I gotta look a little bit closer. I haven't really delved into it too much. It just I believe he's a guy, but it's potential. There's a potential he could be a female. But there's so many things I need to look into, and that's another one I'll have to. A lot of people have covered already, I know, but I don't know. It's just a little bit. The alien deception, I covered that many times in the past. There are no aliens. There's no Nibiru. See, that's the funny thing about people that these atheists. They talk about science, and they don't understand science is based on observation experiment. You never seen any black holes. You never seen any, you never seen Nibiru, but they push it. The possibility of aliens. It's just look at videos of so-called stars and the way they move. They're not suns. They're not distant suns. It's ridiculous. But they can't go there because they can't go where the truth is. It's too uncomfortable for them. Their ego won't let them, they're fighting their own ego. And ego is the biggest enemy of truth. That's what it comes down to. No, I didn't say you're an atheist. I'm just saying, for example, an atheist. Okay, let's take a look at here. I'm going to scroll back up because I was talking so much while showing the Grace Cathedral. Okay, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, thanks for mentioning that Bieber is a male. Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I look at some stuff, but I believe he's a dude. Yeah, they make him feminine. Yeah, it's like this. You get the guy from Poison, the lead singer. What what's his name, Brett Michaels, and they put the eyeliner. He has the eyeliner. They feminize him. So there are some that are real, transgenders, but just because they have some feminine qualities and they have the makeup doesn't make them like Boy George. Boy George is, he's not a woman. He's just a basically like a drag queen. Let's see here. Yeah, I should get dual monitors. That's a good idea. Okay, here. Let's see here. Yeah. Dual monitor, yeah. Okay, somebody says create a GoFundMe page so we can send you to the South Pole. Yeah, but I don't want any money from anybody. I'm not going to be asking for $30,000 for Dinky, for a turtle pond or something ridiculous. So I'm not going to say, I broke my hand, I broke my wrist, I broke my elbow. Send me $33,000 like some people do. If I ever break a bone, I'm not going to be going on YouTube asking for money. I've never, people have offered me money. I've said a million times, I appreciate the offer, but I can't take the money, and the day I create a GoFundMe or have a PayPal link or something like that, just unsub me. I'm not going to do it. And like I said, so a lot of people like to twist things. They like to take things out of context and twist things. Some people said, "Oh, you monetize your videos." I said from the start, I don't have a problem with people monetizing their videos because it's not costing the viewers a penny. But when you ask for money, it obviously costs them money. It doesn't cost them anything to watch a video. So there's a big difference. So it's not confusing. Just like I want to mention again, like I mentioned at the very beginning of the podcast, a lot of people are bad-mouthing me about what I said about pot. I said a lot of people that abuse pot, they're depressed. So, they use pot to get happy, to be happy. They self-medicate themselves. It's just like people when they, I understand when someone's sick, they try to find a remedy, hopefully a healthy remedy to remedy their problems. But people that are emotionally sick, they need to turn to pot. I'm not talking about people that use pot in moderation. I'm not putting down people. Now, I want to make that clear. If you use pot here and there, I don't have a problem with it. It's the abuse of it. Like food. I'm not putting anybody down that eats food. But if you're going to be someone that's 800 pounds because you stuff your face with Twinkies all day, yeah, I have a problem with that. So let's not, twist things. Pot's fine in moderation if you have issues with your health or whatnot. But what I said, what people get really mad is the people that abuse pot. It's because they have a lot of they're depressed, and the problem with your depressed is once the pot, the effects wear off, you got to keep smoking it because you're always depressed. So you got to constantly smoke it, and that's the issue I have. And some people got really angry with me because I said that. Well, sorry, you have depression issues. You're probably not a believer in Christ or a God, and you think Hitler's a hero, and you watch Eric Dubait's videos on the Hitler hoax or the Hitler deception that he was a hero, and give me a break. Yeah, cannabis. Yeah, a little bit. Deep inside the rabbit. That's fine. Cure for depression. I'll say this: keep busy. It's like this: if you're not working, you're not doing something, you're gonna think. Keep busy. Go to the gym, work out, go for a walk, stay busy. Because an idle mind, like an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Your mind kind of plays tricks on you. You start to think too much. That's how it works. And so again, if you smoke pot in moderation, I don't have an issue with it. I think God created pot for a reason. It's to help people with medical issues. Just like God created trees, doesn't mean you're going to sit there all day and eat 1,000 apples a day, or whatever fruit. People say, "Oh, you mentioned apples, Garden of Eden." No, any fruit, apples, bananas, whatever fruit you want to eat. So give me a break. Okay. Who are the real Jews? Well, it says in the Bible in John how Jesus called the Jews the synagogue of Satan. And I believe, my belief is the tribes. I believe that was all different nationalities that was spread throughout the world. Blacks want to the black Hebrews want to believe that it's exclusive to them. I believe it's just all these tribes that were spread out, like the tribe of Dan. See, the thing is this: the black Hebrews say, "Oh, the tribe of Dan," and King James was a black man, and the tribe of Dan is in Ireland. This, and this, and they have to say, these old pictures in Russia of the czars, they're all black men because the paintings, they all look like they're dark skinned. It's just, I don't want to get involved with this black white debate. It's just another divide and conquer. I have a lot of very people of different races on my channel, and I don't want to go down that path, black versus white. It's another divide and conquer. We're all, it's like I said in my other podcast. It's like you have cows. You have a black cow and a white cow. Are there different races of cows? No, they're both cows. I mean, give me a break. It's just ridiculous, this whole black white debate. But the reality is, when you have the black Hebrews standing on street corners and they're cursing out white people, calling them crackers, and they think they're going to go to heaven and fist bump with Christ in heaven, and they're going to be up there calling white people crackers. It's ridiculous. So I don't go for that. That's the foundation. What I've seen, what the black Hebrews is they're calling everybody crackers. Not everybody, not all black Hebrews. There's some black Hebrews that I'm friendly with. Like I said, that called me. I don't want to say it. They say you're one of my ends. You know what I'm saying, and they say that as a joke. And they're cool with me. So I have, and that's their belief. They want to believe, that's fine. And not every black Hebrew calls a white person a cracker. So you cannot stereotype. Just like not all black people, just like not all black people are bad, not all white people are bad. There's good and bad in all races. So let's not stereotype. Racism is stupid. Yeah, it's just divide and conquer. Yeah, and I appreciate Truth Finder and Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole for helping out with the moderation, so I can focus on the questions. Let's get back to the questions. And Nicholas, 1968, just some good stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, Jews is a touchy subject, Yeah, they call me that, Mark. They sound one of them. Okay. But what's funny is no, let's not get back into the whole divide and conquer with the crackers thing and all that stuff. It's just But again, if you're a black person, I'll just say, if you're a black person and you believe Christ is black, that's fine. But when people just focus on that, focus, and that's all they care about, you're only interested in because of the skin color. It's very shallow, and I think Christ will say, wait a second, you only love me because we're the same color skin. It's not a good thing. Okay, let's get back and let's not talk about that anymore. Oh, thanks. Thanks, destroy their matrix. I appreciate that. Truth Trunder, yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, do your own research. I agree. Okay, let's get back to some of the questions. I'm going to scroll back up here because I'm sure I missed a lot of the questions. I found, from El Desperta, I found a video claiming Stanley Kubrick confessed. No, that's a hoax. Yeah, that's a hoax. I saw that. And no, that's just a lookalike. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Truth Unveil 777. I don't like when people use these 777 numbers. It's just, the use of numbers, watch out. Just they're called. It's like this. I have a friend that he's biblical, but he loves using lightning bolt symbolism. He goes, "It's not evil." I say, "Look, it's a symbol. We shouldn't be using symbols because Satanists love using that. We shouldn't be so fixated with symbols like the satanic lightning bolt. It's a reference to like Luke chapter 10 verse 18, where Jesus beheld Satan falling from heaven as lightning. That's why the Satanists use it as their symbol. So don't use that as your symbol. Don't use symbols. Let's see here. Some of the questions here. I'm scrolling back up because I missed a lot of the questions earlier. Okay, let's see here. I'm looking through those questions. Okay, let's go back. I'm going to scroll back down here. Yeah, listen, guys. You guys got to really focus on your health and focus on staying healthy and really eating right and taking care of yourself. You really got to do that. Stay away from fast food. It's not a coincidence. Hot dogs, hamburgers, and pizza are all 33. And they're pushing that fast food. Why isn't there a single chain of healthy fast food? And don't tell me Subway's healthy, consuming a lot of carbs with that bread, and who knows what they put in there. So, fast food is fast death, Now, what's this here? Health is wealth, yeah. Was my dad? No, what are you talking about? My dad is numerology. I'm not into numerology. Listen, I only put up the numerology stuff to show how they work. I'm not doing it like playing with numbers all day. I'm just showing you their methods. Okay, I'm not obsessed with numbers. They're obsessed with numbers, and I'm pointing it out. That's it. Like all the videos I demonstrated how you look at the license plate with the Chelsea dumpster bombing. They have one SUV with the orange license plate, which is 33 numerology. Okay, you had the Charleston church hoax shooting. The hoax shooting, and the Dylan Roof with the 33 counts, and he has a license plate behind him that's orange and the 33 numbers. Just like what happened in London, okay, on 322. There's one license plate of all these vehicles, emergency vehicles, and it has a 33 numerology. Okay, so this is nonstop, nonstop with the number 33. Israel too. I covered a hoax car ramming, a truck ramming in Israel too. It was a 33 license plate. Out of all the license plates showing, out of all the rescue vehicles, only one, and it showed the 33. Okay. John Benet Ramsey. Again, I made a video on John Benet Ramsey and Katy Perry. Okay. I'll say it again. Katy Perry and John Benet Ramsey. John Benet Ramsey was a hoax. It's the cult of the Ramsey. Just like Charles Ramsey with the Cleveland hoax. Just like Gordon Ramsay. Okay, they love the cult of the Ram. Did John Benet Ramsey become Katy Perry? It's a possibility. I said it's not a fact. I believe if John Benet Ramsey, who was a singer, a little singer, and has a mole on one side of her neck that resembles Katy Perry, it's a possibility. Throwing it out there. Is it 100% fact? Absolutely not. Is it a possibility? Yes. Okay, so people like to twist it and say, I'm saying it's 100% fact that it's her. I believe there's a good chance it could be her by the mole and the summers. A little bit different, but again, they cosmetic surgery as Katy Perry got older. If it's John Benet Ramsey, that is not a fact. That's a theory that I believe is a possibility. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, he's a Mason, 100%. Yeah. Let's see here. More questions. Yeah. Oh, another thing I haven't mentioned, some new stuff that I want to mention. Like there's this one movie, was it Loverboy, that came out back in the 80s. And it was based on, was it Senor Pizza? And they loved the concept of the pizza because pizza's 33. And so the pizza guy, he's driving a Mr. Or not Mr. Senor Pizza truck. And while that Senor Pizza truck is driving through the streets on its way to make a delivery, they have coded 66. They have like 666 in the back of the pizza truck, the pizza van, or the pizza car, whatever it is. And I remember that. So you have a 33 for pizza, and you have a 666 on the license plate. So coded. They love to put their codes in numbers in plain sight. Yeah. Yeah, the Jared pedophile thing is a hoax. Yeah, Garrett B, you're right. They just, they all have to take part of that stuff, the world stage. No one's immune to it. They don't go to jail. They tell you to go to jail. They don't go to jail. Here's the thing about Masons. I actually talked to some Masons in my private life that I didn't know they were Masons until I started talking about this stuff. And they get mad. They say, hey, I'm a Mason. I'm a 32-degree Mason. And they get angry when I mention about the deception. I talk about Freemason. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, slow down here. And so you don't understand the whole concept. Just read the book, Morals and Dogma. Because I tell them about something. No, it doesn't mean that means this. I said, yes, you've been told that. But you've been lied to. Just read Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, where he says lower level Masons, just like all religion, Masonry is about deception. And lower level Masons are deceived. It's only the adepts, the higher levels, they know the truth. The people, for example, you think these people at your local lodges, the people that attend, I'm not talking about the people that are at the very top of these lodges, because they do have a part in society and at the local level, local system of the churches and the police force and things like this. But the people that attend, the lower levels that attend, they're for social gatherings, they only know so much. But as you move up higher and higher and higher, like a police chief, he's going to be a Mason. These police chiefs are bred through the Masonic lodges. It's like a training center. And how they come. And for example, I'll give you this quick analogy. I used to work at this one big warehouse chain store. And, for the longest time, the warehouse manager, the guy that was in charge of the whole place, he was stealing from the company. And none of us knew. We didn't know until after he was fired. So I'm there. I'm working. I see him all the time. But I didn't know he was stealing from the company. Just like the police departments, the lower level police don't know what's going on behind closed doors with these meetings and everything else. So even though it's like NASA, how it all operates, people are looking at computer screens and they're not outside actually watching. I know a good amount of NASA, of course, they know they're the ones faking it, but not everybody involved. For example, let me just say this. There's people at NASA that are actually working on the rocketry and working on components, but they don't know the parts they're working on is going to basically, it's all going to stem down to the rocket that is being launched is only actually going into the ocean. And they might actually be, hey, the component I made of this part for our rocket's going to space, but they don't know what they're working on is not going to outer space. It's being launched into the ocean off Cape Canaveral into the Atlantic and not going to space. Here's something. You never see footage, for example, after a launch from Cape Canaveral of any of these rockets. After we see it from the vantage point from TV or any kind of video, you don't see anybody else throughout the world videotaping as a so-called rocket launch, like for example, back in the space shuttle, as it's making its low orbit around Earth, as it supposedly goes into space. Nobody's videotaping it. From for example, over South America or India or wherever it's going to fly over. Just as an example. So all it does is crash in the ocean. That's it. Now let's get back to the questions here. Okay. Let's see here. Let me refresh. Okay, when I refresh it. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, NASA, they're a bunch of scumbags. You know, that's it. Bunch of deceivers. The ones at the top. I'm not talking about the ones that are lower level and believe they're actually going to space. Okay, I got some questions here. Let's see here. No, El Despertar. No, that's yeah. Everything's within. You know, the stars, the moon, and the sun. Everything was within the firmament. And anything you see, the ripples, that's the water behind. It's like you look at an object like in the sunlight, and it looks like it's wavering. That's because it's so far out there, and there's water behind. It's like that commercial with that one. I forgot the one liquor. Somebody help me here with the brand of liquor. Was it? I made a video on it. It's been a while. It's been about a year and a half now. But that one liquor company, they had they had a launch. They showed a launch with Picard, and they showed the penetration through the dome of the water. You know, oh, Hennessy. That's it. Thank Sick Illusion. Yeah, it was a Hennessy. It was a Hennessy commercial, and I made a video about it. I just forgot top of my head. And they show it going through the firmament, the water. You know, and it's mockery. They're putting it right in front of our faces, and people don't get it. You know, they're putting it right there. So, and I'm listen, like deep inside the rabbit hole. I made videos about the the clouds behind the moon, and a lot of flat earthers said, "Oh, that's too simple. That's nuts." But once you understand, there's many clouds, different types of clouds, and there's different heights and different levels. And the sun's not always the same distance above us. Like, here's something I want to mention. There's something that's very strange. How the moon works. The moon's a mystery. When you look above, the moon looks small relatively to on the sunset. Shouldn't it be larger when it's above us than when it's on the sunset? But I believe the atmosphere acts like a lens of some sort to make it appear large. It's like almost like I can't explain it. It's just something's going on where the moon above us should look larger, appear larger than when it's on the horizon, you know. So a lot of strange things happening. And here's the thing about flat Earth: you can show all these facts about flat Earth that prove the flat Earth. 99%, you could be on. They can say, "Oh yes," but if you cannot prove one thing, then that's it. The 99%, the 99 other things you show me doesn't mean anything, but you can't explain this one thing. And that's how they do it. That's how they try to debunk it, you know. The moon looks bigger when it's setting. When it's rising, it never looks. I've never seen the moon look very large when it's. You know, here's the thing: is I've videotaped the moon many times. I showed in videos with my chemtrail videos where I seen the moon look very dinky, very small, at 2 p.m. in the sky. You know, and then you see it setting, so-called setting, just circling above. It looks large. It's just something to do with the atmosphere. You know, it's like this too. Yeah, let me read here what Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole has to say. Hold a coin at arm's length and the size of the spoon, horizon, then you'll see the high. Yeah, it's an illusion. Yeah, it's a lot of weird things taking place. And the sad thing is, a lot of people that believe. Here's something interesting, like I mentioned in the video the other day. All the biblical references. They mentioned the Earth being a disc in Isaiah. Okay, the word disc is mentioned. You know, it's called the circle. And there's one version of the Bible. It's mentioned as a disc. So, and there's another thing I didn't mention. What I should have shown was it mentions Earth as a bowl in the Bible. Okay, so look that up as well. I'll probably put that in a video in the future as well. Thanks, Jeffrey. I appreciate that, man. Cheers. Okay, let me yeah. Roger Flat. Atmosphere is like a magnifying glass. Yeah. Listen, here's something I want to point out. Listen to this. I seen video footage. I'm planning to make a video on Lake Pontchartrain in the future in the flat Earth. I already mentioned Lake Pontchartrain in the past. the longest bridge over water in America. I believe it was in North America, could be the world. I know the United States. How it's about 24 miles, and there's people, using a Nikon P900 digital camera, videotaping and zooming. You can only zoom so far, and you can't see that far. But somehow, when you zoom in the sky, you can see the moon. It's something about when you look straight up in the atmosphere, and when you're pointing that digital camera through everything that's in the atmosphere, it changes. You only can see so far. So again, the human eye can only see so far. A telescope can only see so far, and a zoom lens camera can only see so far. So that's why, listen, when you spread out the flat Earth, we have to remember it's vast, and listen, every single map is wrong. The flat Earth map, I don't trust, because when you look at your typical map, and they say in the little what do you call that, the fine print, that how Africa is so much larger than, say, Greenland or Iceland, and this and this. So all the representations are wrong. So when they present a flat Earth map, it doesn't matter. People can argue, oh, it's not the real representation. We'll never know. It's only for these so-called enlightened ones. I'm sure they know. They know the actual contents, everything, how it's really laid out. But to me, it's fascinating. It would be interesting to know the actual layout, but to me, it's more important knowing there's a crater and we live on a flat plane. Like I said in one of my videos, people talk about how ships will go over the side of the edge. Well, think of it this way: we don't. Any direction you go, you're going to hit the ice wall. Any direction you go, there's Antarctica. Of course, if you wrap a ball, you're just going to hit the edge anyway. So either way, you're going to hit Antarctica on a so-called ball or the flat Earth. Now, when you look at the whole aspect, the whole deal, when it all comes down to with the ball, you're actually going over an edge. You're going over the so-called edge, and you have these 100-ton container ships, going around the ball. It's completely ridiculous. And and supposedly all these ships that go to Antarctica are on the bottom of the ball Earth, upside down. But that makes perfect sense to ball earthers, because gravity, where you can have a little seed coming out of the ground, and it could break through the soil. But somehow, gravity is not powerful enough to hold that down, that seed from coming from the ground. But somehow, these ships that weigh multiple tons can hang on to the side and the bottom of the ball Earth due to gravity, which is only a theory. Okay, let's take a look at some of the more questions here. Okay, let me try to scroll. I gotta let this refresh here. I don't know about the Grand Canyon story. I haven't looked into that, so I can't answer. So, but getting back to the whole idea of how we supposedly fall, a ship would go over the side of the flat Earth. Yeah, a ship is going over the side of the so-called. And where's the edge? Has anybody videotaped any edge or curvature? No, there's nothing. Yeah, I made a video about Hulk Hogan and his daughter. They're a bunch of sick freaks. It might be a psyop where they're playing to the cameras for that to outrage, but still, it's sick that he's doing that anyways. Alan Watt, he's just a storyteller. He's just one of them. Yeah, that's it. He's just another plant. Okay, let's look at some more of these questions here. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, just send a. I don't check private message. Just send a comment in any of my videos now, and I won't approve it. That'll be like a private message to me. I won't approve. I'll just read it. Yeah, I read about Shaq backing off. It's just, the the guy's a big goon. You know, he's a Mason, and he's part of it. You know, he's put up to it. So I have no respect for Shaq. Just a big goofball. You know, that's it. Yeah, I'm doing the live stuff, man. Yeah, Rob, I'm here, man. Yeah, Shaq is whack. Yeah, you know, my parents spoke Spanish. Not only they speak Russian, they spoke Spanish as well. Because before they came to the U.S., they end up in South America, so they picked up Spanish along the way. And my dad spoke some Chinese as well. You know, he went from Siberia to China through China. He stayed in China for I think it was about 10 years. He learned Chinese too. My dad spoke like 4 languages, but Chinese English was probably his worst. Yeah, Pablo Escobar, just like El Chapo, they're they're just it's like the mafia. They're all part of it. You know, they say they go to jail. They've never been in jail. You know, I mean, some I don't want to say no. There's some that might have went against them that wouldn't cooperate. Yeah, Roger Minot, Morneau, he's very fascinating. Roger Minot. Adam asked about Roger Morneau. Yeah, when someone says they're ex-Satanist or occultist, I can never fully trust them. And once you get into that realm, you know, I'm not saying anybody that you can't turn away from it, but I take some stuff that he says, but I believe a lot of the stuff he says is true, but I don't fully trust him. I never fully trusted him, but still they put out some good info. I didn't see the Vegas shooting today. I've been so busy. I was up till like 5 in the morning. I didn't get up till noon, so I didn't even see that. There's no curvature. You prove curvature. Why don't you make a video just flat out coming together? People say they see curvature, and they don't have any footage. They just talk. They talk about curvature, but they don't show any. You know. And people say, "Oh, prove the edge." Yeah, Antarctica. There's your proof. That's all the proof you need. Every direction you go on this flat, every direction you go on this flat plane, you're going to hit Antarctica. Okay? That's simple. Keep going, south. You're going to hit Antarctica at every point. That's your proof, That's it. So until you prove there's curvature, until you show a spinning ball from so-called the Hubble telescope, you have no argument. Show me a real photo of the ball Earth. Until then, you don't have an argument, okay? You just want to think you're too smart to be fooled, but think again. Yeah, I saw that one, the firefighter and San Diego, yeah, just like they roll out the kids, all the San Diego kids at the Super Bowl. Just, Do I watch a Flat Earth a-hole? Yeah, he's just a little, I don't mind him. He just seems a little bit cocky and arrogant. And he has these debates with like, for example, Bill Nye. There's not real debates. He puts it up there like the real. And that's sort of clickbaitish, but I appreciate his efforts. And he was right on about Shaq doing a flip-flop. So good on him for that. But yeah, he's playing up to his name. But I don't have an issue with him. He might have an issue with me, but I don't really have a problem with him at all. But he's living up to his name. Okay. Yeah, a plane. Let's have a plane go, fly from, for example, the South America to Australia over into Antarctica. Okay, do that. Never happened. If people understand too, these flights, they talk, there's this flight from a direct flight from Santiago, Chile, from Australia, this and this, blah blah blah, from Sydney. They have to, yes, they're going to tell us that happens. Just like they tell us they landed on the moon. Doesn't mean it really took place. So there you go. And interesting enough, Once Upon a Vegan mentioned in a comment yesterday that she works for the airlines, and she asked several pilots, have they ever seen the curve of the earth? They said, no, we've never seen the curve of the earth. We have to get higher up, and we're not allowed to go that high. So there you go. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to make some videos on Neil, the snake in the grass Tyson in the future. That guy, he just mocks it's the sad thing is this. We're trying to wake up all these knuckleheads to the lies, and they get angry at us. But they don't realize that they're being played for fools by people like Neil Snake in the Grass Tyson and Bill Nye, who's nothing more than basically a scientist / crisis actor liar. Oh, thank you, Zero Through. I appreciate that. Look, man, I'm obsessed with this stuff, man. I'm obsessed with the truth. It's like, I want to take a break all the time, but man, there's so much stuff to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth. I'm gonna admit something to you guys. I like the fact that my channels are getting bigger, but I'm doing a poor job of communicating with you, a lot of you people in the comment section. That's why I'm doing these podcasts. Oh, thank you, Manny. I love you too. Thank you so much. All the comments I get, all the subs I get, I just can't keep up with it all. And I feel bad. People say the nicest things to me, and I just can't respond to everybody. And I feel like, there's just so many comments coming in, and it's just, and sometimes I approve a comment that I can't find it. I don't know if the person deleted it or what. I want to respond to them, and I don't see it. I'm like, give me a break. Where'd the comment go? Okay, let's get back here to some of the questions. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Listen, if I spend time all day commenting to comments, responding, that's less time making videos and doing research. Thanks, Joshua Huff there too, man. Thanks, pal. I appreciate that. You guys understand. Some people get angry with me. Like this one Anna in Russia, she got mad at me. She said she had on some other channel. She said, "Oh, I had a crush on this Russianvids, and he never comment." I comment. I just can't respond to everyone. At moment's notice. Yeah. Thanks. Let's see here. Yeah, Flatter, the a-hole dude. Yeah, he's cocky dude, but he's putting the work in. Listen, I don't mind people that make videos covering stuff, putting a lot of truth out there, and even though I don't agree with them or they're not my style of work, but they're putting the work in. Him with his guitar and and the screenshots, they're kind of like, oh, come on, man. It's just, but hey, people don't agree with everything I do too. So everybody each their own, Let's see here. The black satellite, just like all the other satellites, they're all just science fiction. Let's see here. Stars. I want to mention stars. Stars are right in front of us. People are looking for occultic symbols when the stars are the most occultic symbol when it comes to these occultists. Of course, referencing to Revelation, how, a third or 33% of the stars were thrown to Earth. That's why you have all these, they're called Hollywood stars, and Hollywood is based upon witchcraft, and how they, witches' wands were made from the Hollywood from the holly tree. So the stars fall into Earth, and you see them in the pavement, on the sidewalks, and the stars and the flags and stars and all the fighter jets in all these countries worldwide, all the fighter jets, stars, you rate things by stars, if things are good or bad, and the star system. So stars are the most important symbol. And stars, let me say this too, stars, pyramids, and diamonds are all the same. A fallen star, A falling star, they call it meteorite. It's a literal falling star. And when it breaks open, that's how you get diamonds. And when you see a pyramid, you're just seeing the top portion of a diamond in the sand. It's like when you see when you see the Star of David. There's basically two pyramids integrated. When you separate the two pyramids, it's a diamond. So they're all diamonds. What I'm getting at is diamonds, stars, and pyramids are all the same. And I believe the firmament is made out of diamonds. So they call it a rare substance when basically, stars, that's what they are. They're fallen stars. But there's good stars and there's bad stars. That the angels are stars. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Megan Fox, and they love Fox when it comes to 666. And you have the man and Megan as well. Who knows? Okay, let's see here. Some more questions. Let me try to refresh this page. Yeah, and there's their Nez leader. I made videos on this channel. Actually, I have two channels. Listen, make it clear. This channel has almost 70,000 subs. My other has 50,000. So there's videos, on both channels. One thing I want to mention too, I'm uploading videos on both channels. My other Russianvids, no comments are allowed. On this channel, I allow comments on the top videos. After a certain point, the videos comments I don't allow because there's just too many comments. I can't sit here all day and look through all the comments. It's just too many. So like the top 6 to 10 or whatever, they have comments. Okay, let's get back to the questions here. So again, my other channel, I upload it as a backup source just in case one channel goes down. I have my videos still up. So I don't have to spend all day trying to re-upload or weeks trying to re-upload 600 videos. I'm going to start re-uploading all my videos twice on both channels. One's going to allow comments, one's it's not. In this channel, I'm currently using with the nearly 70,000 subs, comments are allowed. Okay, let's get back here. Jake Linden, thoughts on Skiba or ODD TV? I like both those dudes. ODD, he put up, before me, he put up that video where I made it on Tosh.o, where, they mentioned me, not by name, but just my video where I talked about him. Here's the thing is, I'm the only one that made a video talking about it. That's why they picked me out. Nobody else did video. See, this thing is people have uploaded like what he said, but I'm the only one that did video commentary. And for people, understand, video commentary, making videos is not easy where you're sitting there with the mic and you're trying to talk through stuff through images and not stop. You just, it's not easy to make videos. If you try to make videos, non-stop trying to talk, it's not easy. This is easier, just, going off questions people are asking. Caitlyn Jenner, amen. Give me a break. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Let me try to go back up here to the questions. There's so many questions coming in here. I'm going to try to scroll down. And by the way, Daily Mail covered the fact that I covered the London terrorist attack hoax. They mentioned me. Someone told me. I didn't know until someone told me. I don't go through their articles that much unless, there's something just happened and, I didn't look through that article and someone mentioned it to me and they mentioned me and they say, oh, Stolen Bones is something in the United States. And he's saying it's a conspiracy, this and this. They mentioned how it's funny. They mentioned how I said that the lady, the mannequin underneath the bus came from Walmart, and they mentioned that in the article. I thought that was pretty funny too. But they're mad at YouTube for letting people like me put up videos, and they don't like that. They're trying to call out YouTube for allowing it and stuff. And yeah, they do censor the videos. YouTube has, they do censor videos. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, never mind. I mentioned, Public Static. I mentioned Shaq's Amazing many times. I made many videos on Shaq in the past. Yeah, Heineken, you flip over Heineken, you Flip it over, you get your 666. Yeah. Yeah, Shaq knows. People talk about his blue, his ring with the blue and everything. That was an old video when he talked about. He was moved up more. They know the Earth is flat, of course. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I mentioned Mannequin's 33, just like Challenge. Mannequin Challenge 33. Listen, every gimmick, it's like this. I get these people on my channel. It's just so frustrating. Like I talk about the OK sign, where it means 666, and people say, someone made a comment like this. Well, I go to a restaurant and I tell the waiter the food is great, and I do the OK sign. I said yes, but where'd you learn it from? All the pizza boxes with pizza being 33 and the 666 hand sign that the pizza guys make. Who started this? Who started this? And of course, pizzas came from Italy, and Italy with the Vatican, and there's a connection. They're the ones that introduced this, with the 666, with the occultic meaning, and the meaning for the slaves. Us, we're a bunch of slaves, a bunch of, deceived, And this is a sad thing, this is a sad truth. The more you dig into the truth, the more frustrating it gets, because if you're a little bit off, you could be a lot off too. So you got to be careful. And the main thing is this: we should all be not static with the truth. We should always be flexible. If we find new information that we can validate is true, we should be able to. For example, not that it'll ever happen, but if for some unknown reason, which I know it's not going to happen, somehow they prove the curvature, which they won't. If they did in some way, I will look into it. Okay, I'm not going to, you cannot be these bullheaded people, but I know they won't, because I looked into it, and they never have throughout history. They're not going to come up. They're not magically going to come up with it now. Okay, nobody has. It's the curvature has been talked about, but never proven. It's never been taught. It's like this. Everybody I know in my regular life, I said curvature. I said, and these people went to college, university. I said, you believe in the bowler? Tell me what's the curvature? You know what the curvature per mile is? The guy went to university. No, he goes, I don't know. I said, yeah, because it doesn't exist. That's why you don't know. It's not taught. It doesn't exist. Okay, that's simple. They think they're so smart. You're only taught what you're supposed to know. And they keep each debate, the left-right debate, into a certain box. You cannot go out of that box, Oh, thank you. Thank you, Maddie, once again. Okay, let's see here. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, the truth is this. Once you get into the truth, it's like a drug. You can't, it's like you can't leave it if you try. It's an obsession, That's good here. Let's see here. I'm trying to go through these comments. Yeah, Harvard's worker. I mentioned about the churches, and they're all a bunch of deceivers. You see the with Tyler Perry, supposedly with TD Snakes, and doing the blessing him, and TD Jakes kind of like flops around like a beached whale. I mean, it's a complete insult. This false power. And people buying these liars. It's sad. Oh, that's great, Jeffrey, that he gave you credit. That's good. Listen, I give people credit, but sometimes they say, "Oh, don't mention my name. I don't want my name out there." I'm like, "Oh, I got to pull the video," So I'm careful, if people listen, I don't mind people saying this. Hey, I got some information for you on Flat Earth, and can you please credit me? I'll do that, but don't just say I got information, and if you use it, you don't say anything. I'm afraid to use it, because in the past I had to pull a video down because someone said, "Oh, I want to share this information with you, but I don't want my name out there." I'm like, "Oh, you should have told me that." Okay, let's look at some of these questions here. BP oil spill a hoax. I believe it was a great exaggeration. Exxon Valdez, no. I don't think the Exxon Valdez was. Could be. But I don't think so. I mean, I got to look into it more. It's been, I haven't looked into Exxon Valdez since, I believe it happened. It was 1988 or 89. I believe it was 88 or 89. One of the 2 years, one of those two. And I need to look into it more. But they show that footage of the BP underneath the ocean, and I just, that one, just something about it. Just I would believe, I'd be more inclined to believe Exxon Valdez was real than the BP one. Ocean's tides, yeah. It's this simple. This is very simple. I just, when I'm talking, people ask a lot of questions when I'm talking. I'll get into Fukushima. I mentioned it earlier, but the whole flat Earth and the ball Earth, all you're doing is obviously taking that ball and flattening it out from the bottom side in. So when you're talking about tides, while the ball, I'm sorry, when the moon and the sun are going around the flat Earth, the magnetism of the tides is pulling in. But understand the Great Lakes, they're not affected. These lakes are not affected. But of course, the moon, the magnetic north, and the moon, they have something to do with the manipulation of the tides, and it has to do with the moon. But again, same concept. If it's a ball or flat, but it is flat, there is something going on with the moon and the tides over the flat Earth. Okay, now Fukushima was a planned event on 3/11, and it's not, we're told, just like a lot of things, just like Chernobyl, like I mentioned earlier. And Queen Elizabeth being 33, of course, they're gonna have a 33 queen. Some of the questions here. Yeah, the no forest thing, doesn't really interest me. I looked into it. I was like, it's just, listen, when it comes to these type of videos where they want to do a presentation about no trees in the forest, all this, they make it like a movie. Just sum it up. Do maybe like a quick 3, 4, 5 minute version, and do your how long presentation. But it is, listen, I really can't stand, I'm going to say it right now, I don't have the patience to sit down for a video that does people do a lot of talking and don't say anything. I don't mind long videos when it's compact with the information throughout. But if you don't know something well enough, you can't explain it. I don't have time for that. Just get to the point. All my videos, I don't waste any time. If my video is 3 minutes long or an hour long, there's not going to be any wasted motion. There might be repeat information because I need to do that so new viewers can connect all the pieces together. Because, like, I'll say this, and I'm not going to say any names. There's some good truth speakers out there, but they'll make a video about flat Earth, and then they'll make another one, but they won't cover any of the basics. So, again, people are left out in the cold. They're not going to be able to connect all the pieces together. Like, you're talking about this, but they don't understand that. So you got to cover basically with each video, each presentation, the basis of flat Earth throughout. And sometimes I won't. If I don't, I'll say you got to look at my other videos. I'll mention that. I'm not mentioning, for example, my White House video on the flat Earth and the dome. I'll say, look, this is about symbolism. I have videos on flat Earth, the basics of it, but this one's not about that. And I'll say that in the video. So you got to be clear for the new viewers so they'll understand that. Phil Schneider, yeah, he's another deceiver. He's another deceiver. Okay, let's see here. Some more questions. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, people rage over flat Earth, ball Earth. Again, anything new. Listen, I have a personal friend. We got in a huge fight when I tried to introduce him to flat Earth. And he's awake to Sandy Hook, 9/11, all these other deceptions and lies. We got a huge fight over it. We got the biggest fight. And after a while, he came back to me. And he goes, you're right. And I apologize. And now he's all about flat Earth. He's the biggest flat Earth nut there is. And, we got the biggest fight where we wouldn't talk to each other. Then he called me and he's apologized and everything. But I told him, I said 30, 40, 50 years of brainwashing is not, you have to, truth takes time to digest, just like a meal. It's not, when it's first presented to you, you got to let it sink in. Just like JFK, when you first thought for your whole life it was a government, where the government actually assassinated him, when it actually was nothing but a hoax. It takes time. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. Okay. So, but some theories are completely ridiculous. Where I understand people reject it. I understand certain theories, but when you know the whole world 500 years ago and beyond knew the world was flat, it's not such a stretch, in my opinion. Thanks, Tougher Than Nails. I appreciate that. Okay, let's look at some of the questions here. Okay, let's see here. People ask me, why don't I show my face? Well, imagine talking about all the things I talk about. Why don't you show your face? Why don't you do this? Do this, Daniel Pays. How about this? Everything I say in my videos, use my videos, show your face, and repeat everything I say for the whole world to see and hear. And they see your face. And how about you do that? It's so easy for people that don't make videos to say things like that. For me to do what I do, to put the truth out there, and people ask questions like that, you're not going to get it, So that's that. Okay, as far as these magicians performing false miracles, I believe these magicians are, it's called lesser magic. They're deceiving the public with their false, false. Listen, I know for a fact, I talk to people, I don't want to get into details, but that sought out psychics and stuff, and things that have come true, like where they burn paper and they use the ashes on paper, and through that they were able to tell them where they're going to end up living, and it happened, and it's just a bunch of crazy stuff. But the stuff on TV, they're not going to do real stuff. It's this real demon magic, black magic. They do it behind the scenes. It's on TV. It's just for show. They're special, what they call special. It's demon summoning of demons and that sort. It's like this. I should say this. Why do they have a broken pentagram in DC? It represents a fallen star that broke. It's broken. It's a broken star. And that's what they are. They're fallen angels, fallen stars that fell to earth and they broke. That's why that's why all lines are not converging. It's a broken pentagram in front of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. So the broken star, and you can read this up on Manly P. Hall, of course, a famous Freemason, talking about how they summon demons using the broken pentagram, for their for their needs. That's why you see Lockheed Martin using a broken pentagram, an American Idol broken pentagram, and a lot of broken pentagrams always in plain sight. One thing I want to mention too, talking about, a while back I made a video on Cassidy Stay. I want to just mention this real quick. One thing I never mentioned, I should have mentioned before in a previous video, how her family, and her whole family was gunned down. If you don't know about Cassidy Stay, look it up. From Spring, Texas, supposedly her whole family gunned down. She survived a bullet hole, a gunshot to the head, and it would happen due to a 33-year-old uncle, and 33 years old, and she's 15. Okay, she's supposed to be 15. 15 on the runic wheel is a cross. And Jesus, they say Jesus was crucified at 33 years old. So you have a 33-year-old uncle and a 15-year-old victim that was shot in the head and survived. So I found that very interesting with the whole play on it of 33 and 15 being the cross. Just like when you go to Cape Canaveral, it's one runway. The Kennedy Space Center, Kennedy's 33. One end is 33. Okay, the other end is 15. 33 and 15. Just like when you have Tim Tebow for the Denver Broncos wearing the orange Broncos jersey, the white horse symbolism with the Bronco. Just like O.J. Simpson, that hoax trial with the white Bronco representing the white horse. And Tim Tebow is 33 in numerology, and he wore number 15. So this doesn't happen by chance or coincidence. And it just so happens Tim Tebow was a starter on the 666th Monday Night Football game. How does this all happen? There's definitely levers being pulled for all this to happen and take place. They control all the matrix. That it's very easy to see. Okay, now let's look at some more questions here. And all these people, again, I think I'm an agent or some sort. Look at my earlier videos. I mean, I never said this in any podcast or any videos. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. No, maybe I did on PK's podcast, on my first podcast. I didn't even have a mic. Okay, when I first started making videos, I used to have a digital camera, which I still own, and I'll tell you what, I have it right here. I still have it. It's an old digital camera that I bought years ago. It's a Kodak 12.2 megapixel. I would use this as my mic. I would turn this camera on, and they have a little mic on this digital camera, and I would speak into it. There's a little 6-hole microphone that I spoke into this little tiny digital camera. And I would just upload whatever I said in audio format to my computer and use that as my audio. It was horrible. It was the worst audio ever. and that was my that's the way I did videos, and just, you know, put the pictures and video together to coincide with my audio. Okay, let's see here. Let me refresh my page so I can see comments. Because understand, guys, when I'm talking, I'm not really reading a lot of comments. It's kind of distracting to read through the comments and try to speak at the same time. Yeah, Gerson, I made a video about that many times, where the record amount on space on the moon, the astronauts, was 33 hours. Yeah, I made a video on that a few times. Thanks, Marin. I appreciate that. Yeah, microwave. Try to stay away from microwaves. You know, when you get a pizza, the best pizza, when you reheat pizza, if you eat pizza, which I advise only occasionally, is the best way to do it is in the oven. Or I like to do it is in a pan. And it makes the bottom a little bit nice and crispy. Gives it a good thing here, good texture. Yeah, Crocs is an interesting fellow. You know, people say he's a shill, this and that. I still find him interesting, what he has to say. Yeah, Tebow Mason. Someone asked me, is Zachary K. Hubbard a shill? Give me a break. Who's the first one to make a video calling him a shill? That's me. Okay, I didn't know about that. About the Groks getting defensive about Sandy Hook. Oh, forget, you know, I didn't know that. Yeah, David Blaine was born David White. David Blaine is 33 in numerology. Yeah, yeah, El Despotar. Yeah, it can happen. I have a cousin with a 33 name as well. You know, and it happens. But remember, I was 33 years old once. You know, occasionally I drink orange juice. Doesn't make me a Mason. It's all about their intent when they flash it in front of you on purpose. Like sometimes I'll make a video, it ends, it'll be like 26 minutes and 33 seconds. I'm like, oh, give me a break. How, you know, and sometimes I'll try to alter it so people don't give me a hard time about it. It happens sometimes, but it's about intent. It's like I said before in my other video, you could use a knife 2 ways, for good or evil. You can use a knife to free a a whale that's trapped in a net. You can use a knife to cut fruit to eat. You know, you can use a knife for good things. You can also use a knife to stab someone. So, same thing with the number 33. It's all about intent. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't watch Grok's One's videos too much at all. So, but he has some good information. But all the good shows do, you know. Yes, I said, yeah, as I said, World Exposed 15 is the runic is the cross, yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to read this through some of the comments. And one interesting guy is Stephen Christ. He's trolled my channel a few times, you know, saying he's been in jail for 33 months and you're doing all the 666 hand size. And somebody actually messaged me saying that she dated him and he's a deadbeat and doesn't pay child support. I don't know if that's true, but you never know. You know, there's a lot of people tell me a lot of stuff. Yeah, no pre-trib, it's post. Listen, they're trying very, very, very hard to make us believe there's not a creator. They want us to believe we just happen, I don't know where. There's a creator. Listen, it's this simple. And I talked to Dave J about this. We had a chat on Skype. And it's this simple. There's a creator that created everything. He created this world. And if he's has the power to create this world, it's not going to be that difficult for him to create a dome, the firmament. But everything after that, there's a lot of confusion. Like that song from Genesis, the land of confusion. This is the world we live in, the land of confusion. It is. They try to confuse us, you know, and make us try to lose faith. But I can't say this enough. I'll keep saying it a million times. If the churches taught directly out of the Bible, I would really, really question the Bible. They don't. They don't. Tell you to cut the tree from the forest. It's, you know, in line with silver and gold. Bible says don't do that. The Bible it's perfectly clear. The earth is fixed and firm. It tells the opposite. So, you people out there that think you're really smart and you think these people are you know, oh, they're just playing Satanists. They're doing all this stuff just for fun. No. They do like to mock. There's no doubt about that. Because they love to mock God's people. You know. Here's the thing about the pre-rapture. It's a deception because when everybody believes the rapture is supposed to happen and it doesn't, the majority will say, well, we've been lied to. There's no Christ coming back. So it was nothing but a big lie, but they don't understand. They were to see where it states in the Bible in Matthew where no flesh shall be saved until the return of Christ. How is there going to be a rapture when it says in the Bible in Revelation where, you know, it talks about people being beheaded for their belief in Christ? So why weren't those people raptured if they were believers in Christ? That tells you right there. It's post, you know, it's post tribulation. So that's the reality. And people can believe what they want, you know, but that's why there's the narrow gate and the wide gate, the wide road that leads to destruction. They're trying every which way. It's like this. Eric Dubé and all these people talking about flat earth. How can you deny a creator and all the people that are atheist flat earthers? How can you believe, you know, in the flat earth and the firmament, you know, and it just doesn't jive. It's like saying I'm a vegetarian but I eat steak. You know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. An atheist flat earther, it's really, you know, it's a contradiction. Okay, let's load up some more comments or questions, I should say. Yeah, I'm trying. I gotta load this page. It's freezing up. I'm not getting any. You guys need to understand when I'm doing this live stream, it's so hard because the comments are constantly flashing, and there's so many comments coming in. It's really not a user-friendly thing. You know, it's not really user-friendly to use this thing. Let me see here. Yeah, there's no heroes. Like I made my video, the video I posted today, Nelson Mandela. No hero. He's you know, arm in arm with David Rockefeller, you know. Let's see here. Alex Jones, Bill Hicks. I give him credit. He's funny. But at the same time, he's a slime ball for deceiving his followers. You know, when he does his rants, he's all yelling and screaming. He's funny. He's a comedian. Bill Hicks, funny comedian. Listen to both yell and scream. I posted on my channel. Listen to both of them yell and scream. It's identical. You know, it's an identical yell and scream, same accent, everything. So, yeah, it's crazy, but it's a crazy world we live in. But again, 99% of well aware is this person's that person, this person, that person. It's a lie. And well aware one, by the way, Dallas Goldbug, well aware one is 33 numerology. So there you go. Let's look at some of the comments here. Yeah, Dave J. Do a podcast with Dave J. I'll see about that. You know, I would interview Dave J. Because Dave J is way ahead of the game. I mean, when I talk to him, I'll be honest, I'm going to be blunt. When I talk to him in a podcast, the guy is a freaking genius. He's just very intelligent. And, you know, this is what happens a lot too. This is the honest truth. When I do podcasts with Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole and PK and others in the past, some of the best conversations are actually off live stream, not on live stream. They're after we go into a group chat offline, and we talk, and it's the best information because I don't know what it is. It's like stuff that Dave J told me on Skype. You know, I'm just listening. I don't want to talk too much because Dave J has a lot to offer, and he's a very intelligent man. And I have a lot of respect for Dave J. I said it a million times, I do. You know, he'll get mad at me here and there, and he just, you know, he wants to keep me on the straight and narrow. You know, so that's fine. I don't mind that because it's well intended. You know, he's got mad at me a lot in the past. You know, over certain things, but he just, you know, again, some things I'm going to still stand by, but some things he was right. I look back and say, wow, Dave J was right. So when somebody like Dave J proves me wrong on things, when I believe in the very beginning that JFK assassination was pulled off by the government when it was nothing but a hoax, I said, I'm gonna start listening to this guy. You know, this guy, he's right. He's right on the money. So I'm gonna listen to him. Okay, let's see here some of the questions. Globebuster's good. You know, anybody busting the globe that believes in a creator is fine by me. But I'm sorry if you are someone that's making videos that talks about flat Earth but denies a creator. You know, I'm not going to go with that. Doesn't mean you're my enemy, but I don't go for that. You know, and you know, people ask me about Jeranism here, and you know, if he's going to deny Christ, I have an issue with that. But he's cool with me. I've chatted with him on my Facebook page. He's cool with me, so you know. Look, I don't want to make enemies with everybody. You know, I'll be honest with you. The honest truth is, you know, I'm one of the few, you know, people out there that are not controlled. People are like, "Oh, give me a break. This guy, he's a show, whatever." You can believe that, whatever you want, but that's the truth. There's nobody, you know. There's no one out there, you know. I'm on nobody's payroll, and I laugh and I tell people in my personal life. I say, "Can you believe it? I'm making videos spending all these countless hours making these videos, you know, not getting sleep, and people are saying I actually work for the government. I said it's unbelievable. You know, and of course, some of these people out there, some of them are just regular people that are confused, and they're actually looking for the truth, and they're like, well, he must be a shill, you know, this, and this. Why isn't he dead? How many truth? Listen, let me ask you these people this: how many truthers have been murdered for on YouTube truth channels? Have been murdered for speaking the truth? How many truth channels? Oh, this guy, Flat Earth lives. He made a video on the Flat Earth talking about government conspiracies. He was murdered. Can anybody point out one? You know, so who knows? Maybe that'll happen later, or they get rid of all of us. And I shouldn't even laugh about that, but you never know. But at the same time, they know what I say most people are going to reject anyways. I'm talking about the people, the mainstream people that believe the garbage on CNN, Fox News, MSNBC. They know that no one's going to believe us anyways. And I believe, of course, they watch my videos. My videos end up on Tosh O. They didn't mention my name, like I said. Just called me a conspiracy theorist. I've been in the several newspapers, you know, the New Yorker, Daily Mail, and other ones, you know. But you know, I think they behind the scenes they kind of laugh like, this guy's telling the truth. You know, maybe he's got it all right. Listen, that's the thing too. A lot of the stuff. This is the foundation. We know we're being lied to. We know we're being lied to about everything. Now, our response to knowing we're being lied to about everything, is everything I'm saying the absolute 100% truth on every research I've done? Absolutely not. Majority, yes. But I can be off here and there on certain things. Only they know. They're the ones that are running this world. So, for example, I make a video on Katy Perry and JonBenet Ramsey. I know. Well, that's the one thing. I do know that JonBenet Ramsey was a host. But do I know for a fact that it's Katy Perry? No, I don't. I believe it could be her. Is it a fact? Absolutely not. So that needs to be made clear. You know, only they know. These are the ones that pull off that hoax with JonBenet Ramsey. And watch the video on that where I talk about that, where I believe where they flipped the photo of JonBenet Ramsey on the cover of People magazine, where Katy Perry has a very similar mole on the opposite side. Okay, so that's that. Now let's take a look here. Yeah, Dabu. It's a play. They love a play on words. Dabu is Buddha. That's all it is. You know. And again, I'm sorry to sound like a broken record. Truth Finder and Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, thanks very much for your help, because I don't have time to go through all the knuckleheads in the comment section that are spamming nonsense here. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Let me look through some of the questions here coming in. Do cell phones really pop popcorn kernels? I don't know what to say about that. Sorry. I don't know. What kind of question? I'm sorry. Okay, let's take a look here. I had to get a little sip of water. I've been, talking for a long time. Last time I went almost 8 hours. Yeah, lady died. And just want to mention too, the 2 watches. I'm glad you El Desperta, sorry. I can't pronounce that very well. El Desperta. I'm glad you mentioned Lady Di. I made a video on Lady Di and that hoax. Supposedly her death in a tunnel where nobody could see, just like what supposedly went down in London on the Westminster Bridge with the dummy, which I believe was pulled out of that double-decker bus where they have all the supplies. Somebody came on my channel saying, "Oh, that woman underneath the bus, this and this, someone would have cut it." Yeah, it's on the bridge where they can, it's right in the middle of the bridge and they have it cut off. And I'm sure vehicles blocking. Now, getting back to Lady Di and supposedly her death with Dodi Fayad in the tunnel, nothing but a hoax. I showed the children all smiling and laughing. the very next day, greeting all the people when they got back to England. And she's wearing 2 watches. The duality of 2 worlds. There's a world for the masses and a world for them. That's what I believe. Duality. Like the song from Van Halen, "The Best of Both Worlds." And that I found that whole 2 watch thing very interesting. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here some of the questions. Here's the thing too, is a lot of my videos, for example, the one I made on the London terrorist attack hoax. I look at the number of likes and dislikes. The ratio is like, last time I checked, it was like over 1,100 and like 33 or 34. Why I said 33? Like 33, 34 dislikes. Sorry about that, guys. It was very, very low amount of dislikes compared to likes. And I'm like, it reminds me of years ago when I first started making truth videos. The amount of likes and dislikes were not very good. Oh, you're crazy, you're nuts. But people are waking up to this, and it's not all for naught. A lot of people are going online. They're turning away from CNN, and I believe there's gonna be a mass awakening, and we're playing a part of it. People that the legit people that make truth videos. But I believe, and I hate to say this, but I believe the so-called elite are gonna do it on their terms. And just like when I've been talking about flat Earth forever. Before any of these mainstream people came out, I said in the podcast that it's going to go mainstream. Okay, it's going to go mainstream as part of Divide and Conquer, just like 9/11, and that happened. And the first one was that Tila Tequila. Then it was B.O.B. the rapper, or could have been reversed. It could be B.O.B. first and Tequila second. I believe it was Tequila first, but I believe, it's gonna be out there. All truths will be revealed. But the thing is this, and this is kind of controversial too, with the whole entire Project Bluebeam as well. So how does it all coincide with the flat Earth truth coming out? I don't know. It's really hard to say. But one thing I find interesting is a lot of people that are obsessed with aliens and UFOs that are truth seekers. At first, I talked to a lot of these people, and they were really hated the idea of flat Earth, the firmament, because that eliminates their fantasy of aliens from other worlds. But now they're coming to the realization, yeah, that's a big lie. That's really been a big lie. Like that one female, I don't know her name. I forgot her name. She was a blonde female talking about Werner von Braun. And someone please help me out here. I'm sure a lot of you know. I just can't think of her name top of my head. A blonde woman talking about how, the asteroid, and aliens and all this would be the alien card, and it would all be, it's all part of the script. And I forgot her name. I don't remember. But anyways, of course, working, with NASA, working with Werner von Braun, you can't trust these people. Once they're in the inside and they're allowed to speak, just like Ted Gunderson. There's one thing I want to mention about my chemtrail video over DC. Teddy Gunderson, okay? This guy, a lot of people love what he says. He shows all the dead fish. I mean, how can he prove that those fish were killed by chemtrails? And I'm not saying chemtrails don't have harmful effects, but, he covered the Marilyn Monroe case. He was in charge in Dallas when JFK went down. Why did he call it what it was? So these are just, just deceivers. Prince as well, just another deceiver. They always create these fake heroes, like Albert Pike said. We're gonna, when the people need a hero, we're gonna create one for them, and they keep doing it. And why do they create? This is the funny thing. They create these false heroes in the music industry, professional sports, Hollywood, and they're all liars. George Carlin throwing up the 666 hand sign. And people love George Carlin. And yeah. So there's a lot of good stuff, but it's not for us. It's to mock us. He goes, you know, he talks about, it's a big club and you're not in it. Then he goes, we are not. Then he changes from you're not into we because he's part of the club. Yeah, let's see here some more of these questions. Yeah, aliens are demons. That's right. I mentioned that many times. Okay, let's see here. Trying to read some questions. Enter the Stars. Yeah, I see that Adam from Enter the Stars. He had a car crash in front of his house. And then didn't Dabu 7 have a car crash? And then Zachary K. Hubbard had a car crash. And car crash CC for 33. Give me a break. So I'm not buying these people. Yeah, spicy hot mess. I was harassed by this one cop. What was his name? I forgot his name. What was his name? Over the Oakland hoax. I'm trying to think here. Mike Pyle is his name. Claims to work for Oakland Alameda Sheriff's Department. Supposedly retired, but I looked online. He was still on the payroll up to last year. Okay, so the guy would, he called me out of the blue. I'm like, I don't call people I don't know out of the blue. It's like PK. PK and I communicated for a long time. And then we eventually, I don't know, after 1 year, 2 years, we start talking, and then first time after maybe a year and a year, we actually start on Skype. But going back and forth, communicating, you work your way up to it. It's just like this. You don't just go up to, like I said before, you don't just go up to a female and ask her on a date. You just saw her for the first time. She doesn't know you from anything. You got to build a relationship. You talk to the people. Oh, for example, as a coworker, someone you see at the grocery store, you have conversations many times, and after a certain point, then you ask them out. You don't go to someone you never met, you never talked to them once. Hey, let me get your. Never met. There's no foundation. So when this guy called me out of nowhere, I'm like, who is this guy claiming to be? And he, it's a long story, but for those that don't know, before the whole Oakland fire at the warehouse supposedly happened, where those people died, I got a phone call from him. Was it a few months or a month before it went down? I don't remember the exact timeline. Because he works for them. He knew it was going to go down. He knew it was going to cover it. So he wanted to get in my ear. And after it went down, of course, I made a video on it because it was 100% hoax. And he got really upset and angry with me, saying, oh, that was real. You do great work, but this was real. I could bring you the morgue and show you the dead bodies. Just really creepy stuff. And then he says, he wanted to meet me and bring me over there. All this weird stuff. And the guy's a weirdo and a creep. So, and I looked him up, and sure enough, I looked at the Facebook page for the Alameda Sheriff's Department. He was commenting on there, talking to those other people on the page like he knows them. So I don't doubt whatsoever for a second he is one of them, and he was trying to derail me from making a video on it. Okay, let's take a look here. Yeah, Jonathan Clegg. He mentioned me in a couple of his videos I heard from people. So from what people told me, he's really angry with me because I'm not going to go back and forth, with this guy. Just, when he's such an obvious deceiver. It's like this. I really don't make videos on people unless they really, really, really go overboard. It's so obvious and people are being deceived. I have to point it out. I don't want to create enemies just to create enemies, you know, and then it goes back and forth, you know. Let's see here. Yeah, Muammar Gaddafi doing the Masonic handshake with Tony Blair. What a complete joke. Gaddafi was a hoax. Gaddafi was another fake hero. Let's see here. Yeah, rock and roll and Elvis. You know, it's all satanic. They're pulling us. Listen, just like snake charmers try to, you know, seduce snakes. Rock and roll. I gotta admit, back in the '80s, I was really big into, you know, music, buying cassettes, you know, all this stuff, and it's like soda. It's so bad for us, but it's so addictive, you know, and it's hard to get off it. You try to make every excuse, and you know, you try to make every excuse possible so you can still listen to your music. Oh, it's not harmful. It's not harmful. I can control it, but it's getting into your subconscious. So, you know, I do play little clips here and there as from Billy Idol when he talks about how easy it is to deceive. Little portions, you know, I do play little clips where little truth is in there, like from Madonna. Even though I can't stand Madonna, they speak truth, and I put it in there. Same with Meatloaf, you know. But music seduces people. It's like they're pulling us in with something like candy, and it gets into your soul. Music really gets into your soul, and music, you know, I shouldn't say this because I was planning to make a video on this a long, long time ago, and I'm going to say it anyways because I was planning it as a surprise video. Like I don't like to tell my future videos in advance. It kind of ruins it when I release it because I like the people just to see it with the presentation. But I'll say it anyways. There was in Long Beach back years ago. I believe it was in the 80s or early 90s. I think it was the 80s. There was this rap concert with all these major rap bands. With I believe it was Run DMC and just Houdini. All these major, all these big rap bands, and it was pure riots. I mean, there were people getting beat up and stomped on, and chairs being thrown, all in the concert, and it's all due to, you know, how it's entering the soul, and it gets people, like they would say, jacked up or psyched up, and it's like people work out, they want to listen to their music before they go to when they go to the gym, they listen to their music, it psychs them up. You know, they get all pumped up, and they need to, you know, they get so psyched up, and it has such a control over them. They need to unleash, and they unleash like wild animals, and they're beating the hell out of each other, and it spilled out to the outside where the cops couldn't control it. And this one guy actually videotaped it, and he was talking about it. He goes, I couldn't believe what was going on. You know, couples were walking, just regular couples, and people were like waiting for them to walk out, and they basically they ambushed them and just beat the living hell out of them, and just horrible. And after that, it was so bad, they banned these rap concerts in Long Beach because of that. But that's because the music, you know, I mean, you know, music is very powerful, and the elite know that. That's why everything that's out there for public consumption is out there for a reason. From movies to music to fast food, it's all about destroying us, you know, spiritually, physically, with the music in Hollywood, you know, spiritually, and with the food, physically. So it's like a double attack, you know. So that's what they're doing, you know. It's like I said earlier, it's not by chance, not by coincidence. There's no healthy fast food restaurants. They're all deep fried tacos at Jack in the Box, your onion rings, your hamburgers with who knows what they put inside those buns that won't mold for 3 months. You know, it's people wonder why they get cancer. They can't figure it out. Well, I work out, but you eat this garbage too. You know, so listen. More important than working out is what you put in your body. You know, what you put on your body. That's number one thing. And working out is definitely beneficial, but you really need to work out. Okay, let's look at some of these questions here. on the live chat here. Yeah, the mannequin. They called it the mannequin. I mentioned before. There's a movie called The Mannequin. Mannequin. And again, they don't just come up with these concepts and put them on the big screen. I don't know where. There's always a backstory. They're just sitting around saying, we'll just make a movie about this or that for no reason. You know, it's like for example, you name a child. It's gonna be because some backstory to it. Oh, my favorite movie, or my dad. He was he liked this, or you name your pet over something like this. So there's a backstory, just like everything. So let's take a look here. Yeah, will be Black Star Line. Yeah, that was it was okay. It was the Crip gang. Okay, thanks for adding that, because I wasn't exactly sure how that all went down, but I remember that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Masons or Jews. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look here at some of these questions. Saddam Hussein. I'm glad someone Vladimir asked about Saddam Hussein. And Saddam Hussein was a puppet and part of the world stage. And the whole trial was nothing more than a debacle, nothing more than theater. And his hanging, where you had the Iraqi soldiers with the cell phones. Okay, right? They had the cell phones pinned on to Saddam Hussein. The second they pulled the rope for Saddam to go through and be hung, all of a sudden, just like a UFO sighting, the cell phone goes everywhere and you see absolutely nothing. All you hear is a loud bang. Why should we hear a loud bang when he's being hung from a rope? He's not falling to the ground. He's being suspended by this rope. There should be no noise. Maybe a little grunt from him. That's it. So I'm not believing it. And him being that little rat hole or whatever that it was, where the soldiers found him, that was just theater. People are not going to get it, how deep deception goes. And it's like this: people die, and we're all chess pieces, and they're maneuvering everything for just like what supposedly went down with Rodney King. Happened. The videotape was from March 3rd. Of course, March being the third month of the year, you get your 33, and you see this guy with perfect vantage point, perfect from 1992, perfect footage of supposedly cops beating up Rodney King. And of course, the riots went down. And I mentioned this before, and I need to mention it again, where this one lady on this one local station, it's on YouTube somewhere, I seen it a while ago, she was talking about how the police were called back. She said they could have easily prevented this. They could have easily stopped all this, but they're all called back by the police chief. Why? The police chief's a Mason. He was controlled. This was a planned event. They wanted this destruction to happen. So all the thugs that did all this stuff, set the fires, they were allowed to. This is part of the divide and conquer. They could have stopped all that. They didn't want to stop that. Why would they? They planned the event. They wanted order out of chaos. With the chaos that they planted the seed, and all the people react to it. So does it mean, people didn't get beat up? Those fires, again, were not CGI. And the smoke wasn't CGI over LA. It just means they put it into play. It's a domino effect that they created. It's part of it. And one thing I need to mention too, Reginald Denny, the one that was supposedly beat up in the street with the brick, hit in the head with the brick. And I even questioned this back in 92. The one that showed up in the courtroom is not the same person. I said, that looks nothing like the guy in the streets. This Reginald Denny in the courtroom. So nice, so friendly, so forgiving, hugging the mothers of the guy that threw the brick at his head and all this stuff. I think that guy in the street might have died. And that was a real possible real death in the streets. And who knows? But it's a lot. So the deception runs deep, and they just do not look the same at all to me. And back then, I said they're not the same person. Let's move on here. And of course, I should say, of course, the OJ case happened right after that too. You know, of course, it said in the news, it's divide the nation 50-50. Of course, it's divide the nation 50-50. That was the plan. That's why they did that. Good, Dininos. Thanks, man. I'm doing all good, man. Thanks for asking. Let's take a look here. And for all the people that said hi and I didn't see it, I apologize. Hello to everybody that's joining in late. Lori, thank you. Sorry, I didn't, I see you say night. I didn't even know. I didn't even see you earlier. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Let's see here. Well, listen, people getting frustrated. There's a lot of questions being asked, and while I'm talking, there's so many questions coming through. It's really hard to talk and remember every single question and see them all. It's not easy to do this. Amber Rose, why don't you make any videos? Why are you sitting on the sideline asking me why I haven't covered Hunter games in Siberia, Russia? Why don't you get off your butt? Why don't you download some free software, PhotoStage? Why are you waiting for me to make a video on it? Why are you relying on me to make all videos? Why are you a pedestrian on the side? Why don't you, if you're so concerned, why haven't covered it? Why haven't you covered it? Why haven't you covered anything? I spent so much time making videos, covering so many stories, and you're complaining, why haven't I covered this? How about the hour and 45-minute video I made on the Rockefellers, or all the videos I made? Listen, I can make videos about everything. If I don't make videos, why don't I make videos about the Ethiopians? Why don't I make videos about ants in the desert? I can't make everybody happy. So Amber, you know what? You're gone. You're no longer welcome my channel, because it's very frustrating why I spend so much countless hour in time and you're complaining about me not making a video about some story that I've never even looked at. I haven't had the time. So it's very frustrating. Sorry, everybody. Just frustrated that people, they're like I'm like their employee, and they're my boss, and they're dictating on why I didn't do this. Give me a break, a complete break. Okay, Chuck Norris. What about Chuck Norris? I used to watch his movies back in the 80s. I used to play the Atari 2600 game, Chuck Norris Kung Fu game. That was pretty fun. And his movies, Chuck Norris is kind of tacky kind of guy, but yeah, he's interesting. Oh, one thing I never mentioned about William Shatner, because it's a little bit off topic, and him, calling science fiction and fiction the same. Fiction and science fiction are one and the same. He was in, of course, a TV series called T.J. Hooker. And again, T.J. Hooker being 33 in numerology. And this is funny. I'm not even going to make a video about this. It's too ridiculous. I used to grow up watching Dukes of Hazzard. And there's so many 33s with Dukes of Hazzard. The orange, of course, General Lee with the South, and Boss Hogg. Boss Hogg, if anybody doesn't know who Boss Hogg is, he was the fat, corrupt, one of the officials in Hazard County. Boss Hogg is 33 in numerology. And the actors, I forgot the names, their real names in real life, but a lot of them have these 33 names. They all have 33 names. So it's really Masons behind that as well. And of course, Dixie being 33. Do I use Sony Vegas? What is that? I'm not even sure what is that? I'm not even sure. Symbols in Batman movies. Yeah, there's a lot of symbols in Batman movies. Of course, episode 33 with the original Batman series, they talk about Skull and Bones. They mention, Yale and the founder of Skull and Bones in episode 33. It's called Franz Fini fiends or something to that effect. FFF. F being the sixth letter in the alphabet, you get your 666. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, and one thing I want to say, I want to thank all my supporters from all over the world, from Brazil, Australia, all over Europe, Canada. You know, I have people from Mexico, you know, Central America. I mean, you know, Australia, a lot of support from Australia, specifically with the car ramming hoax. And definitely check out, you know, PK's channel. Well, he can't really cover too much, but Smoke and Mirrors, he's continuing on. He's doing a lot of groundwork. So definitely Smoke and Mirrors is a good dude. Yeah. Let's see here. Sorry, I got a little upset with Amber Rose, but I really don't have time for people asking me. Listen, all these people complaining. Why don't I cover this? Why don't I cover that? Why don't you make videos? If you have so much passion for that subject, you should make videos on it yourself. I did that. You know what? Listen, I got on this YouTube because I got tired of people only giving half truths, and I'm like, wait a second. You know, I'm not really one to be out there and put myself out there like this. I'll be more like a behind the scenes guy, you know, and not really, you know, making comments. But I said, you know what? I'm gonna start doing this because a lot of people, you know, they're not really giving the full truth. And a lot of deceivers out there. I'm gonna start doing it myself. And one of the first videos I made was on Ron Paul. I mentioned this before, and I got hammered. All these Ron Paul tards, like, oh, but Ron Paul has had the same stance for X amount of years. Yeah, he's been playing that role as an actor for X amount of years. You know, so, and then these same ones that were Ron Paul revolution and pushing the Ron Paul. Oh my goodness. I was like, you people have no clue. And people get so mad at me for exposing Alex Jones. So mad at me for talking bad about Mark Dice, calling him a shill. You know, like, these people are so obvious, so transparent. You people are so blind. And you need these fake heroes, you know, to, you know, for some reason, you know. People are always looking for heroes, you know. I like it where people watch my channel and they're like, yeah, I agree with you 95% of the stuff. I like that. I don't want to say I agree with everything 100% you say, because, you know, we should always leave room for error where, you know, like certain things. Like, for example, I thought it was going to be, you know, Hillary Clinton as president. That was a big swerve, you know. And I said in the podcast, like I said earlier, I said on PK's podcast, I could be wrong. We don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. So what I tell people is, yeah, watching my videos, yeah, I believe, after hearing someone like me say, I think it's going to be Hillary Clinton, I believe it's going to be her, but it's going to be her. I don't know that for a fact. Because if you tell people it's a fact and it doesn't happen, guess what? You look stupid. So that's why, you know, we can't say anything for sure, you know, because they're the ones that are playing games with both the mainstream people and the so-called conspiracies. They're playing with both of us. They're setting us up a lot of times as well, like with Shaq, pulling back from the flat earth. Okay, let's see some of the questions here. Thanks, Nancy. I appreciate that. Yeah, and listen, even years ago, I used to say about voting. I said, you look at people like Bill Clinton, George Bush, Ronald Reagan. I used to say, is this the best America can do? I said, I don't think so. These people, it's a risk. I knew that a long, long time ago. I said, this possibly can't be the best. And one thing I want to make a prediction on, again, when I say prediction, because I'm not saying it's 100% fact, I'm going to go on record, and people are going to record this. That's fine. I don't see Donald Trump building a wall. They need to keep that divide and conquer open. And Donald Trump's going to make a lot of his followers, of course, angry. But that wall is a great divide and conquer, great debate. There's not going to be a wall. He's going to make up some excuse. Oh, the left, they did this. They passed this law. It's out of my hands. I did my best, but blah, 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 blah. And if it was up to me, there'd be a wall up there. There's not going to be no wall. Just like Obama says he's going to pull all the troops out right after he becomes president. They'll all be coming out by March 15th. That didn't happen, you know. So all these false promises, you know, same story, just different faces, different liars telling the same lies. Let's see here. Yeah, you know, listen, I'm not saying I want to say something. I understand people don't have time to make vids. Maybe they're too shy. They don't have the ability. It's not in them to do it. I know a lot of people, they'll try to make videos, they don't even talk because they don't want their voice broadcast or they're just shy or whatever reason. It's fine. It's just this person, Amber Rose, came on my channel demanding why did I make a video on some story I never even heard of, and getting all angry with me. No, it's like if you're so passionate about it, why don't you make a video about it? Go to download.com, download photos, stage for free, get a mic, bingo, you can put up that video tonight. Not hard. Take images offline, put them in photo stage, and add your own audio. Process it and upload it to YouTube, your channel. You have a YouTube channel already. So what are you waiting for? That's what I thought. You're not going to make a video on it. So, but again, people that, you know, follow people like me, they don't have time to make videos. They're busy working their jobs. That's fine. You know? Yeah, Amber, give me a break. That's right. Give us all a complete break. Let's see here. Let's see here. And some people out there that make videos, they're not even worth mentioning. You know, some people are just not mentioning at all. Yes, it's that Wombat. That Wombat dude from Dukes of Hazzard with the 33 name, and there's a few others. But Boss Hog cracks me up. He likes eating fried chicken. If you don't know who Boss Hog, just Google him. It's BOSSHOGG. Boss Hog. He wears the white suit. He's always upset about stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, the Confederate flag with the X. I'm sure Chuck Norris is a mace. That wouldn't surprise me. Or he's definitely a puppet. You know, he's been in the in the industry for a very long time. Okay, and you know, here's the thing: is people, you know, complain about not having subs or it's hard to get out there. Listen, just do this. The secret to getting a lot of you know, building your channel, I should say. Cover the latest stories. People are looking for those latest stories. If you're starting a new channel, you're gonna make a video on the moon hoax, and it's not a headline story. Guess what? In a month, it's probably gonna get about. If you're a new channel, you probably get about 25, 30 views. You're gonna be like, oh, it's not worth my time. I'm gonna quit. If there's for example, after London went down, make a video on London. London hoax, a terrorist attack hoax. You're gonna get views. If it's a good video, you're gonna get subs. And with that, you're going to build a channel. It's not hard. It's not complex. You know, that's simple. You know, right now there's a ton of flat Earth videos, but if you make a flat Earth video, it's going to get lost in the shuffle with so many people making them. You got to make it based on, for example, the latest news story. Like Shaq just came out. Make a video on that. Yeah. Thanks, Matt, man. I appreciate that. Thanks, brother. I'm just scrolling back up in the comments. All right, yeah, I already covered that guy. I'm not going to talk about him anymore. You know, he doesn't need any more, you know, free publicity. Yeah, Dinky, I'll make a video on Dinky pretty soon. Dinky, he's sleeping right now. He's taking his turtle nap. Is hell under earth? Heaven's above. You know, and there's a literal hell, and I believe You know, where exactly is that? It can definitely be below. You know, the as above, so below has many meanings. People want to argue about as above, so below, as on earth, as in heaven, as on earth, as in hell. You know, there's never one meaning to these concepts. Okay, let's see some of the questions here. Yeah, you know, listen, I listen. I'm very aware of a lot of these fake subs. People pretend to be friendly to me or ask, you know, questions, but I know they're just shills, you know, using a different handle, and they think they're very sneaky. No, they're, you know, I see that, you know, I see it all the time. And one thing I'll mention too is health. You know, I got to get back into the health topic because it's very important. I can't stress this enough. Drink a ton of water every day. You know, I need to say this again. Apple cider vinegar with 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar with a quarter cup of water. Drink that first thing in the morning. Let it sit in your system. Then drink as much water as you can, and you just clean out your system. You know, you're not, like I said a million times, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You want to avoid the doctor. That's my goal. Because the doctor is not going to give you anything to cure you. He thinks he is by reading the government pamphlets on what does what. But at the end of the day, it's just a big hoax. They're going to give you a bunch of pills that's going to get you worse. And initially, in the beginning, it might seem like it's working, but it's not going to solve the problem. It's gonna make it worse. It's just temporary going to help you in some cases, but not going to cure the problem, the root. And that's with food. Food should be your medicine. Food, good food and water, not something made in a lab. You know, God created all these natural things for us to, you know, for us, for our health, not man. They want to replace, you know, what God created for us, all the food that comes out naturally through fruits and vegetables. And they want to, you know, science, you know, they want to force the idea that there's no God and we have the cure. You know, yeah, right. You have the poison, just like the vaccines, which you get these shots at Walgreens being 33, with the mortar and pestle and their logo, which what they call their mortar and pestle, which is nothing more than a cauldron. Okay, let's see here, some of the questions here. Okay. Yeah, pharmaceutical industry. Pharmaceutical, as I mentioned many times, the root meaning from the Greek is to poison. You know, that's basically what it is. Witchcraft or to poison. If people are in love with science, you know, I mean, not everything in science is a lie, but when it comes to space and, you know, it's all science fiction. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, the mercury is the one. Yeah, mercury. So that's the thing about flu shots. Back in the you know, early days, you know, you didn't hear about kids having autism until they add the mercury, the preservative, and that's the component that's doing people and the kids in. All right, let's see here. Yeah, liver flush. Listen, it's like this. Getting back to the apple cider vinegar, it's like this. Like your sinks underneath your kitchen sink. Over the years, there's going to be buildup, and what do? You pour down vinegar. You know, you can pour down vinegar and or hot water or both to clean out the pipes. The same thing with your body. You know, you don't want to drink ice cold like I talked to this one Chinese woman at this restaurant. She was the waitress, and she was talking about how we really don't drink any cold ice sodas. We serve it, but we don't do it ourselves. It's for, you know, the American, mostly Americans. After we have like something like egg roll, a little bit greasy, after we're done, we drink hot tea to, you know, cleanse our system. You know, any greasy food, it cleanses our system. Hot, not cold. People tell you, oh, drink cold. No, it solidifies things. try doing this. Pour bacon grease, for example. I'm not advocating to that. I'm just saying, for example, if you pour down bacon grease down your sink, and you pour cold water down the drain, it's going to solidify. The fat's going to solidify. But of course, if you run hot water, it's going to run past right through. So that's the same thing. So stay away from cold. When I drink water, I have a half-gallon of water right next to me right now that I'm drinking as I'm speaking here. Taking little breaks here and there. And I try to drink one half-gallon a day. If you can drink a gallon of water a day, even better. It's room temperature, you know. So, you know, and if you drink teas, try to drink caffeine-free teas, you know. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Truth, Trunder, what are you talking about here? I seen some idiot on TV do physics degrees, and he was loving Einstein. Who are you calling an idiot here? Who is there a troll here? What's going on? Yeah, what's the problem? Room temperature water. Yeah, or warm, not cold. Hey, what's up, Flat Still Earth? How's it going? Let's see here. And listen too. Also, never be afraid of throwing some lemons, some organic lemons. Slice up some lemons, squeeze them, throw the whole thing in your water container, and that's going to do really good for your body, cleanse your system. You know, and juicing as well won't hurt whatsoever. But juice mostly vegetables and mixing a little bit of fruit. Here's the thing about fruit. People talk about fruits and be careful with fruits because there's a lot of sugars. But if you only eat fruit and vegetables all day, you can eat as much fruit and vegetables as you want for the most part. But if you're combining other foods, then you can't really do that. It all depends what you're combining with what you're eating. So if you're just having a fruit diet, you can eat fruit all day, you're not going to gain weight. But if you're eating pizza and a burger and then you eat a lot of fruit, it's not going to work, you know, so not good yet. No, Maddie G, do not add sugar to your lemon water because what happens is when you add the sugar, that's what penetrates the cells first. It's going to inhibit the vitamin C from penetrating the cells first. That's why when you drink lemon water, you want it to have no sugar. And I would suggest this. You can do two ways. You can squeeze lemons and drink the lemon juice straight and then chase it down with water. Or you could just add your sliced lemons to your water, but you could do it either way. But I prefer, like, get 2 organic lemons, slice them, juice them, drink it straight, and then chase it down with water. That's the best thing. It's nice, concentrated, strong. And if you have any problems, go to the bathroom. That'll solve it right there. That'll really clean out your system. You know, here's another thing too. I don't want to talk about this stuff, okay? But I want to mention this. If you have constipation, it's very, 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 very bad for you. It's all this buildup in your system. Okay, all this toxins are built up in your system and staying in there. And this is very, very bad for your liver, all your organs, everything. And this really why older people have a problem with constipation. You hear about the old story about people drinking prune juice trying to solve it. Drink a lot of water. You know, if you try laxative, it's only going to be temporary help. You really got to drink a ton of water every day. Ton of water. Get rid of meat. Meats are bad. That's caused a lot of the problems too. Drink a ton of water. And again, if you have constipation problems, if it's chronic, there's a good chance you can get cancer. Just like, for example, you have a pet cat. Years and years they have fur balls that build up. As they get older, they have backup, and they're constipated, and that backs up, and the toxins go to their liver, and they can destroys your liver, and they can die. So you want to make sure. Don't want to talk about this kind of, but you want to make sure you're constipated. If you're constipated, you need to fix that right away, because that's gonna cause you problems, and if you're gonna have cancer issues, if you're constipation, if you have chronic constipation, don't be surprised if you don't solve it. Over time, you're gonna have some type of cancer or health issues. So make sure that you don't have any problems with that. Just want to mention that it's very important. So I want to just not only give truth with the hoaxes, the sops, I want to try to help people in every which way possible in their personal life. Like I mentioned, finances, controlling your spending. Buy what you need, not what you want. That's how the rich stay rich and the poor stay poor. Like I said, I don't sound like a broken record, but for the new listeners, rich people spend money like they're poor, and poor people spend money like they're rich. The poor people want to pretend they're the rich, so they spend their money. Don't buy a new car. You can't live in your car. I mean, if you're doing well off, you could buy a new car. But don't buy a new car unless you have a house. You can't live in your car. And I've heard many people say it in the past. I learned that when I was very young. Someone told me that he bought a really expensive truck because, what? It's a big mistake. All it does is go down in value. It's just gone down in value. I should have saved that money. I should have put a down payment on a house. Because houses pretty much only go up in value, where cars only go down in value. So, get a good used car. Don't spend too much. Try to save your money. And, this is for someone that wants to buy a house eventually. And buy yourself a house, which will go up in value. Over 10 years span, it's going to double, Okay. 777 is like, Francisco Santos. The 7, let's talk about the 7 and the Z. Okay. When you look at the Z, it's as above, so below, 2 7s. In Chaldean numerology, a 7-7 is Oz. It's the occult of Oz. And something interesting, I talk about this. When you go to, you get hamburgers. Hamburgers is 33. You get a hot dog at 7-Eleven. Hot dog, what do they serve at 7-Eleven? Slurpees and hot dog. You get a Slurpee and a hot dog. Slurpee is 33 numerology. Hot dog is 33 numerology. And those are the two main items they push. Just look it up. There's one logo of 7-Eleven, and they use hot dogs as a 7 in the company logo. So you have a hot dog for 33, and you have 7-Eleven. So, and you have the stripes, the 3 stripes. You go to any 7-Eleven store, back in the 80s, I remember they're all brick. They're all brick stores where I live. You have the masonry bricks, and you have the 7-Eleven for Oz. And you have the 3 stripes on either side for your 33 as well. People say, "Oh, this is ridiculous." No, they love to show their masons with signs and symbols. It's ridiculous to people that are new to the entire concept. I get it. Just like a lot of these, again, these big companies. I even saw this one place in the Midwest and East Coast. It's called something Hamburger 33. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Let's some of these questions. Yeah, coffee can help you, but in moderation. I like coffee myself, but it's not a good idea to do too much. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be blunt. Over the years, I've been a sugar freak. I love donuts. I love coffee and donuts, but it's just like music, just like everything else. Stay away from that stuff. It's not good. I haven't had a donut in a very, very, very long time. And once you don't have it it's like ice cream. If you have ice cream a lot, you crave it a lot. But once you get off it, you don't really crave it anymore. So like if you want to quit cigarettes, do it gradually. Don't go from 2 packs of cigarettes a day to none. Go from 2 packs, to a pack and a half to 1 pack. Break away slowly, just like a vegetarian. Go from eating meat to slowly breaking away. You cannot do it overnight. You're going to fail. And that's the problem. A lot of these instructors, they'll train you. They don't even tell you the proper way to do it. Anything you do, you got to break away slowly. Any addiction has to be a slow, methodical breakaway. Let's see here. Public status. No worries, man. It's gonna keep going on and on for a while. I like the last one, I guess. Been going on here for a while. Maddie G, I'm not in Russia. I said my parents were from Russia. I'm over here in the U.S. Thanks, Nancy. I appreciate that. Oh, you're in PA? Okay. Okay, good night. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see here some of these comments. Yeah, one thing too. Spicy foods is very good. Hot sauce, Tabascos, like when you eat spicy food, your nose runs, whatever. Well, internally everything is moving too. It gets your circulation going. Spicy foods are very good. Definitely. And instead of salt, here's the only mentions about salt. I don't think I mentioned it last time. I might have. I don't recall. It was an 8-hour podcast. Salt. Get good Himalayan sea salt. There's a lot of good minerals for you. And it's like the concept of salt. It's like oil in your car. You can't have too much. You can't have too little. Either one's bad for your car. So you want to have a certain amount, in moderation. Add a little bit of, see people, I have high blood pressure. I'm cutting off all salt. That's good for a while. Your blood pressure will go down. But after a while, you're going to have issues. So you can cut out salt for a while to lower your blood pressure. But once it's stabilized, continue adding salt to your diet. Little bit. You don't need to go crazy with it. But add Himalayan sea salt. Okay, there's a lot of minerals in there. Okay, so people are asking when I talk about this, when I'm talking about that. I'm covering. Look, there's only one me. There's only one me, and I only could cover so much. And I can make 1,000 videos a day, and someone will still complain, why don't I cover this? Why don't I cover that? You must be a shill because you don't cover that. I cover the main hot stories that people want to hear about and seeing. And, they want me to make a video on it. I'm sorry for the person that asked me. Somebody asked me to make a video on a soccer player that died that I never heard of. I don't know who he is. And he's probably the only one that's interested in it, but he wants to make me a video on it. And I don't know anything about this. And I get about 40 video requests a day. And I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm more likely to make a video and say, when somebody shows me a link to a video and it says, RV, take a look at this. Maybe we'll make a video on this. It's a interesting topic. Or they say, just take a look at this. I'm more likely to make a video on it than someone say, hey, this is the thing is people don't even say, please. People just say like this. They say, make a video on this. Not even a please. Give me a break. Okay. And one thing I want to cover too, a little heads up, I'm going to make a video sometime in the future. I have no idea why. Not why. No idea when. On the CNN Nephilims, the Nephilims. Found something very interesting with some of these newscasters on CNN, a few of them. I looked at photos of them when they were younger. Michael Shmerkanish, for example, at 28 years old, working in the White House. And he had a full set of hair. And I'm like, wow, he looks nothing like he does now. His head looks like normal size. Now it looks like a cone head. What happened? Just some really strange things going on. Very bizarre things. I'm not even sure what that's about. People might say, oh, it's just a camera angle. No. He looks like a normal. It looks like it doesn't even look like him. Then he shows up on CNN with his giant cranium. Listen, it's like a lot of weird things going on in this world. Besides the hoaxes, look at John Kerry. Look at Vladimir Putin. What the heck is going on with these two? They got these swollen faces. They look normal. All of a sudden, their faces are puffy and swollen. There's a lot of there's something behind it that's benefiting them, that they're willing to put themselves through this stuff. So who knows? Like I said, I'll make a video on that later. Let me refresh my screen, and let me get a little bit of water here. We're talking about water. Let me see here. Yeah, the attack of the coneheads. I said, give me a break about 30 times already. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see here some of the questions. Yeah, the money goes to Israel. Sure does. Let's see here. Yeah. Just looking through the questions here. Thanks, Matty G. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, El Desperada. I appreciate that very, very much. Despertar. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said your Despertar. I'm sorry. I said that wrong, and I know what that means in English. No, I forgot. What was it again? El Despertar meant. Let me see here. You're gonna probably tell me before I forgot. I knew what that meant and forgot what it meant. It's something about truth or awakening. Yeah, the awakening. That's it. I'll just play that audio.
El despertar.
Yeah, that's it. The awakening. I like that. There you go. Okay. And let's see here. Yes. Romina, that's right. Yeah, okay, I'll call you Romina. I knew that. I just but you changed your name, so I want to go by your name. Maybe you want to stay by that. Argentina. Someone from Argentina here. Thanks for your joining in. I have actually relatives in Argentina. I have a lot of relatives in Argentina actually that came from, of course, the way of Russia. PK, he's doing great. PK is doing great. Thank you, Romina. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. And one thing, talking about, I have relatives that stayed. See, the thing is, when my family left from Russia to go to South America, some stayed in Paraguay and in Argentina. And of course, my parents, they came to the U.S. in the 60s, and they brought over the tradition of drinking mate, which is very good for your system. To look up yerba mate, and you pour hot water over it, and I like it. It's a little bit woody flavor. I drink it as, you could drink it two ways. You could drink it very strong. You could drink it very strong and straight with hot water and a lot of the mix, or you could drink it like a tea where you only put a little bit. It's like a tea, and I like to drink it with a little, and I have a little taste of honey, and I drink it. It's an acquired taste, but it's very, very, very good for you if you look up mate, for those that don't know. Yes, thank you. Yeah, yes, mate. 06, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Paraguay. And that's where my grandparents, when they first came, went to Paraguay. They got a lot of land in Paraguay and settled there, and some moved over to Argentina. Oh, really? You're drinking it right now? Cool. Malta? No, mate, not Malta. Yes, Romina, that's right. And chimichurri sauce, I love that sauce. But I don't eat any meat anymore. I used to put it over barbecue chicken. Delicious sauce. But I'll put it over some substitute. Okay, let's get back here to any questions here. But health is very important. What good is talking about truth if we're dead tomorrow or end up in the hospital tomorrow? We can't be spreading truth if we're with IVs and we have health issues. So we need to stay healthy. And don't wait until you're sick to find a cure. Ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So take care of yourself now. Like you maintain your car. If you maintain your car, regular oil checks, get them checked up. Car, you're not going to get stuck on the road somewhere. Or less likely, I should say. Okay, let's get back here. Okay, Daniel plays. Okay, very nice. Yeah, sure, why not? Send a picture, no problem. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. You talk about Star Trek. There, my friend in Argentina. I used to watch Star Trek all the time. Reruns back in the '80s, growing up. I'm very fascinated by. I don't watch Star Trek. Movies like Total Recall, which fascinate me, and I look at it. I'm looking at for hints and signs and Easter eggs. That's why I watch the movies. I'm very fascinated by how these people that run this world operate. It's very fascinating to me. And I'm not doing it on the entertainment level. I'm doing it to understand how they operate and work, and I catch on new things. Little subtleties, little things they do, from earrings to clothing to little things in the background to things they say. They put a lot of hidden truth in these movies and music. It's not going to be in every single line, so you have to really pay attention. Okay, let's look at some more questions. Yeah, I got a new. I have planned a new video on planets and Nibiru coming up in the future. How do I learn how to decode their signs and symbols? Just study signs and symbols. All their. Just look at. Just Google occultic signs and symbols. You'll see them. You'll see them in Google Images. And then, for example, you watch Total Recall. There's orange everywhere. In Mars, like for example, Mars, all these planets. It's about the occult. Mars. You reverse Mar. It's REM for Ram, and the S for Rams or Ram. So Mars and Ram, they do things in reverse and opposites. So they're on Mars. This orangish planet, and they get the orange type of sunset, and you see the all-seeing eye. You see the eye of Lucifer over one of the cafes. They have the last resort. They have the pyramid symbols. On the miners, they have the 666 flashing. When they look at when there's something going down, they have the 666 flashing in plain sight. I mean, it's just so much to it. There's one scene at the very end when someone's trying to shoot at Arnold Schwarzenegger. His name is Michael Ironside, and they're trying to. He's the actor. he's trying to shoot at Arnold, and someone says, "No, you'll crack the dome." So another symbol of the flat Earth, of the dome, type thing as well. So that dome, the talk of the dome, just like the movie I mentioned before. What do you call that movie? I mentioned it last time, and I watched Logan's Run. When you look at the artwork of Logan's Run, Google it right now. Logan's Run DVD, and you'll see the rainbow with the firmament, the dome, and they're actually in a dome. They escaped the dome, So, and the last Total Recall was horrible in relation to the one from 1990, but they did have an Easter egg with Barack Obama on the dollar, and I don't believe Obama's going away. I believe that one day Obama's going to head the UN, and I really believe. But we have to wait and see. They put some disinfo out there too, but I believe, something about Obama. He's not done. Like, people need to understand Putin. Putin as president, he's term of service came and gone. They changed the laws. He became, they allowed him to be president again. Autism. Yeah, I'm going to say this right now. I know someone that's a nurse. This is a sad story. I know someone that's a nurse, and her doctor, while she was pregnant, advised her to get vaccinated. And guess what? Her son ended up with autism. And she's struggling every day because of that. Because advice from a doctor, trusting science. Oh, Blade Runner. I'm asked about Blade Runner. Watched it many, many times. It's all about transhumanization. I can't even say it. The whole concept of the combining of humans and the robots, like almost like, what other movies are out there where they combine the concept of humans and robots, just like Terminator. That's a good example. Terminator, where they have or $6 million Man. That's another one too, with Steve Austin. Half man and the Bionic Man, the combination of man and machine. RoboCop. There's another one too. So getting back to Blade Runner, the whole concept, the whole idea of that, just like the one George Michael had a video. I don't remember the name of the song, but it was all these female models, and they were like these robotic models. Let me see here. George Michael. I'm looking this up on Google now. It's been so long. Back in the 90s, I think it was. And let me see a quick, so people can watch it and see for yourself. Let me see here. And I believe Beyonce was in the, who was in that video? I don't remember. Let me see here. Sorry about this. I want to take a quick look. While I'm looking for this, people probably already have the answer on the chat, which I'm not looking at right now. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Someone probably answered already, but it's a bunch of, anyways, it's a bunch of models walking on a runway, and they're like robotic type of looks to them. And I believe, I don't know which one of these had the Baphomet on the chest, and the other one was like a robotic. Another one here, but yeah, like again, they love the concept of the duality with mixing, of humans with animals. Of course, like Baphomet and the goat head, half human, half robot, that type of deal. It's just, they love that. Metropolis, yeah, that one too. Same exact concept, yeah. That's it. Metropolis, that's it. Let's see here. I want to see something here for a second. Okay, 1 second here. Let's pick something real quick. Yeah, I found it. And it's called Too Funky. That's it. That's the one. Sorry, when I'm stuck on something I need to figure out. It was a Too Funky video by George Michael with all the all the symbolism with the models. And here's something about models I want to mention too. They love to use these super thin models. They're very manly looking, and they're trying to blur the lines between man and woman and society. And that's what it's about too. It's everything they do. I said it a million times. Everything they do, there's a reason. They love, to force things upon us, and a lot of people don't get the whole idea of why they do that. But again, when they push something, there is a reason. Okay, let's look at some more of these questions here. I see anything here? Yeah, and one thing I want to mention too about the number 55. 55 is very important. Like I can't drive 55 and 55 miles an hour, of course. But 55, of course, 5 is the fifth letter, in the alphabet E. So basically, you get your, you get your double E's or 33s with the 55. I'm sorry, I'm looking at some images here on Google Images while I'm speaking. And okay, let's get back here to the question. Let's see here. Yeah, Scientology. Yeah, just with L. Ron Hubbard and Tom Cruise pushing that. Thank you, Altered Reality. Okay, will do. One thing I want to mention is people that love to promote their channel like crazy on my channel. I don't mind people saying, "Hey, take a look at my videos, take a look at my channel." It's nice with people that have good content. But whenever someone's in every one of my videos posting, look at my channel, I know they're just, they don't care about my channel. They're just using me as a launching board for their channel. And every time someone is always doing that, they come to stab me in the back. So everybody that's, I don't mind someone promoting their channel on my channel. But whenever anybody does an excess, you're gonna be blocked because I know what you're trying to do. Tap in. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. They make some decent content, but if it's excessive, then I gotta cut you loose. Okay, let's get some more questions here. Oh, that's cool, man. Alter Reality. That's cool, man. Thank you. Glad to hear that. Yes, he sure is. Yeah, I'm not gonna mention my name, but he is, or he, yeah, he might be a he, she. But this is the problem. There's a lot of people searching for truth, and they're just looking, and they don't know who to trust or who to believe. And that's why I need to make follow-up videos about liars and frauds that are definitely putting this info out there, saying numbers are meaningless. Oh, give me a break. That's it's just insulting. And it's like this: if someone makes a video on you, oh, it must be true. You're a shield. That's it. So people just when I see that, it's sad. And an unfortunate thing is this: you know, I'll say it myself. I'm a legit guy, just a normal guy, just making videos on the truth, and people are so persistent that I'm um, some agent or something like that. Absolutely not. I'm the worst part is I'm concerned about what I do. I'm concerned about what I do sometimes. Like maybe it's time to take a step back at times. Especially if my channel gets too big. So anyways, getting back on topic here. Let's see here. No, altered reality. It's okay. You can mention your channel. I'm just saying it. No. It's okay. You can mention your channel. That's fine. It's not that. It's the people that constantly like they make a comment that watch my channel. Every single comment. Those clowns. Those people after they do it multiple times are blocked. And I'm not talking about you. No, so don't worry. And listen, people can promote their channels. People are one thing I want to say too. For people that are friendly to my channel, that are on good terms with me, you are free to take my videos and use them. You don't need to ask me. If you're a friend to the channel, to my channel, you are free to take my videos and re-upload them. Okay, it's good because just in case my channels go down, it's up. So I don't mind that at all. So you don't need to ask me if you're on good terms. If you're one of these people that's not on good terms, no, you're not allowed. And it'll be reported and it'll be removed. Okay. Yes, he's been that guy's been shilling a long time. There's a lot. Yeah, and this is another thing too. Why do I have my channel where I have to approve comments? It's very simple. All I do is have trolls. Before I allow it, for a longest time, I allow people to post whatever they want, and it's actually easier to do it that way. But guess what? Then the video goes off topic. It goes in other debates. Then someone says your mom's wearing combat boots. Oh, your mom's this, and then I don't want that. It's then it takes away from the video. I want the comment section to be nice and clean, where people can talk and debate and give their views on things, without the trolls that are very lonely. They have nothing better to do, and it makes them feel important to come on someone's channel, and people are fighting over what they created. They want that. They want to stir the pot. They get off on that stuff. They're sick. Yeah, the piano theme, you can use that. Yeah, no problem using the piano theme. Do I grow house plants? Well, I have, I try to have, like things outside, like cherry trees. I have orange trees, lemons. I have, what else do I have? Plums, figs. I have pluets. For those that don't know, it's half plum and apricot. I have an apricot tree. What else do I have? What else do I have there? Oh, I also have persimmon tree. And I have grapes. I have, quite a few things like that. Yeah, thanks there, Nesler. I had to do that. Thanks. Yeah. The prediction with the 322. Like I said in the video, just watch out. Watch out. It's a very important day for them. And it's by the numbers. Like I said in my last video with David and Nelson Rockefeller, I said, don't follow the money, follow the numbers if you're looking for the truth. Yep, that's what it comes down to. And they see numbers. Well, I said it so many times. Well, we see letters, they see numbers associated. Their coded system, it's not, when you live your whole life 30, 40 years and you say, oh, they work off numbers. Oh, that's ridiculous. Yeah, because you've been lied to your whole entire life and you think you know what's going on when you don't have a clue. I'm not talking about you people. I'm talking about someone that's dead asleep. Like one of my friends told me, oh, if you get a database of all the 33s, I'm like, I said, you don't get it. I mean, LAX, the TSA officer supposedly bled to death for 33 minutes. Yeah, you believe that you can make a a count on all the 33s and they're all just coincidences. Okay. Hey, God bless, my friend. God bless. Okay, let's see here. Any more questions? Yeah, Daniel plays. Yeah, you can. As long as it's done properly, and I mean, if you're a friend of the channel, my channel, that's fine. But if someone talks bad about me, they act like they're my friend. I'll pull my video and talk bad about me on some other channel. No, I'm gonna have to report the video, so it gets pulled down by YouTube. Because a lot of people pretend to be friends and they just, I've been stabbed in the back so many times by so many people, that were so friendly to me on good terms. Some guy with like sitting in a truck with his dog. Oh, he was the nicest guy. He was the nicest thing to me. Then after I did a podcast saying that Mandela effect was a psyop and it's forgotten memory. Oh, I'm the biggest jerk in the world, and then he comes back to my channel. I'm like, you don't know that I saw your comment saying bad stuff about me. And it's just, like I wouldn't know. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, the tortoise and the hare, that's duality, of course, fast and slow. Like the movie Twins, you have one midget with Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger, being a big, strong guy. It's a funny movie, though. Twins is a funny movie with Arnold. Yeah, backstabbers are everywhere. Like I had this one woman, what was her name? Lisa, I forgot her name. She would message me all the time, ask me for all this advice, her personal life and her husband and this and this. And I try to help her. I felt bad for her. And then she goes to the channels talking bad about me in PK. I'm like, wow, really? Okay. Just unbelievable. Try to help people and that's what you get, What's the old saying? No good deed goes unpunished or something of that effect. Okay. No, listen, you don't have to worry about your age. If you're 33 years old, don't worry about that. If you're, if your waist size is 33 inches, you don't have to worry about that. It's all about intent. Yeah, I get stalkers. Yeah, I get stalkers often. Yeah. People try to be heroes. They're not. Listen, it's like they're not getting attention if they make any videos. So how do they get attention? They attack someone that has a lot of subs, trying to draw attention to their channel. It's like this. You want to get attention, make a video on someone that exposes the truth. And then they're going to get views on their channel. So it's just a cheap way to get views for them because all their other videos have only 5 or 6 views and it's about a year old. So that's how they do it. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Zero. Thanks for stopping by, pal. God bless, man. Thank you. And let's see here. Yeah, and again, I want to emphasize, there's no so-called truth speakers and the Prophecy Club. There's this one guy I find it very interesting. I'm going to try to find his name on Prophecy Club. He's a very bizarre looking guy. And he talks about the Illuminati card game. I'm sure some people have seen him. And it's, there's so much. I think I found him. Yeah, let's see here. Let me see this guy's name here. Dollins. This guy Dollins. Yeah, Stephen Dollins. If you guys ever seen this guy, Stephen Dollins, and he breaks down the Illuminati card game, and the guy's unbelievable, unbelievably deceptive, where he talks about the Illuminati card game, and he basically says things like this, how all these things happen and come true. And he goes, the reason the Muslims did 9/11 was because they saw the Illuminati card game and it gave them ideas to do 9/11. And this guy says he's, a former Satanist, and he turned his life over to Christ. And oh my goodness, this guy, it's just, and he has the long hair, and just the way he looks. He looks like a Satanist. I mean, and he is. He's just, mixing truth with lies, and it's very obvious. So look up, and Stephen is, by the way, 33 as well when it comes to numerology. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting cards in the Illuminati deck. And I believe they put some in there, just for the sake of it, but there's definitely truth in them. A lot of the cards. Okay, let's see. Any questions here? All right, I'm gonna look through here. Yeah, he probably is a homosexual. Yeah, that's the thing is, I want to explain this about, I'm not anti-gay per se, or it's definitely against the Bible. We all sin in our own ways, and we have to, as human beings, we look at sin differently. Like, we look at sin at different levels, when I believe God looks at all sin the same. And but what it comes down to is, I went to school and there was a Satanist. He later became a Satanist. He wasn't a Satanist when I was young, when we were attending the school at the same time, but he became a Satanist. And then he mentioned something about being a bisexual. And it's all about going against the Bible. We're not, men are not supposed to lie with men, and they do it not only because basically these Satanists, they sleep with other men because it's forbidden in the Bible. You're told not to do it. So they do it just to spite God, the Bible. So they do it just for the sake, even if they don't have tendencies for men. They're just really pushing the envelope of being a Satanist. So let's see here. What's going on here? Yeah, cheers, Benny. Thank you. Yeah, I don't mind talking to Richie for Boston. Yeah, him and his. I'm sorry, Richie. I'm sorry about your laptop that caught on fire, man. It's just it's not funny to laugh at anybody's issues with laptops catching on fire. But yeah, I wouldn't mind talking to Richie. Richie, I find him entertaining. Some of the stuff he says, he's an interesting guy. Yeah, Joe France. Yeah, we're in the talks. I've communicated with him on Skype a few days ago. I haven't checked Skype in a few days. The last time I did, yeah, he has ideas, and we're working on it. We're gonna see what's gonna happen on different subjects. We already covered a flat Earth and the moon, of course. We're gonna move on to other topics, and which I find people will find very interesting. No, I'm not. Listen, Fukawa. I'm not saying everybody that's a bisexual or gay is a Satanist. I'm saying that people that are Satanist, they'll do that just for the sake of it's going against the Bible, and they don't have sexual tendencies. So I'm not saying if you're gay, you're a Satanist, but it's definitely going against the Bible. That's what I'm saying. So let's not get this confused. Oh, sorry to hear that, Maddie G. That's terrible. Dinados, you live in Melbourne, huh? That's good. One of these days I want to go to Australia. That'd be nice, you know. A little change. Oh, tattoos. You know, here's the thing: is the Bible it says do not mark the body, but you know, people over time, you know, they get tattoos. Like I said, we all sit in our own ways, and I'm not one to, you know, it's kind of a touchy thing, you know, because some people get, you know, tattoos, you know, what they believe is the image of Christ, and they or images of family members or loved ones that passed, so they mean well, but you know, it's a little bit myself. I don't do it, but if someone gets a tattoo, I'm not gonna, you know, look down at them or what they do, you know, with that. But to me, I would advise staying away from that. But you know, I wouldn't. You know, I'm not gonna put someone down. That's for God to judge. You know, and for example, in your heart, you know, you're doing it for a cause, and that's for God to decide, not me. And you know, it's, you know, you're not, if you're not, as long as you're not putting all these 666, of course, tattoos on you and devil horns like John Bon Jovi with the devil tattoo on one side and a diamond on the other. Oh, that's good. I mean, that's good. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, one day maybe Australia, you know. PK already told me don't move to Sydney. He told me. So who knows? Maybe Melbourne. They'll like me down there since I covered that. You know, the Demetrius Gargasolos hoax. They'll like me down there. To stay away from the police department and don't say I'm Russianvids on YouTube. I'll be all right. Let's see here with some more questions that I haven't responded or covered. So I covered a lot of topics and a lot of different things. And it's interesting. I want to mention this. When I make videos, a lot of times I make a video. For example, I'll be honest. I made a video on Nelson Rockefeller today, and his two gay. I'm sorry, his two wives, nothing more than men, you know, in disguise. And that all came out by pure, basically, accident, where I'm doing research on David and Nelson. Then I saw some photos of Nelson. I'm like, who's that? That looks like a dude in a dress. That's how it all started. And then I just dig deeper, and then I make it. And nobody has made a video on Happy Rockefeller, Nelson Rockefeller's second wife, or Mary. No one's. I can't believe no one's covered it. You know, so that was you know, all by pretty much coincidence that I came across that. Don't go to Australia. Everything there will kill you. What are you talking about? Yeah, whatever. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, PK complains about the weather all the time. He says it's Sydney. Oh, truth finder, you're in Sydney? PK always warned me. He says, Sydney. But then again, there might be a rivalry between Melbourne and Sydney. It's like LA and San Francisco. There's a rivalry between the two cities for some reason over the years. Yeah, that's right. We all sit our own way. That's right. Truth Trundle there. Yeah, that's absolutely right. We all sit our own ways. Nobody's perfect. There could be someone, you know, right now that's, you know, addicted to drugs, you know, or something else, or you know, they have a bad habit of stealing things, and or telling a lot of lies, and they believe in God, and you know, they just have to deal with it. We all have to. We all have our own issues, our own hang-ups. You know, men and their constant, you know, constant appetite for women. It's a struggle for a lot of men, and men for women. If they're single, married, or dating, there's always that thing. With men and women. So that's people are the same, but a little difference makes a lot of difference. With that with that thing. Now let's take a look here. Yes, I'll be honest with you. I do know some Freemasons. I didn't know until later. I had no idea until later, years later, because they keep it amongst themselves. And how did I find out they were Masons? After I mention things about Masonry. Then they bring it up. I've also made acquaintances over the years, and I talk about this stuff. I don't want to mention a company, but I talked to someone that works for a company, and I talked about Masons and this, and I could tell their reaction was not good. And I have not heard from that person since, because I knew they were offended because they're a Mason. And it's someone that works for a pretty big company. And I asked a specific question if it has to do with Masonry about something, and I could tell they were not happy that I asked. And that was the end of that. Before, everything was very cordial and very good, but after that, nope, never heard from that person again. I never tried to contact that person either. So, but whatever the case is, yeah, I actually went out with a friend, and this person brought another friend, and I mentioned the topic of Masonry and all the stuff and the 33s and the deception. And this person, got very upset. But after this person calmed down and I explained it to them, they started asking me questions about Masonry. They didn't even know. So it was a 32-degree Mason asking me questions about Masonry, and I'm not a Mason. Okay, so they got very upset, but it all cooled down. It all simmered down. Yeah, and I need to stress this. It's like this. You might have family or friends that go to the Catholic Church. They mean well. Masons, they think it's something good, but they don't know what the very top is about. Just like Catholics don't know at the very top, these are devil worshippers. Lower level Masons, they don't know that the people that run this world are Masons, are evil, devil worshippers. They don't know that. If they knew that, they wouldn't have all these Masons paying their dues and paying their fees, whatever they pay. So it's like this. They pull you. It's like this. Here's a good analogy: Hollywood or the music industry. You spend your whole life trying to get in the music industry or Hollywood. Those are your dreams since you're a child. And you have a little bit of talent, and then they spot you in a talent show, whatever, and you make it. And like, okay, that's what I really want to do. But now you get to the point where we're going to offer you a ton of money, millions, but you got to do this, and this, and this. Okay, here's my dream. Do I go along with it, or do I go flip burgers at Burger World? So you have to make the choice. And people say, well, I really don't want to do it, and I don't agree with it, but if they want me to do it, I'll do it because I just want to be in the music industry. And the sad thing is, the sad reality is this. A lot of these musicians think they're going to write their own music, their own songs, and be in the music industry. Nope. Once they sign the contract, we want you to sing this song. We want you to sing that song. We got lyrics for you. Like, wait a second. No, it doesn't work that way. We got these lyrics for you, and these are the songs you're going to sing. So you have a band like Guns N' Roses, singing songs like, knock, knock, knock on heaven's door. Kids in the 80s will not know that's a redo song, Those, Guns N' Roses, what a nice song they created, and they don't know, where it all comes from, where it all stems from, and how far it goes back, and they'll think it's a new song that's created by them. So that's the reality, of how it is. Or Bob Dylan sings it first, and then Guns N' Roses, or who sang it first? Let me do a little research on who was it. Yeah, it was Bob Dylan, that sang it. Then you had Guns N' Roses as well, and of course Bob Dylan's famous for saying, how he sold his soul and to the on 60 Minutes and to those that you don't even see, kind of creepy. And it's like that song by that group Tesla, and I find this very interesting. Let me see here real quick. And it's called the group's called it's called Tesla, and the album cover shows a clock, and it's called Piece of Time, and they have a song called Signs. Signs, signs, everywhere there's signs. And it goes back further. And I'm trying to remember the original artist who sang that. It was it the 5-man electric band? That goes way back in time. And so what I'm getting at is, these artists are told to, redo these songs. These songs are created by the so-called elite, and these so-called artists, are told to sing these songs, and they have no control over it. They're told they're just puppets. Their whole concept, their whole idea of what they wear and how they look and all the hand signs they make, they're told to do it. And of course, the millions upon millions of fans just follow along. Let's look at some of these questions here. Okay, Sydney versus Melbourne is huge. No wonder why PK was bashing Sydney so much. Okay, let's see here. See some of the. I'm going to scroll back up because I was doing a little Google search. What makes the Catholic Church corrupt? Just pretty much everything about it. Just not being biblical. And the Pope saying, talking about, what is the atheism, and all the pedophiles involved with the Catholic Church, all the sex scandals involving the Catholic Church. The telescope, the Lucifer telescope. I mean, give me a break. What else do you want to know? Yeah, there's a Melbourne there in Florida as well. Yeah. Let's see here. And thanks once again for Truth Finder. And I think deep inside the rabbit hole, I don't know if he's still here or not, but Truth Finder sticking around. Much appreciated, my friend, for helping me out, because I just couldn't. It's hard for me to, to do these podcasts with all the knuckleheads that just want to, be trolls, and they get off of that stuff, Okay, let's look at some. I'm getting a question. I want to look something up real quick here. And I haven't done enough research on this topic, on the DNA strand 22. I need to look into that more. I'm just covering so much stuff. And, I got to look into it. There's so many things that, the time and effort it goes to making a video, it's very tedious. It's a lot of work, depending. Some videos are easier to make than others, Yeah, I mentioned that alter reality. I mentioned it in a video how it's funny how Donald Trump is the president of the United States. So-called president is the WWE Hall of Famer. And I remember watching WrestleMania 4 from the Trump Plaza. It was the Trump Plaza in New Jersey. Of course, New Jersey being 33. And Trump being there, of course, with Vince McMahon. They go way back. Two Masons, buddy. Yeah, nothing wrong with smoking a little green here and there, but no hard drugs. Cocaine, no. Someone's gonna tell me, oh yeah, they smoke crack, and no. Let's see here. No worries, B3. Let's see here. I didn't hear about Jim Ross's wife dying. Oh, that's terrible. And Vince and the McMahon had a car crash on 322. That's on that day. Wow. I've been so busy. I didn't hear about that. Know about that. That's just really bizarre. Very bizarre. I'll look into that after this podcast, though. Yes, don't poison your bodies. As far as guests on the podcast, I've been on podcasts with other people. The problem is this. I'm going to be blunt. Some of their podcasts, you know, we have different philosophies. I don't gel well with some of the past podcasts I've done. And people come on, I interrupt. I'm going to be very honest. Like with some podcasts I've done, I interrupt because what's being said is complete garbage. And I interrupt because it's nonsense. Here's an example of someone I didn't interrupt, and that was Joe France. He has a lot of good information to say. When someone has something good to say, I'm not gonna interrupt. When someone's going off on just a bunch of nonsense, I'm gonna interrupt. That's just my nature. I'm not gonna let that person continue to. I'm like, hold on. What is this person has no clue what they're talking about? I'm gonna interrupt. It's like this. I'll never forget this. I'm sorry, PK and everybody else I was on the podcast with. And when people are questioning, you say everything's a hoax. How can everything be a hoax? Because that's how they operate. They're not going to spotlight a real news story. And then people are like, well, this. I'm like, look, you people don't get it. They're faking everything. And now these same people are getting it, but back then they didn't get it. Just like they didn't get Ron Paul was a Mason deceiver, but they're pushing the Ron Paul revolution. I mean, so stupid. It's just, it's just very frustrating when you're really awake and you see, people like Ron Paul, and who's nothing but a Mason deceiver, and then you see all these fake news stories, and people are actually believing. Well, let me check first. I'm not quite sure if what happened in Melbourne is fake or real or not. Let me look. I'm like, you're still not awake. You're still not awake, and you still don't get it. You have to even think about it when it's so obvious. You look at the numbers. Demetrius 33, Gargasols 33. You think that's a coincidence? No. Yeah, I mentioned 33. Joshua there. I made a video a while back. Many times I mentioned actually CNN being a third parallel, but also turn the CNN logo sideways. It's a 33. Okay, Turner 33 as well, the supposed founder of CNN as well. Okay, let's see here. Let me see here more. I'm reading there's a lot of comments here I'm going through. Yes. If it's on TV, exactly. Denitos, exactly. Listen, they're not going to, these news networks, they're not going around, flying around looking for news stories. They just create their own. They're not going to waste their precious airtime on stories that do not push an agenda. The whole purpose is to control the masses. And by covering real news, it doesn't do them any good. When the whole purpose is to control the minds of the masses. That's why TV is nothing more than mind control. Like I said many times in the past, where people, even my subs to my channel, say, "Oh, you call everything a hoax?" I said, "Yeah, pretty much." I said, I said a long time, maybe it was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I said in a video, if there's a bus crash, there's like 50 people inside, and the bus flips over, they'll mention it, but they're not going to interview the sister, the dad, the mother. They just mention it, the story's gone. But when there's a crash and they start interviewing people, it's a distraction news story, or it's part of their agenda of something. Like the alligator story. Why would they fake that? It's just ridiculous with the old man beating up an alligator, with his Cleveland Golf Club, which is 33 numerology. So, people don't understand that they're obsessed with the number 33 and the numbers, and people don't want to believe that because they think they're too smart, and it's ridiculous. Well, it's ridiculous to you because you don't understand how they work. Yeah, it costs too much it doesn't serve them any good. And they can control it. Listen, when they fake a news story, they can control it from the start to finish. You can control who's being interviewed, So they don't want to interview someone and say, hey, you're CNN, right? Well, there's people on YouTube saying you guys are fake news, or something like that. Or they want to make sure everything that is stated, they know what they're going to say before they say it. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Dr. Phil. Yeah, Dr. Phil is a clown. He's a Dr. Phil. He's on WWE a lot too lately, and he's just another. Oprah brought him in. He paid his dues behind the scenes with the initiations behind the scenes before he was propped up on TV for sure. Yeah, that was a big hoax there, Daniel Pays. Yeah. But someone asked me about numerology. What's this question here? Hold on. Well, your numerology is the satanic system, the number system, the worldwide system, where all these countries agree to use the same exact numbers for symbols. The one, they're all the same. How does that happen? That tells you right there. There's a worldwide conspiracy where all these, nations throughout the world are using the same. You look at German tanks, you look at a Japanese airfighter, they're all using the same numbers. It tells you they're all Masons using the same number system. That's very obvious to see. Why does the nation have their own number system based on their own symbols of numbers? So that tells you right there. But, I had somebody ask me, I can't believe somebody asked me this today. Because, well, you deal with a lot of numerology. You show a lot of, are you a believer? I'm like, yeah, I show this. This is how they work. I'm not showing up because I enjoy, showing these numerology numbers they use. I'm just showing how they operate. It's so stupid. Someone asks me something like that. It's like if you're, if you're an attorney in the courtroom showing, there's a murder case, a legitimate murder case in some local town somewhere, and they're showing dead bodies. Well, you're showing a lot of pictures of dead bodies. That means you must enjoy dead bodies. No, we're trying to solve a murder case, and this is the evidence. People are so dumb. People, whoever that was, I don't remember who it was, but please don't ask stupid questions like that. Don't. It's just really dumb. It's just I just can't believe people. I don't have words for people like that. Yeah, Pythagorean, Chaldean, Hebrew, the runic wheel, and also standard number system too. Like Rockefeller, that's standard numerology, just straight through. Yeah, London went down on 322. I mean, everybody's cell phones these days. Where's the footage? And I'll show something, a little Easter egg. Maybe I'll make a little video, an Easter egg with the whole London, the Westminster Bridge. While everybody's focusing on one thing, they don't see something else. It's not such a big deal, but I just find it, I'll maybe do a quick video on that. With the whole, I'll save it for a video. Let's see here. What's next here? Yeah, Dr. Oz is fake. Yeah, Dr. Oz, doing all the Masonic hand signs and the cult of Oz and 7-7. That's all he is. Oz in Chaldean numerology is 77, so he's Dr. 77. And one thing I want to mention as well, and I need to state this because I'm still getting the same question, is there people are asking me, you know, why don't they really kill people? It'd be just easier to kill them. No, it's not. You have to get the police, get the media, get the fire department, get all these parties to agree on real death. And then you're going to interview the real family members, the family members of these supposed dead victims. And what about if you interviewed them and say, you know what? I saw a guy in Russianvids, this Russianvids guy on YouTube make a video saying it's a hoax. It might be. But of course, that being real dead and me calling it a hoax. But still, that's what I'm getting at is they can ask legit questions. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at. So when you have a hoax, after the hoax is completed, you have fake family members for fake victims reading off lines, saying exactly what they're supposed to say. So it's that simple. Why they don't really kill people. Just like on 9/11, with all the supposed victims and their family members, like, what's his name? Bob McIlvaine, the same exact speech every time, crying at the same exact time every time. The guy's a fraud. The guy's a liar. You guys hold on. I'm going to be back in about 30 seconds. Hold on 1 second. Try to get more water. Sorry about that. Let's see some more of these questions here. Oh, give me a break. 33 seconds. No, 30 seconds. Let's see here. I'm surprised when I was gone, the trolls didn't try to do it. No, no toilet break. No. Just I need to get some more water. Alex Jones lost $33 million. The bank, I didn't hear about that. Oh boy, let me see this real quick. Alex Jones, $33. Oh, $33 million. What a what a I'm looking up this. I don't see this. What do you mean Alex Jones, $33 million? Oh, come on. Cloris Bleach. Are you fibbing? I don't see any headlines with Alex Jones. Give me a break with $33 million at the bank. Are you sure? Give me a link. Send a link in the to that story or video, whatever, because I don't see it. $33 million. That's hilarious, though. Yeah, that's funny. All right, let's see some questions here. Arlo, understand. Okay, it's very simple. Where you're simple-minded. Okay, SpaceX, Falcon 9, they had different versions, but the specific one they stick in our minds. They spotlight has the 33 numerology. For example, there's different Apollo missions. Do you understand this, Arlo? Or is your mind too small to understand and comprehend? They had many Apollo missions, But specifically, Apollo 11 went to the moon because it's the cult of 9/11. Do you understand this? I guess not. You know, you're just not that smart. You're not that bright. You think you are, but you're not. Just another troll. That's all you are. Just like the Phoenix 2 with Chile. It wasn't the Phoenix 1. It wasn't the Phoenix 3 that went down to rescue the supposed 33 miners. It was called the Phoenix 2 for a reason. You know, just like I showed with all these license plates from Dylan Roof, you know, to what happened in Israel, the supposed car attack, the truck attack, all these license plates are 33. So Arlo, take a hike. Go troll somewhere else. Give me a break with these clowns. All right. Yep, Michael Collins. Could be. Well, Arlo's gone. He's trolled my channel long enough. Just another little worm that, you know, nothing better to do. Clark's Bleach, you're talking about Alex Jones mentioning the 33 million. I find that funny by the banks. Hilarious. But please, you know, give me a link to where he says it in a video. In the chat, you could put a link in there. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just want to see where it is, you know. Give me a break with these people, you know. Let's see this here. People are, you know, trying to make these this podcast here, and this guy's, you know, just trolling me. Okay, let's see here. But yeah, Clorox Bleach. Yeah, when you get a chance, just send me a link. No problem. What kind of name is Arlo, anyways? Who would name their child Arlo? Maybe Arlo got dumped on his head when he was a baby or something. I hate to say that. I'm sorry. I'm just, people like this just tick me off. Just constantly troll. He's trolled it long enough. All right, no problem, Clorox Bleach. My name was Arlo. I changed my name. Arlo. Like I said, Arlo. He's low. Yeah, just include it in the right here in the chat. You can send a link in the chat. That's why Arlo's he's so miserable. He's so miserable. He was named Arlo. You feel like he was cursed. I'm sure he was he was, you know, picked on his whole entire life, probably given noogies and bahonas and you know for such a name. And now he's, you know, he's venting online, a little, you know, keyboard warrior. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Ripskull Red, what's your opinion on local news? You know, that's why they went from, you know, they were independent news stations. They became affiliated with the big news stations, such as, you know, of course, ABC, CBS, NBC, because they, you know, they have a grip on what they're putting out there. So, I mean, there's definitely propaganda in local news too. I've seen local news fake stories for agendas as well. So let's not make a mistake that we can trust local news, but they do report like real things taking place, like, you know, some thug robbing, you know, somebody at a corner liquor store or something like that, you know. But, you know, there's, of course, they read off all the the mainstream national and international news stories, which are fabrications. Yeah, give some, yeah, give some, give some Clorox bleach to Arlo. Maybe they'll set him right. Hilarious. Too funny. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Clorox bleach. I don't listen to Alex Jones. I mean, I'll if there's a headline about flat Earth or something major, I might look into it a little bit, but I don't listen to maybe Arlo listens to Alex Jones. Yeah, I'm gonna get a pet rat. I'm gonna name him Arlo. Sorry about that. I don't mean to keep going on about this Arlo. Let's see here. Okay, let's take a look here. Let me look. I'm looking for the message or the link to Alex Jones. I don't see it. I think it's blocked or something. Just send a link of one of my videos, and I'll check later on. Yes, the rat will be very mean. Probably give me rabies. Hey, Michael, thanks for joining in, pal. Good you got off work and you're on. Yeah, sorry you got to get off work a little bit late, but better late than never. Yeah, Dinky video coming up. Dancing shoes, Dinky. Yeah, I got a pair of shoes for Dinky. Not only one shoe, two shoes for Dinky. Let's see here. Hey, what's there? How you doing, pal? Why are the elite building underground tunnels? Well, let's be that kind of reminds me of the whole idea of the Denver International Airport with the underground facility. They basically built an airport over an airport. From what I was told about the whole entire Denver airport, there's definitely something going on with there, with the strange murals and whatnot throughout the airport. And yeah, these underground tunnels. I mean, who knows? You know what they're doing down there. We can only speculate. You know, I mean, they control this world. They, you know, all of us were nothing more than slaves. All of our tax dollars going for for all their efforts and hiring all these contractors and subcontractors to build, all these projects underground. It's what they're doing with our money. What we see above Earth, or not just above Earth, just what we see is just a tip of the iceberg. But who knows how far it goes with how they spend our money, that we work so hard for, and throughout our lives. Okay, the questions are coming in. It's like they're pouring in right now. Yeah, the whole purpose of the public school system is to is the timing of all is of course keep the kids in school while the parents are at work, and indoctrinate those young minds into believing the lies, while the slave parents are miserable at their jobs. And like I said, the way the human mind works, like a language. I'm going to repeat this again. I said it in my last podcast, where the human mind, how it works, when a young mind is forming, it can learn any language without problem, no issues whatsoever. After a certain point, the mind has a very difficult time absorbing and learning a new language. The same idea of how the human mind works, how it's programmed. It's like the concept of a CD. When they make a CD, it's permanent, and when you have like a CD-R W or rewritable, unfortunately, the human mind for the most part is the permanent CD where it cannot be redone. It's once it's implanted, it's done for a lot of people. Especially the higher up you move in the education system, the harder the it's to fall down and erase everything you learn. And this is the truth, and I don't want to offend anybody, but for those that weren't indoctrinated fully in the college system, they're easier to break away. And they'll say, well, these so-called educated people say, well, I went to 4 years of university and I know more than you. What did you do? You only went to, high school or junior college, or, that's their ammunition against you. No, they just went on a further level of brainwashing and conditioning. They don't want to believe, oh, I spent all that money in 4 years of my life. I'm learning lies. That's why they rage. They get angry. They get upset and they rage. Yeah, good night there, or good morning there, Johnny. You said good night, good morning, but good morning. All right, here. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate that. Who's triggered? Oh, 3.3 million. That's why. Okay. I'll look it up. Don't worry about that, Clorox. I'll look it up. The Alex Jones. I mean, I gotta admit, Alex Jones' rants are kind of funny when he gets all mad and upset and he's yelling and screaming. But still, he's a slime ball. That's the truth of it. Because the reason. Listen, I don't respect any of these people for the simple fact. I don't care how funny they seem or what they say. When they're intentionally trying to mislead us, it's not a good thing. Just like I pointed out before with a lot of these false debates, like with Snoop Dogg. I made a video on Snoop Dogg and Donald Trump and that whole controversy. And they're friends working together. They're just playing the masses for fools. Yeah, Gerber Barfley. Yeah, that guy. I feel sorry for Gerber. Gerber, because we used to get along, and it's sad. He says he's a Christian, but he's supporting a guy that doesn't believe in Christ, who's mocked Christ, doesn't believe in God, and Gerber loves to follow Zach. And it's sad. Yep, Snoop Dogg, complete puppet, Marky. That's right. Yeah, the Nestle CEO, he talked about how water shouldn't be free or something to that effect. Give me a break. He wants to take God supplied water for us for free, and he wants to charge us for it. It's like that movie Spaceballs. They charge for air, It's Okay, Clorox, please make a video about that. Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah, Alex Jones, like I said, yeah, Clorox bleach, yeah, he's good for a laugh, but deep down inside, not good. It's not good. Hey, Ashley. Yeah, hi, Ashley Stevens. I see you there. How you doing, pal? Okay, let's see here. What else? Dick Gregory. Found it pretty interesting, but I still don't trust him completely. No. It's like, listen, I forgot to mention, I might have mentioned, yeah, I did mention it earlier, is Steve Quayle, and his whole, with the globe in the back when he's doing a presentation, wearing the orange jacket. It's the 33 in the fake bald earth. Next cooking video. Well, one, I only do, I'm a vegetarian now, so it would have to be a vegetarian dish, which a lot of people probably wouldn't be too excited about, unfortunately. see what else here. I'm going back up on the chat because a lot of people I missed with your comments. Yeah, Raphael, about the model with the atoms, with the electrons, protons, and neutrons. All they finish is lies. So it's just another foundation of lies. How they work. They want to be the enlightened ones. This feed is nothing but lies. It's like this. I'm going to be honest with you. When I used to first get into truth years ago, and I debate people, the debates sometimes didn't go so well. But as you grow and learn the truth, and you really know a lot of what's going on, and you put all your information together, and you debate these people, they won't debate you anymore because they're going to lose. They can't answer questions, and they avoid questions. They respond to your question with another question, but they don't respond to your question. They ignore it completely because they can't answer it. Just like I had a former friend where we had a debate about satellites in space, where I say it all the time in my videos about how the Earth is supposedly traveling 70,000 miles an hour through space. How do supposed satellites in the vacuum of space keep up? He couldn't answer. He got frustrated. He got angry. He got upset, but he had no answer. He just said, all he said, you don't understand science. I'm like, oh, explain it to me. No, you just don't understand. I'm like, well, explain it to me then. If I don't understand, explain it to me. He couldn't. That was the end of that. So there you go. Mr. I know science, you don't, but you can't explain it. Okay, makes sense. It's like this. Do I ever say to someone, well, you don't okay, tell me this about 9/11. Well, you don't know 9/11. That's not an answer. It's like someone asked me about flat Earth. Well, you don't know flat Earth. Oh, okay. That's your response? Oh, you don't know flat Earth. That's my response to your question about flat Earth. Well, you don't know flat Earth. So you try to sound like a genius by saying, oh, you don't know science. No, obviously you don't know either because you can't explain it. Astrology. I'm asked about astrology. You should not be looking up at the stars, I believe, for telling the future. I believe there's truth in that. That's why we're told not to do that. I believe this system, this whole world system, where how everything is, how everything comes together. It's all by the numbers. It definitely is. How a lot of numbers come together. Like Zach talks about numbers, which, even though he's what he is, there's truth in the numbers, and there's no denying that. And, like some people will say, before we're born, God knows how we're going to die. God is all-knowing. And it could very well, of course, be on the number system, how everything is laid out. And these, people involved in numerology, these Satanists, they know this. And that's why they're all about the numbers too. All these numbers come together. It's pretty crazy. But Zach makes it look insane when he connects numbers that it just, so far-fetched, there's no real connection at times, or he makes it seem ridiculous. Let's see here. What else? Let me scroll back down. I went back up just in case I missed anybody's. LBCK, you asked about Shaq. I already mentioned him earlier. Yeah, the guy's a slime ball. Comes out. He's basically trolling, saying the Earth, Earth is flat. And then he backs away. But then, while he's backing away, he also says, well, at the same time, I've never seen real images. How do we know these are real? They could be just drawings. It's funny. It's funny how he calls them drawings, not CGI. If you probably told Shaq it's CGI, he goes. Well, he would say, "What is that?" He's not the brightest guy in the world. He thought his own coach, Pat Riley was Italian. Okay, is Riley an Italian name? The guy's Irish, and he didn't know that. This is his head coach. It's just it reminds me. I used to be a big sports fan. A little bit off topic. It just shows how a lot of these athletes aren't the swiftest of mind. I was listening to this one interview with a former Golden State Warriors head coach Don Nelson, and there was this one NBA star playing All-Star games. His name is Mitch Richmond, and one back years ago, could have been the late '80s, early '90s when they were playing the Boston Garden, and Don Nelson, the head coach of the Warriors, said to Mitch Richmond, very good basketball player, a star player. He goes, "You see that number right there? See that number and see my name? That's me." And his own player went to, his head coach said, "You played, coach?" Like he didn't even know he played. He's a basketball player in the NBA. Unbelievable, It's, yeah, that's the world we live in. So I'm saying is Shaq, he's not the sharpest tool in the drawer. The sharpest knife in the drawer. Let's see here. Some more questions. Let's see here. Getting a lot of comments. It's like where I'm at. So it's like 1:18 in the morning. Yeah, Tosh is gay. Do all Masons lie? Yeah, they're trained to lie. Here's the thing about Masons lying. It's really sad. Where highest level Masons lie to lower level Masons, and low level Masons lie to non-Masons. It's like how can I say this? A lie pancake. A lie domino effect. Okay, I'm getting a lot of questions here. Okay. Yeah, I see you, Mark. You're talking about the number 33 because they don't know about it. They haven't researched it. They laugh about things. They mock what they don't understand. So, they're not going to get the concept. And Martha Stewart, she never spent a day in jail. Just like Bernie Madoff never spent a day in jail. Just like, all these people, O.J. Simpson, Ken Hovind. No, it is all just, it's all for public consumption. Bernie Madoff with your money. That's what it comes down to. Bernie Madoff. The reason he was selected to be part of that psyop because of his name. Just like I said, Anthony Weiner, showing his wiener. It's a sick joke they play. They're laughing. They're laughing their butts off while people believe all this garbage. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I want to mention Flat Earth being 33. Okay, understand, 33 is not just a hoax code, it's a ritual code as well. Flat Earth being 33 in numerology. Okay, 33 segments in the UN logo. The blue marble being 33. This is the official, what NASA calls the Earth we live in, blue marble. So, yeah, there's so many planned names. Like I said, Sally Khan, Sally Ride, Sally Khan on CNN doing all the Masonic hand signs. Sally Ride, the first woman in space. Neil Armstrong backwards, aliens, they love the play on names. They really do, and the numbers and everything. I made a video on the play on names a while ago. It's on my channel. And I mentioned so many uses of play on names. You can check that out. Okay, let's see here. More questions. Oh yeah, Paulina Hanson. Yeah, she never. No, she's just like the version of Donald Trump in Australia. Let's see what else here. Yeah, CERN is just like NASA, exactly. CERN is, just a psyop. Let's see here. No, Shaq wasn't threatened. No. Shaq wasn't threatened after he said that. All these people coming out of flat Earth, they're part of it. So, a free mind, open mind. If Shaq was threatened, why wasn't, say, Kyrie threatened? Why wasn't Tequila threatened? Why wasn't B.O.B. threatened? None of these people are threatened because they're put up to it. So it's just, a big, big freak show. Yes, I mentioned Shaq Mason a million times. Yeah. All right, let me refresh this page here. It's a lot of questions coming. Let me refresh. Give me a second here. Yeah, Michael Jackson's death is a hoax. I mentioned before the way the father reacted. No way legit. The sister being questioned, saying, "Oh yes, I believe it was done from the inside." Oh yeah, she would say that, then she'd be next on the list. So no, Michael Jackson's off in retirement. He did his time. He's off to Neverland or wherever. And it's funny, people mock conspiracy theorists, but it's the elite that create these conspiracy theories because everything is a conspiracy. Of course. Just like Tupac, just like Biggie, they did their time. Okay, you guys, off to retirement. New identity. Like I said so many times, even if you saw someone that looks like Tupac at 7-Eleven, you'll say it can't be him because the news said he's dead. So it looks like him, looks just like him, but it can't be. So yeah, and if I report to my local news, they'll laugh at me because they said Tupac is dead. If you post it on YouTube, they'll say, yeah, it kind of looks like him, but it's not him. So it doesn't matter. Oh, so YouTube video. Who's going to believe a YouTube video? Let's look at some more of these questions. Neverland is 33. Wouldn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Sorry. Yeah, I had a little snack, but I've been on this thing forever. I had a little bite of something. Truth Finder is a finder of many things. Yes, I took a little bite of some. I've been sitting here. Give me a break since 7 p.m. my time. It's now 1:25 a.m. So I covered a lot of topics, and again, this is for, I've been on this for a while now. This is for all the people that, that might say, hey, you never respond to my comments, on my, on one of my videos, and well, here's your chance to ask questions directly instead of me typing everything and everybody else can read it too and get an answer, And of course, this video will be uploaded to my channels after it's completed. So for the people that missed it, that ask a lot of questions, of course, there's going to be the repeat questions. But again, it's just easier for me to try to go through all the comment sections and all the questions I get. It's really hard to do. Yeah, I'll check the link later. Yeah, Truth Chandra, I'll do that. Yeah, the DuPont family. Yeah, I have to research that more before I haven't really delved in that with the DuPont family, but I know they're heavily connected. course, with the bloodline or the elite. Yeah, the bridge, that bridge for the Westminster Bridge, and the guy supposedly jumping, it was completely CGI. I mean, it's so ridiculous. And that's the proof it was real. Yeah, real fake. Yeah, I mentioned a million times. Trayvon Martin's a hoax. Yeah, Federico Wilson, standing in front of Congress at exactly 3:30 um, Eastern time, talking about 33 days, and this and that, and then that was, it's just, and she's laughing it's like she's smiling the whole entire time, talking about Trayvon Martin. Yeah, that bridge was a complete joke. Yeah, Jay-Z had that one album released on 9/11. Do you have any friends in Australia? You seem to know a lot about Australian issues. Yeah, yeah, I cover it all. In Australia, it's huge with Freemasonry. It's huge. I mean, something about Australia and Freemasonry, the connection, and basically it's the testing ground with Martin Bryant and that hoax, in Tasmania before, Sandy Hook. I made a video about it already. You got to watch it, where the Asperger syndrome, Martin Bryant, being interviewed, as a child, child actor, basically talking about fireworks and, just a duping the lie. It's just the similarities of Martin Bryant and with Sandy Hook and Adam Lanza are just, it's the same. It's basically the same script. It's the same thing. LeVar Ball. I gotta refresh my memory about LeVar Ball. I don't know enough about LeVar Ball to make a comment on him. I haven't looked into anything he said or done, so I can't answer that. Wu-Tang? The Wu-Tang Clan? Well, I don't know what the question is about the Wu-Tang Clan. I think they were a band back in the 90s or something. Yeah, I don't really have I've seen this headline here: Wu-Tang Legacy and being Muslim in 2017. I haven't looked into it enough to give an opinion, but they're all puppets, anyways. Do I go to the gym and exercise? Yeah, I used to go to the gym a lot, but I realized 90% of your health is what you put in your body. Exercise is good, of course, but it's like 90% what you put in your body, and 10%, is what's really essential. It's 90% and then 10% working out. There's a lot of people, you hear it all the time. Someone healthy, they're right, this and that, but they're putting all this garbage in their body, these power drinks and all this other garbage, and has a bunch of stuff that's not good for your health. It's told it's good for you, but it's not. And these people have 6-packs, but they drop dead. How does that happen? Okay, let's see here. More questions. Yeah, the Trudeau. Yeah, very interesting about that. And I mentioned it before with, I believe it was Stephen Harper, and it's funny. Was it Stephen Harper and Howard of Australia giving the same exact speech, and they both have 33 names. Howard is 33, and was it Stephen Harper? I want to make sure I get this right here. Was it Stephen Harper? I forgot. It's been a while now. let me just do a quick search on this on Google, because it's been a while since I covered this a long time ago. On the same speech they gave about going into Iraq. Yeah, it's funny thing is, you had John Howard of Australia, the Prime Minister, and Stephen Harper of Canada giving the same speech in 2003 about going into the Iraq War. And Stephen being 33 and Howard being 33. Both 33 names, both 33 puppets. So they call it plagiarizing. No, it's just the same script writers. They're not copying each other. Just, that's how they do it there. Yeah, that latest plane crash hoax in Australia, I've been so busy, I haven't had time to cover, but it's basically the same thing as what went down in Taiwan, in the Taiwanese plane crash hoax, where the plane flying over the bridge. Yeah, Howard's amazing. Yeah, 100%. Okay, Romina, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it very much. God bless. Good night. Yeah. Yeah, the Justin Trudeau, something really off about him. I mean, just really off about that guy. Something strange. Yeah, Toey, chemtrails are good for health. Very good. Toey asked, are chemtrails good for uh, yes. 7 Raven Wolf. Don't eat animal or animal byproducts equals good health. I agree 100%. Listen, I've been off meat for a while. I'm just feeling better and better all the time. It's just, you feel different. And, a lot of people know this. So, in the past, I tried to be a vegetarian. I said it a million times to people that know me in my personal life. I said it a million times. I said, if I had to kill animals, if I had to kill an animal to survive, I would starve to death because I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill it. And it's not right that I'm, going to eat an animal that someone else killed. So I tried to go vegetarian, and I got weak and I got sick, and I got, like my body was like going all crazy because I'm so used to, having a chicken sandwich or whatever. But like I said, when you slowly break away, slowly do it over time. Might take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or a month, but slowly just eat less and less. And I said it so many times, but a good alternative is vegetarian burritos, fruit salads. Drink a lot of fruit. What do you call the blended drinks? Get a blender or a juicer, one of the two. I would say blender is actually better than a juicer because you get all the essential fiber. Where you need that fiber for your body. Where juicers, it's just, you're really just getting of course the concentrate of the you're getting a very high concentrate of the vitamins, but you're not getting the fiber, and of course you're getting a concentrate of the sugar as well. So I think it's better to consume it, consume the whole product. Let's see here. Yeah, they're all sellouts. You talking about the Wu-Tang Clan? They're all sellouts. Yeah, 100%. Everybody, it's like this. You see all these people on American Idol. You see them. They become transformed into what they want you to see. People are desperate. So many people, they watch TV. They want to be on TV. One day I want to be on TV. I want to be famous. And when someone wants something bad enough, they will do anything to get it. For example, imagine what the conversation are behind the scenes with their puppets. Look, there's millions upon millions of people that want your position, and you're going to say no to us. We're going to give you this much money. It's up to you. Take it or leave it. And they come back and say, okay, I'll take the money. They might say in their mind, I don't agree with everything I'm doing, and I'm a sellout. I don't like it, but, what are you going to do? They're basically prostitutes. That's what they are. They're prostituting themselves for these industries, especially when they're not singing original songs. They're singing songs given to them. Yeah, wholly weird. Devin used to work for NBC, worked for NBC Universal. What did you do there? I know some people that work for news networks, and I've heard a lot of stories. About of course, what we already know, but the lies and manipulation, where they say, like quotes such as, we don't cover news, we make the news, things like that. That's absolute truth. They make the news. But if you try to go up to one of these, for example, go up to one of these newsmen and say, hey, we know you're a piece of garbage sellout, you're a treason, and San Diego's a lie, they're not going to say, oh yeah, you know what, you're right. No, they're going to they're going to, of course, they need to keep their job. They're going to defend the lies. They're going to, if they keep doing what they're doing, they're just TV propagandists. That's all they are. They're paid propagandists. They're paid to lie. Every morning they look in the mirror. They're like, I'm just doing my job. Can I sing? I'm not a singer. No. Someone asked me to sing a song, my favorite song. Oh, no. Me? Give me a break. I can't sing. No. I'll say this. That one song from Genesis, I can't sing. I can't dance. That's all I'll say. That's and that's the truth. All right, let's see here. La Maniac, you've been around for a long time. He's been on my channel forever. La Maniac. I remember way back when I made videos. I started making videos a long time ago. I think about styles, over the years, and how ridiculous people look, copying styles. You look back like 70s, 60s, 80s, whatever, and just look at, like Beat Street and the break dancing, and they're wearing the windbreakers, and they thought they looked so great and so cool. But you look at them now and you laugh. It's because everybody else was doing the same thing. So in their own minds, they were made to believe it looked awesome. Like people wearing bell bottoms back in the 70s. You were cool. If you wore bell bottoms, or people in the 70s, I remember they wore checkerboard bell bottoms. That was the big thing. I was, even back then I knew they were hideous, but people would wear them. And I knew they were, and I never was a follower. And everybody was doing their breakdancing. I didn't follow that stuff. I mean, I see Clutch Hawks do breakdance. I never did that stuff. I never was a follower. People were, like I said last time, people wore the Spuds McKenzie shirts and all that stuff. When I see a herd of people doing that stuff, I'm like, I'm not a follower. I'm another thing is breakdancing. If people like breakdancing, everybody follows trends. Like, listen, no offense to everybody here, but everybody's using the word triggered. I don't follow that stuff. Oh, everybody else is saying it, so I'm going to say it because I want to present myself as someone's cool and hip. I don't do that. When people make up, like a few years ago, everybody said, oh, that's epic. I didn't say epic. I'm not going to follow the crowd and everybody saying those trendy words. I don't do that. And everybody doing the ice bucket challenge. Everybody doing the mannequin challenge. I mean, you guys, stop following this garbage. It's ridiculous. Oh, you miss Arla? Arlo's probably, who knows where Arlo is? He's probably, he's probably at his local bar getting drunk somewhere because he has no one else to talk to because I cut him off the chat. No, I don't say though. No, I don't say epic. No. Yeah, the hoverboard. Oh, give me a break. Oh. But anyways, what I'm saying is, I just never was a follower of what everybody else is doing. Listen, this is when you see you. Yeah, recipes are. This is when your friends are a sheep. Every single new trend they're gonna follow. With France, they put the rainbow in front of their Facebook avatar or logo, whatever, their profile picture, the ice bucket challenge, this challenge, that challenge. When people do that, you're not going to convince them anything. They're just mindless zombies, just going along with they're just so busy trying to fit in, so they're not going to go along with any of any truth because the truth will not get them very popular. All right, let's get back here to. I'm getting off topic with the question. I'm talking about styles and trends. Here, let's Arlo. Hey, like I said earlier, I'd be mad if my name was Arlo. I wouldn't be a happy camper. I'd be pretty ticked off. I go to school. Hey, Arlo. Oh man, I'm sure Arlo had a really rough childhood, and he's taking it on us. Coming on my channel. I feel sorry for Arlo. Maybe I should invite him back. I kind of feel sorry for the guy now. Poor Arlo. Yeah, KJ from Scariest Movies Ever he's making up fictitious stuff like I hacked his account or something. This guy's a drama queen, saying he broke his shoulder and wants money for donations in Nicaragua, wherever he's living. He should stick to feeding monkeys bananas, what he was doing in that one video. Yeah, Arlo. Yeah, poor Arlo. Yeah, I wonder what his parents were thinking. I'm gonna name. We'll name him out of all the names. We'll name him Arlo. Oh man. Okay. Well, that's you get, Arlo, for trolling my channel, my live chat, and not only my live chat, my channel you've done. So there you go, Arlo. Arlo is the resident troll of Russianvids channel. That's awesome. Truth, Trender, that's awesome. That's cool, man. I love to hear. Listen, someone told me that that they were staying in a hotel in Minnesota, and they just so happened to drive through town, and they went to a massage parlor, and they're just talking about different stuff and conspiracies, and someone made the quote, "Truth in movies and lies in the news," and the other person said, "Russianvids." He goes, "Yep, I watch them." I thought that was pretty cool. Things like that. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's see here. Thanks, Lemaniac. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, maybe short for Arlovsky. Arlovsky with a glass chin, glass jaw. But I find that name hilarious. Anyways, Arlo. It's don't know what to say about that name. Just the funniest name I've ever heard in my life. Maybe I'll make a video on Arlo. The occult of Arlo. Okay, let's forget about that guy. He's already, suffered enough with his name and getting teased his whole entire life, receiving many noogies and that kind of stuff. Okay, let's see here. The Arlo show. Yeah, Bermuda Triangle. Of course, do you call it the triangle or the pyramid? I don't know. You hear a lot of stories about the Bermuda Triangle over the years. There's a lot of talk about it. I just don't know. I really don't know. Find it very fascinating though. There could be something going on in that portion of the world, like almost like a drain or something. Something's going on. It's that maybe there is some type of how we live in this world, and could be some type of like you have a fish tank and you have a little drain in the bottom. Who knows? But I find it very interesting. Hello from France there. I see a visitor from France. Thank you. Yeah, Arlo's a crisis actor. Yeah, he's a crash test dummy. He's used as a crash test dummy. That's what he'd be good for. Oh, March Madness. I haven't been following it. I've been covering the hoaxes so much. I have no idea what's going on with that. With the whole entire chipmunks. What about chipmunks? I don't know how to respond to that. Yeah, Marshmallow. Okay. Let me refresh my page. Let me see any new yeah, Arlo could be used. Yeah, Arlo was a crash test dummy they threw over the bridge in Westminster. Yeah, I was asked. Fear of the Lord 28 is asking, how do we get a job as a crisis actor? I actually saw a video on a look to be where they're doing a staged drill, and of course the same people taking part of the stage drills. They're asked, hey, would you like to take part in this event? And we'll pay you X amount of dollars, and if you're interested, let us know. Wear your we're going to give you clothes or wear clothes you don't mind getting dirty, that kind of thing. And they're paid well. Yeah, Denise Brown and Nicole Simpson, I believe they could be potentially the same. I was the first one to make a video saying O.J. Simpson trial was nothing but a hoax a while back. And I found something very interesting when O.J. was found not guilty, and you saw Denise Brown sitting with everybody in the courtroom, and she was behind with the seats. And when you saw Ronald, what's his name, the Goldman father with his daughter, and she was fake crying, there's absolutely no tears. And right behind, you can get a glimpse of Denise, and she had no reaction. She's kind of looking around like you're just watching a movie, and that's all it is, was a movie. So I just found it very strange, and I believe Denise and Nicole are one and the same. It was a very elaborate hoax because besides all the 33s, you had a long drawn out trial, with these Masonic cops, these Masonic doctors ask questions. Kato Kalin being an actor, they had to really draw out. They don't really do that anymore. It's too much work and too much effort to go through a long drawn out trial like that. And they haven't. Now they just have cartoon trials, like the Boston bombing, the hoax bombing. All you see is cartoon drawings because it was too much of a production. But I think the reason they made it a big production with the courtroom was, of course, for ratings and to to keep people really glued, but it's too much work, and they say we shouldn't do this anymore. It's just too much effort, and after that they just went to the cartoon drawings, with a lot of these hoax cases, like specifically with the Boston bombing with Tsarnaev, Joker Tsarnaev being 33, and it was just a cartoon trial. That's all you saw. Thanks, Altered Reality. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Trutron, it was a different time, different world. It's a whole different ball game back then. So it's really a touchy subject. Let me see here. Why don't crisis actors speak out? It's simple. They know they know their money's gonna be pulled out, and they're gonna have to. They're gonna have issues. They're gonna have issues. They signed a contract, confidentiality, not to speak, of course, and of course, the media's 100% controlled, so they're not gonna go up on CNN saying, "Yeah, this was a hoax I took part of." But maybe one of these days, one of these crisis actors will appear on YouTube and come out and say I was one. Who knows? I mean, but I think they know the consequences if they do that. You already mentioned about Katy Perry and being JonBenet Ramsey. JonBenet Ramsey, the cult of the Ram, nothing but a hoax. It's a possibility. I believe it's, as a young singer, she transformed into Katy Perry later in life with some cosmetic surgery. The mole really gives it away to me. As I pointed out my video on it. Again, is it 100% fact? No. Possibility, 100% fact. Can't say that. But to me, it does look like it to me. But really, really interesting connection there. And I believe it got mainstream coverage to mock the fact that it's the truth, I believe. That's why, it got really a lot of headlines. If it wasn't the truth, people just laugh it off, but they covered that. Just like they covered my, and I believe it was Dave J's. It was Dave J's original video on it that really got the spotlight on the mainstream. And Dave was away at the time. But yeah, that one, for sure. Just like other hoaxes, I'm thinking that I haven't covered yet with Lacey Peterson. That no doubt is a hoax. What's another one that I haven't covered yet? I'm trying to think here. The other one, I've covered already with Natalie Holloway. I already covered that. Another hoax in Orangetown. Yeah, it's just coded. So like I said, when you watch all these reality TV shows, they have the Orange County Housewives, in Atlanta, it's on the third parallel. You have the Orange County Choppers, in Orange County, New York. It's just so obvious they're obsessed with Casey Anthony, another hoax, Okay, free mind, open mind, no problem, pal. God bless, man. No worries. See, the thing is with this podcast, I'm getting a lot of the same questions. There's some new ones, but still, this is about, well, the whole point of the podcast was to really cover any questions about any videos that I'm putting up, because it's very tedious to go through all the questions from the videos I made already. So that's, but it's of course to go, you guys ask the questions. I'm here to answer them the best I can for, some topics, I haven't looked into enough to answer, to be honest. Some questions, obscure events that I haven't looked into yet. Oh, let's see here. One thing I found interesting is the sinkhole hoax. We haven't heard much about sinkholes too much, and I found that one very bizarre. The one in the Kentucky with the Corvette Museum with the Blue Devil being raised out of the pit unscathed, and the one with the Jeremy Bush in Florida. That one was, man, that stuff is creepy. Where it's just they show the footage. They said, "Oh, my brother he fell down. I tried to go in the hole and find him. I couldn't find him." And you look in the hole, it's just a basement. You can see the concrete walls and the floor. And there's no dirt down there. And people that are so blind, well, it's on TV. Why would they lie? Once you ask why would they lie, they got you. You understand how they operate on the lie system. They don't need a reason. They just lie to lie. And it's fear. Well, that's the reason, fear. But, well, they would make up this story about a sinkhole out of fear. Yes. That you can be in your bed and there's a sinkhole and you're going to be swallowed up by the sinkhole and you're going to be dead. It's ridiculous. Okay. Believe you're saved in your household. Michael Jackson, Dave, that one is interesting, but I don't know. I'm very iffy on that. Very similar, but the law of attraction. Well, law of attraction. Let me there's one thing I haven't really looked into. Oh, 1 second. Hold on. People are asking questions about things I haven't really, you know. Well, positive thoughts bring in, positive outcomes, I believe. When you're negative all the time, it reflects on you. Like the mind works with the body and the body works with the mind. They work as one together, type of thing. Look at some more questions here. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, last time, this is my live stream channel. Last time I had on my other channel was like 50,000. It has 50,000 subs. I had approximately 600, 500, 600 people at one time. So not many people are aware about this, until I upload it to my channel. But that's okay. Listen, also if I do another live stream, it's probably gonna be after April 9th if I don't get any strikes on my channel I'm using now. Because after April 9th, my strikes will be removed. And because that's why I'm doing, of course, on this live stream, because it's my my other channels have strikes not allowing me to do live stream. You have to be cleared of all strikes, community and copyright strikes to be allowed. Okay, let's see here. God bless you. Thank you. Yeah. Neslitter, you got it. this world, and the way they operate, don't, like the Bible says, don't lean on your own understanding. What makes sense to you and their motives and why they do things is beyond the average simple mind of a typical um, person in society. Where they don't understand how these people operate, and that's why they're convinced. And this is the masses for you. Well, everybody else agrees with me, so I must be right. That's how they think. Well, if this was true, CNN would tell us. If it was a hoax, CNN would tell us for sure. Why would they lie to us? That kind of train of thought. You talk to people like that, you're wasting your time. You can spend, you know, you can show them all the evidence in the world, and no, they think they're so smart. They watch CNN. Oh, but I watched the Casey Anthony case from start to finish, so I know it was real. That kind of talk. And no, they don't know. Yep. There's a lot of Michael. There's a lot of verses in the Bible that the dome is mentioned, and also it's called in one verse the King Dome, like the Seattle King Dome, the King Dome, kingdom, the kingdom, the dome. So it's pretty amazing. Oh, celebrate truth. How you doing, pal? I'm sorry. I'm just scrolling up now. Good to see you on your. I want to clarify. What was quoted by someone else. I mentioned earlier in the podcast. Actually, the first thing is somebody asked, or mentioned, I should say, about the whole Alex Jones, Donald Trump, and misquoted you, and I apologized in the beginning of the podcast for that, and for someone giving me false information. I just want to mention that, and again, so just for reference, thank you, thanks for your understanding, and we chat a little bit on there on Skype. And as far as the Great Deception, I believe it. Right now it's happening. Specifically starting in 2012 with, I mean, there's been hoaxes and types really going on, of course, forever. The Boston Tea Party, Christopher Columbus a hoax, all these events, moon landing, and so forth. But 2012, it's been really rapid fire, where it's the Great Deception's taking place. From of course Aurora to San Diego to Boston, and then you move over to Virginia with the Parker, Allison Parker. Then you had the the Pulse nightclub. You had San Bernardino. You had Paris. You had Brussels. I mean, you had the Munich. You had the Munich McDonald's shooting. Of course, hoax shooting. Nice, France. I mean, we had the hoax shooting in with the ambassador in Turkey. I mean, the car ramming hoax in Australia. And I said this a long time ago when I believe I said this after the Kenyan Mall shooting. I said the hoax world tour is about to start, because these big hoaxes that were taking place were mainly in the U.S. But when the Kenyan Mall shooting, I said this is going to be. It might have been before that, but I believe it was the Kenyan Mall where I said this is the start of the hoax world tour, and sure enough, it's really gone worldwide. And make it clear, there's been hoaxes going on worldwide before that, but I mean, really rapid fire, you know, Taiwan, everywhere else around the world. And this is part of the Great Deception. But again, this is all leading to something. New laws being passed. This is all order out of chaos. Yeah, Alicia Silverstone. Yeah, I haven't heard much about her since those movies back in was it the 90s. I don't really have much to say, but she's not really spotlighted too much. Was OJ replaced? No, OJ, it's the same guy. See here. Yeah, Dale Earnhardt. You know, a lot of NASCAR fans. I remember watching that live on TV. I was like, no way that, I seen so many crashes with NASCAR, Indy 500. I'm like, that killed him? Back then. I'm like, no, this is back. Was it 2001? Was it 2000, 2001? I forgot. I think it was 2001. I said, no way. I said, that's unbelievable how he can die from that. With all the protection he has. And of course, a lot of people rage, NASCAR fans. There's a few that actually said, yeah, I found it very suspicious in the beginning. But like, again, they all say, why would they lie about it? And they don't understand how they control it all. And race car driving is huge when it comes to Freemasonry, really specifically with Indy 500, but the so-called stock car racing as well. It's really race cars and Freemasonry go hand in hand. They love their race cars. Yeah, NASCAR got big after that. That's right, Michael. It really simmered down. Do I believe 9/11 was CGI planes? I mentioned it many times with 9/11 and the planes. They talk about holograms. There was no holograms. All it was a production where they pre-made all the footage that was going to be presented for that day well in advance. So they basically, it was a controlled demolition with the towers, and the footage they showed was pre-done well in advance to show on TV and present it exactly the way it was going to go down. And the reason, of course, no commercial planes were used because you could not guarantee something can go really wrong with one of those planes and doing something to one of the nearby buildings or whatnot. And they don't want collateral damage. It was basically a control, like, we're going to take on these three buildings, and we don't want to damage any surrounding buildings, but we need these towers to come down as this ritual and raise up the single tower. That was the plan. And, and no holograms, just, controlled demolition with, just, CGI, production, that was produced before it all went down. Of course, it's a complete joke with the Pentagon, the most, supposedly should be the most secure building, one of the most secure buildings, the National Defense headquarters, and there's like 3 frames, 4 frames, whatever it is, of nothing. All it was an explosion that end of the building. That's all they did. And I believe that, there's no drone or missile that came. That's just CGI production, where they showed like a little tip of the head of a missile, what it looked like a missile or whatnot. I just believe they just put a bomb and just blew it up in the Pentagon. As far as Shanksville, and it's funny they use that name Shanksville, like a plane name as well, Shank. The mayor of it said it was an interview by German TV. They asked him about it. He goes, "There's no plane. It's just a big hole. Nothing. We saw nothing." And he looked very like I can't believe this myself, and there was nothing there. No, jet engines, no nothing. But it's unbelievable how mind control the masses are. And they fall for it. Hi, free press there in Australia. Thank you. African American slavery real, yeah. They wanted that, and the whole plan was to eventually, free the slaves, and then the slaves were gonna be, of course, angry and bitter of what went down, and there's gonna be a divide. It's like purposely done. It's like you have say, for example, a fish tank with one species of fish, and you have another species of fish, you introduce them, there's a good chance they're not going to get along, especially if they're different from different regions. So that's what they're doing in Europe right now. They're bringing a lot of Muslims. They want that. They want 2 cultures to fight. They want the 2 different skin colors, 2 different religions, 2 different belief systems, 2 different, and it doesn't mesh. Where for example, you have not this go too far with this, but like for example, you have some white Americans that move to say London, England. It's going to be a lot easier transition than and accepted. I hate to say, than someone of a different religion and different skin color. And it's going to be more friction because it's not just one thing. It's not just skin color. It's not just religion. It's every facet of life is different. So let's see here. Okay, more questions. Yeah, Tower 7, just the way it came down, all four sides at the same time. It's so obvious. It's like this. I have a friend who I talked about this a while ago, about 9/11 and all the things I mentioned, like I mentioned now. He goes, I just don't want to believe it. I just don't want to believe it that our government could do this, but, but it's still not what is presented by the mainstream, so-called mainstream alternative either, where they'll laugh at the idea of no planes, but again, it's just a magic trick. That's all it was. People said they saw planes. They saw planes. Everybody that presented planes are just so happy to be people part of the media with their so-called, camcorder footage. They're all media, involved with the media. And it's a very, just a magic trick. It's like lesser magic. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, of course, you're going to see on Fox News with that one. I forgot his name, but this one person, this one so-called conspiracy theorist showing up on Fox News talking about what everybody saw were holograms in the sky, or no, that was just to make it all look 9/11 truthers look and sound crazy, and that's why they did that. Let's take a look here. Some more questions coming in. And by the way, this podcast, after it reaches 8 hours, it comes to an end automatically. So, just for reference, I believe, there's that limit of 8 hours. Let's take a look here at some questions here. And also the numerology when it comes to the towers. And one thing I want to mention too, I mentioned this in a video and I should mention it now. Everybody talks about controlled demolition. Oh, it's always from the, from the bottom. This is not a controlled demolition. No, it was an unconventional controlled demolition from the top and coming straight down. Why do they do it from the bottom? These twin towers are huge. But, if you take them down from the bottom, there's a chance something go wrong and there's collateral damage to surrounding buildings. So that's why it was an unconventional controlled demolition from the top coming down. That's why they did it that way. Because, there was minimal damage to surrounding buildings. They took that steel out right away. And, it was like systematic how quick they did that. Yep, Seven Ravenwolf. I'm been hanging in there. I'm running on fumes. Didn't get much sleep last night. But I just wanted to do this for people that are, that I don't respond to. Like I said, I don't have time to respond to, in the comment section of my videos. But I don't really have time to respond to many people. I'm sorry, and I don't like to ignore people. This is my way of commenting, responding to people that say, hey, you never respond to me. Well, here's your chance. And I'm sorry, even here, I'm getting a flood of comments. I'm doing my best to acknowledge everybody. Yeah, Project Bluebeam, I've covered that, Paul, a while ago. and it's so out there. It's been mentioned, and I still think they're gonna. It's gonna look so real that people are still gonna fall for it. That's what I think. Even though people know about it, they're still like, wait a second, that looks so real. Just like when people believe, they look at stars and they believe stars are, millions of light years away when they're not. It's just, it's going to be that good of technology, I believe. We'll have to wait and see. No worries. You're welcome on my time. Yeah, and I mentioned the towers coming after 33 years by a 33-year-old pilot and Mohammed Atta being spotlighted out of all the. Of course, there's no Mohammed Atta pilot. I mean, it's like Bin Laden, just. Oh, Dinky's great. Yeah, he's very good. Dinky's very happy turtle. He's doing good. Yeah, and listen, as far as waking up people, I need to keep talking about this. You gotta do it slowly. Show my videos about which nobody really even mentions or talks about. Is the so-called Atlanta bombings from 1996. I show where you can clearly see a cop arrive at the scene with blood on his left hand, on the upper part of his left hand, and he's covering with his right, and he's going around smearing blood on people. Okay, the victims themselves, supposed bombing victims, have no blood on them, but a cop is arriving at the scene. He has blood on his hand, and he's rubbing it on people. Show stuff like that to people. I had people, that seen that like, wow, unbelievable, and stuff like that. You got to show people and wake people up, slowly. Again, before you learn how to run, you have to, of course, crawl first. You can't go from crawling to running. So it's a process. Okay, Seven Ravenwolf, I got no problem. Why did the cop apply blood beforehand? Well, it'd look kind of strange with people standing around with blood on them with no explosion going off, wouldn't it? So they had to do it after the fact. All these people are walking around the vicinity, and you see victims with blood all over their faces, and there's no bomb yet. They'll say, "What's going on?" So it's like you kind of give it away, Yep. Clinton, listen. Clinton's saying the Pentagon was bombed. Clinton also said in his own book, as I've shown before in past videos, that he talks about the conversation he had with his carpenter. And the carpenter said, those television people can fake things regarding the moon landings. And Bill Clinton said, "Oh, I thought he was a crank." But then he goes on to say, during my 8 years as a president, I saw things on TV that made me wonder if he was ahead of his time. So little hints, just what I find interesting is that was in his book, but there's actually an audiobook, of course, released to coincide with the book itself. That portion has been omitted from his audiobook, but it's in his hard copy book. It's there. So I found that very interesting. And of course, people that are going to twist it. Oh, Bill Clinton didn't mean that. He didn't mean it literally. They're going to rationalize it because they don't want to believe that, they don't want to believe it's possible. Just like Timothy McVeigh. The 33s are insane. Timothy McVeigh supposedly executed at the age of 33. Oklahoma City was just a controlled demolition that just only took part of the building down, and all the crisis actors as well. And I believe his execution date was it June 11th, I believe it was the 6/11/66. So you had your 33 and 66 in one, and unbelievable. I remember that day, the Oklahoma City bombing, that hoax. I remember I was gonna go to work, and I woke up a little bit late, and I turned on the TV, and I saw people running around. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what is going on here with these people running around? Chickens with their heads cut off. It's just bizarre. I'm like, what is going on? And I saw, oh, bombing? What? I had to go to work, and I couldn't watch the rest. But just after all these years and looking through all these hoaxes, it's unbelievable. The thing is this: I look at all these. As you grow in truth, and you study all this stuff, and you look through all this stuff, and people that you look at as you grow, and what's really taking place, and you look at, I'm not going to say any names, these so-called truth speakers you see like on CNN or Alex Jones show, and you see they're just, and when you're the very inception of your eyes opening to reality, they're, you'll see as you surpass them, when you know what's really going on, they're just keeping people in the dark of what's really going on, So anyways, hold on. Where's my mod here? The mod took off. So I gotta mod these videos. Mod these videos. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Yep. I think Truth Finder. That's here. Yeah, I mentioned before Tesla was a Mason. Yeah, that's why Elon Musk has named his his company Tesla. Out of respect for a Mason who supposedly passed away in New York City on the third floor. And here's something I haven't mentioned before: is these technologies throughout history. It's been a technology boom since the early 1900s, and I believe this is part of bringing in the the end times. All these Masons are the ones that, with all these technologies, Ben Franklin, all these discoveries, these people are very intelligent. They have the world fooled. You have to remember that. They don't have everybody fooled. They don't have us fooled. We have to be realistic, though. These people are very intelligent, very, very intelligent, extremely intelligent. And at times they fool us, of course, as well. But the thing is, like I said, we cannot predict everything with 100% accuracy, but we know we're being lied to about everything, for the most part, Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Elon Musk, he's like a muskrat, I mean, he just smiles like he says, we'll make it seem possible like we're going to Mars. What do you mean seem? We're going to do it, Antarctica. That's a good question. One thing I found interesting, I didn't mention, well, I mentioned a long time ago, a couple of years ago, about Antarctica. There's a lot of dome structures. There's like Dome A, Dome B, Dome C in Antarctica. So they have, I made a video about it. I made so many videos. I don't remember which channel it is on or how long ago I made it, but I think it's on a channel that's been shut down before. I made a video about Metallica, and they supposedly played a concert in Antarctica in a dome. It was under the dome, Antarctica concert, and I played the video clips and the structure and everything. So, Kevin T, anything at the North Pole? Yeah, just a bunch of ice, and I don't think they're doing too much over there. That's the magnetic north with the Polaris above. But who knows? Who knows? They could be. Who knows what they're actually doing up there? The plane crash in Antarctica in 1980. I'll take a look. Oh, I didn't know Ron Howard said Mars possible in 2033. Ron Howard and Howard, I made a video that it went viral about Ron Howard on his TV show talking about the fake moon landings. And I had a lot of views on that before my channel was shut down. That channel was shut down when I made a video on that. It had like 3 million hits or something. I don't remember exactly. But Howard's 33. Yeah, Mars and a planet. There are no planets or wandering stars. That's all they are. And I remember when I first made a video calling planets a hoax, as we're told. I got heat from a lot of my subscribers. Maybe it was 3 channels ago. I forgot. It's been a while, and people are like, "What?" Yeah. I mean, when you anything new, it's like this. You go the first time you ever had sushi, you're like, "What is this?" You know, you're not gonna like it, but you get used to it. That kind of thing. So the truth, new truth is, again, it takes time to digest. Okay, let's see here. More questions. I think we have about a half an hour left. Let me see. Yeah, we have a half an hour left until this goes off. So I'm going to try to, cover as much as I can. North Pole is water? I don't think so. That's the furthest point from the sun that's revolving above the flat Earth. It's going to be cold. It's a cold point. Just think about the sun revolving or going around the flat Earth in that circular motion, and the ice walls. One thing perfectly clear I have to make is, like I said so many times, the map itself of this world, there could be, it could be different lands that we're not told about, and pilots are not allowed to fly in that direction because they're told they don't even know there's land in that direction, so they don't fly in that direction, and it's so far off, and this world is so vast, and who knows how large the flat plane is. We're told that there's, the circumference of the Earth is 25,000 miles, but you flatten all out, who knows what else is out there. I'm sure there's a nice chunk of land for a lot of these celebrities. I mean, let's be realistic. You think Michael Jackson, can go around anyways when he retires and just can go to McDonald's or Walmart or any of these malls? No. So they have their own, own place where all these celebrities are hanging out. They don't have to deal with the general public where they're going to be harassed anyways. They can live their life in privacy away from the public eye. That's what I believe. But where it is, who knows? Who knows? They can go from their land that's set aside for them and go back into society, visit a little bit, friends, family, and go back. Who knows? I mean, they get special treatment, of course. I mean, let's see here. Yeah, Trump assassination predictive programming. It could potentially be disinfo, but I'm still believing Trump won't last the 4 years. But it could, it's just too obvious almost. But like I said, the day before, I made a video before London. I thought it was too obvious too. I said, I put in the title a day before, and then it happened, so satellites don't exist. Michael's right. People, I heard this comment so many times on my channel, but you don't know science. I've seen satellites with my own eyes. I've seen satellites with binoculars. I said, why don't you get your digital camera or anything and record it and post on your channel? No, they never do it. Just like listen, I made so many videos on space X being hoax. I don't think anybody's made more videos on SpaceX exposing them. I had so many people, literally 1,000 people, tell me I seen the Falcon 9 land, do the vertical landing with my own eyes. I said, such an amazing feat. Why didn't you record it with your cell phone and post it on your channel? No response. Why wasn't National Geographic there? Why wasn't Discovery there? Why wasn't CNN there? Why wasn't, astronomy.com there? Why was it just SpaceX and one goofball, that I forgot his name. Some goofball guy that makes videos, that makes CGI videos on his channel, who supposedly recorded the landing himself. I mean, it's a joke, but you can't tell us the people are dead asleep. They're so, they're so stuck in the lie system. It's impossible almost for some people. Yeah, that goofball Arlo. It was probably him. Let's see here. The speed of the NASA rocket launch, it's irrelevant. All they do is crash in the ocean. That's it. And then they have their space shuttles come in for a landing. They're nothing more than airplanes. They're not, supposedly emptied, no fuel, and they're supposedly falling out of space like a rock with those little tiny wings on those space shuttles. No way. Thanks, Tim. Let's see here. More questions. Yeah, it's hard to say who would be responsible. More than likely, of course, a non-white person to create more outrage with Donald Trump. Yeah, the like Lee Malvo, and that was a complete hoax with that deal I mentioned it before with Jackie Stallone predicting the make and the model of the car and this and that, because you know they're insiders. With Sylvester, of course, they knew how the story was going to end up. So there's nothing miraculous about her so-called psychic predictions. Let's see here. Yeah, I mentioned it. Yeah, the Aussie drama. I made a video a long time ago about Google and their logo. It's the world model and the 666 around the world we live in. They don't show any land. They show the ocean with the ice ring. It's the 666 around the flat Earth. That's what it is. Let's see here. More questions. Yeah, Insanity Puppet Master. That's a possibility there. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. With the kind of does look like when it when a video stalling, it's almost like the flat Earth model. Yeah, the Australian the Melbourne Burke Street hoax. It's going to be made into a movie in time. I said that in a video. It's just a matter of time. I see Arlo, Russianvids Arlo, 2017, 2017. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, the whole concept of the 33 vertebrae, the vertebrae is like the foundation of, holding us all up. And there's so many 33s. It's just amazing. It really is. Just like the Virginia Tech shooting, that hoax as well. 33 supposed victims, including the shooter. Yeah, Bill Nye. I'm gonna make a video on Bill Nye and Neil Snake in the Grass Tyson. And the only reason he uses his middle name deGrasse because Neil deGrasse Tyson, because deGrasse is 33 in numerology. So there's your answer to why he uses that middle name. Okay, let's see here. Hey, Nathan Oakley. Yeah, the London show departure. I've covered the London. Yeah, I covered the whole entire London psyop. I don't know if you've seen it, but I made a video day before something's going to go down or something potentially go down, and that happened. I'm not quite sure what you mean by the departure. Yeah, make another comment on that, please. And I'll be honest with you. in the comment section of my videos, I don't really have patience for jokers or people playing games or, you know, trying to mock things I say. It's just, I have a very short trigger, you know, and I cut people very quickly. So, you know, people that want to play little stupid games, it's, yeah, they're, you know, gone real quick. And a lot of people just refuse to watch my videos. I upload a video, it's 10 minutes long, and before the video is uploaded, less than 2 minutes, people are asking questions. I'm like, watch the whole video first. You know, and people are asking questions, they're answering the video. Or they'll tell me, oh, you know, so and so. I'm like, it's in the video. Or did you know this? I'm like, it's in the video. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get to that point yet. It's only a 10-minute video. But stuff like that drives me crazy. I have to respond to things like that. You know, listen, I want the comment section to be like, can you watch the whole video? And after watching the whole video, then ask the questions you want. But it's just more unnecessary questions. I got to answer questions. Did you know there's a 33? Yeah, it's in the video. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get to that point. Well, I'm sorry, but it's wasting my time. I have to respond to this question it's been answered in the video. The reason I put up my videos is to answer questions, and you're asking questions that are already in the video. It's very frustrating for me when I receive thousands upon thousands of questions, and this is like littering up the comment section, and it's already answered in the video. You know, so people like to jump the gun. You know. But then again, they could just some of these people could just be trolls and shills who are trying to, just get on my case. Yeah, I already covered the ghost ship hoax. Clorox bleach. Listen, I already made a video on that where literally you can maybe throw a baseball the distance from the warehouse to the fire department. It's just maybe 150 yards. I should have used the actual Google calculator on the distance, but it's literally, I mean, a fire truck would take less than a minute to drive. It would take about 40 or 50 seconds to drive from the fire station to the warehouse. If that's it, it's that close. It's a complete joke, you know. Nothing but a hoax. Yep. Thank you for understanding. You know. Yeah. And people just, they want to be the first to comment and stuff like that. I don't mind. People say I'm first. That's kind of funny. I'm the first. But when people ask questions, or people are like, I'll just upload a video. It's not even a minute long, and say a 20-minute video. They're hitting down. They even watch the video. They're not interested in what I have to say or what evidence. They're just trolling. Just it's sad. More trolls. No, but sure. Yeah. Here's one thing. The Aussie drama. I already mentioned this earlier, but once upon a vegan told me she works for the airlines, and she asked pilots specifically about, have they ever seen any curvature? They said no. We're not high enough. The maximum altitude, I believe, is about, was it 35,000 feet? And they said they were supposed to told, oh, we've been told if you go up to 41,000 feet, you can see the curvature, but we never go up that high. We were told we're not to. Something to do with the PSI, and we never seen it. No worries, Truth Finder. No worries. So these pilots, these are a 14-year. I believe she said it was a 14-year pilot, and the other ones as well. And they said they never saw a curve. So there you go. It's funny. I said it in videos where we've been lied to our whole life. We live in a ball. and I said it so many times. I used to look at a globe and just, how is all this water sticking to the sides? I'm looking at all these oceans and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. But the flat Earth doesn't make sense either. Or the waterfall of the side. I know I said this many times, but either one, I just didn't believe. But I said, oh well, if they say it's a ball, I guess water falls off the side. It must be. But I never was convinced either. So for me, when I looked at the flat Earth, it was an easy transition to make. It wasn't like I was like, no, it can't be. No, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna look into it. So okay, let's get back to some of the questions. We don't have much time left. About what was it about? I don't know, about 18 minutes or so before it's gonna automatically end. And again, I'm gonna upload these videos for anybody that's missed or joining late on my main channel as well. And then I'll probably do another podcast. See, the thing is, again, the main purpose of the podcast is to answer questions from my videos, and I'd like to do another one probably in after April, to maybe April 15th, around that time, when other events are going to take place. I don't have an exact date, but I'd like to make a podcast again, a live stream after events go down. I'm surprised very little questions about London. It's a few, but I guess a lot of that's been answered in the videos itself. It's pretty self-explanatory, like with the missing shoe and all the crisis actors and the same, fake, phony crisis actors. It's so sickening. I mean, these people could come out, these crisis actors could come out and say, and wipe the blood off their face and pull off all their, fake injuries. Say, you know what, I'm a crisis actor. And they'll say no. They'll still believe it. It's. And the worst part is we're telling these our friends and family the absolute truth, and the people behind the scenes are laughing, saying, "Look, they're telling the truth, and no one believes them." That's what they're doing. It's sad, it really is. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Let's hear any more questions here. Yeah, some people got mad about the whole chemtrails video I made about, it's not what we were been told. There's something to it, of course, but it's, they're pushing it out there. There's definitely something behind it, of course. They're not just, flying around all these planes with all that money just to make fake chemtrails that don't do anything. Okay, they're spraying something. Yep, Tim, that's right. 21 miles high, but yeah, that's a lie of 41,000 feet. They say, oh, at 41,000, that's what they're told. But the pilots, like this pilot said, they never saw the curvature. These are. I forgot which airline she said, but nonetheless, they never seen the curve. This world is so huge, so vast. I mean, we've seen many videos through air, people taking video footage through airplane windows, and we don't see any curve. So we're seeing what the pilots see. The pilots are not any higher than the passenger. They have a front view, but still. But remember too, those windows, they can distort a little bit. They're curved somewhat, and they can distort. Even with that distortion, it's not enough to produce much of a false curve either. So okay. Oh, Nathan's asked. Okay, I'm getting a lot of questions. Nathan, why couldn't you show? Yeah, it's just Nathan, it's very tricky with YouTube. It depends who reviews the videos because I know I'm gonna get people that report my videos, and they were reported. Okay, they were reported, and they received an 18 and over content, not strike, but 18 and over, a restriction. You have to log in to view it. So I was worried, because I still have a strike on my channel. I don't want to. If I get another strike, it's going to expire soon. I want to do live podcasts on my main channels. So if I get a strike, it's going to leave me 3 more months away from doing a live podcast on my main channel. So that's why, I couldn't show it. But I did my other channel because I have less strikes. So one channel I have more strikes, the other one I have less. So I can risk taking a strike. But again, it's complex where I have all these channels. And this one channel is very close to being clear of all strikes where I can do podcasts. So there's a reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's not just, for no reason whatsoever, how I upload videos and why I'm making 2 channels and uploading the same videos on 2 different channels. One with comments, one without. One's just a backup channel, basically. Yeah, Concord was stopped. That's, supposedly because of the ozone layer, but I just think it was basically a financial disaster. The cost and all this and all that. It wasn't very cost efficient, and they just stopped it for that. But see, this is very important from Once Upon a Vegan. Her stating that she asked pilots in the pilot, so we never seen the curve. So when people say the pilots must know there's a conspiracy and they're all in on it, no, they never seen the curve because again, if they can't see the curve from their pilot seat, from the cockpit, they're not any higher again than people looking through passenger's window. So again, no curve. Okay, trying to go through the comments here. Yep. Cornana, that's right. Australia is the testing ground. And the thing is this, about this world deception, getting close to the end of this, where people can connect how the matrix works. It's so simple how everybody in every facet are controlled. Hollywood, music industry, the media, the politicians, the judges, the top police. It's a structure. It's a structure, and this is the only way they can achieve this lie system by everybody you see on TV. And of course, these people on these newscasters are just reading off teleprompters, just doing what they're told. They're not, it's not their own thoughts. They're just reading off a teleprompter. And of course, all these people that report on events, all these news networks throughout the world, for example, the O.J. Simpson supposed, murder of Nicole, not Nicole, of what's her name? I'm getting tired. It's like 3 a.m. where I'm at. Yeah, the OJ trial. No one's seen the supposed murders of Goldman, and Nicole, but it's reported as fact. Just by script readers all over the world, like it happened. It's real, but nobody's seen it. There's no video footage. There's nothing, but it's a fact because it's reported in the news, and that's And then you look at supposed events we see with our own eyes, and they don't pass a smell test, like with these fake plane crashes in Taiwan and Australia, and the Demetrius Gargasolo's car ram. We don't see a single person hit by a car. It's that's it. Let's get back to the questions before we only got about 10 minutes here, and I'm going to try to answer. Okay, guys, thanks for all the ones that are leaving. I see some people have to go. Sorry to hear that, Seven Ravenwolf. London calling for sure. Philip. Earth Horse, Air Cardinal. Cool, man. Let's try to get some questions before this ends. It's going to end automatic. I'm just going to keep going until it stops. Yeah, this whole thing is, I talk to people about this whole world deception. I'm still blown away by all this, and I consider myself, of course, awake to all of it. But it's like, it's unbelievable. But I find it extremely fascinating. Very, very fascinating how this world is run. And, for people that are awake, you should feel you're blessed that, even though, listen, I want to end this by saying this before this all concludes. Don't look at it as a negative that people don't believe you. Look at it as you have a gift to be able to see that others can't, that you beat the system and you're able to see through the deception. And think about it this way, how we can see it and others can't. It's like a gift. And, only, a very small percentage of people know what's really going down relatively to compare to the supposed billions of people in this world. And it's really, where the Bible states, how Satan deceives the world. And think of it this way. These people that, don't care about the truth, don't spend the time to research anything. All the research, all the stuff we look into, it's not meant for them. And it shouldn't be given to someone on a whim. Like, oh, someone that's like doesn't care about any of this stuff. All of a sudden you present them this truth. It shouldn't be automatic that they accept it. It should be earned by their own research. Put the information out there, and for the ones that are interested, answer their questions. But if people that scoff and mock say, the truth is not for you, don't try to convince them. It's not for them. All those that mock you and say this, don't waste your time. I know your ego might go into say, well, I want to make this guy see this because I see it. So I want to make him see it, or this one woman or man, doesn't matter. I want them to see this truth. I want to convince them. Just say, no, it's not for you. This truth is not for you. You're not meant to see this. You're meant to watching Kim Kardashian, and these reality shows that you're so sucked into, and these fake trials that you see on TV, and crying your little hearts out over, hoaxed events that, people are laughing their butts off on TV, the supposed. What kills me too is people, the reactions, the duping light, the smiling, the laughing, not a single teardrop, but these people are all upset about, us calling it out as a hoax. Like, it's how dare you insinuate I'm being lied to, how, and being deceived. So that's what it comes down to. So, again, it's not meant for them to know this truth. It's just for those that have a desire for it, and not just for someone to pick up on it and know this because you just spoon-fed it to them one day and they got all this information. The thing is, to figure this all out, you got to connect all the pieces throughout history, not just one lie, all these lies, like a chess, not a chess game, like a puzzle. When I made this demonstration where you have a puzzle and you have all these pieces, but they're not connected. You don't see anything. But as you connect all the pieces of the puzzle, you see it all come together. And if people don't do that on their own, they're not going to see it. You cannot make people see, what you have seen already. They have to experience it by them wanting to seek truth. And if they're not interested in truth, then you should really not invest too much of your time into them. I have people come to my channel and say, you know what? I watch your stuff and I know what you're saying and I agree with you. And I applaud what you do, but I can't do what you do because it's wasting my time, because these people, you can't wake them up, and that's what it comes down to. And plug away with the ones that you care about. your casual friends or people you never met on Facebook, don't waste your time. You're not gonna, you're gonna have a debate with someone you never met on Facebook about, say, any of this truth, from San Diego to flat Earth to anything. You're not gonna change in, you know, a lifetime of brainwashing in an hour debate on Facebook. You're really just wasting your time, and you're just gonna get, it's just gonna be a fight. It's gonna get nasty, and um and just, yeah, just delete Facebook. That's right. And but it's a good, still, I have my Facebook page of Russianvids to spread the truth, and I have people share on their Facebook page. And some people do wake up, but unfortunately, it's a very small percentage. But it's better than nothing. It's really better than nothing. And I have a lot of people tell me in my personal life, I thought you were crazy, but now I'm starting to see what you're saying, and you don't seem crazy. But one thing's for sure: if you're really truly awake and you're passing on the good information, those same people will look at you later on like, wow, I thought this guy was crazy. He's not so crazy now. But it's very important not to, again, make predictions on things and pass them off. It's going to happen for sure, because if you're wrong, then you're going to look bad. So make sure, if you're going to make some kind of so-called predictions, make sure you say, I believe something like this might happen, but we don't know, because it's those behind the scenes, that are behind it. And they, we cannot predict things 100% accurate with 100% accuracy, but we know that they're behind these events, just like 322, with Belgium and with London, yeah, and stay humble, and be humble, and yeah, you can't change your mom. Well, lifetime of brainwashing, and again, they know how, the so-called elite know how the human mind works. They know how the human mind works. They know to get them while they're young. That's one of the famous quotes: "Get them while they're young." And it's a crazy world. And if you tell anybody, it's like this: if you tell anybody it's crazy, they'll call you crazy. It's like my neighbor. He's finally come around, and he says, now he's seeing what I see, but it's still very uncomfortable for him, because he doesn't want to believe it. He didn't want to believe anything as I've told him over the years, but now he's seeing it. But it's still uncomfortable. It's still a big kick to his ego to admit he was wrong about things. So, but there's satisfaction in that. And anyways, this is going to go off in about a minute, I believe. I'm going to keep going on and on. I'm going to see if I see any other questions I can answer. And God bless everybody. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm just going through the comments. Yeah, wanted to finish up strong to end this podcast. And again, thanks everyone for your support as always. A lot of comments coming at the very end. I can't even keep up. Okay, I think it's ended.